jẹ́ n ṣoríire, Èdùmàrè jẹ́ n ṣoríire, bíi ti MKO Abíọ́lá, Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò gbogbo Yorùbá.
Long before the cry of his child echoed through the room, tragedy had already knocked on his family door 23 times. 23 children buried, 23 names swallowed by silence, 23 tiny graves before one child survived long enough to carry the hopes of an entire family. That child was Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola.
MKO Abiola.
Before Chief MKO was born, 23 people died. 23 of his siblings, 23 brothers and sisters died. When he was born, his parents were not enchanted, they were disenchanted. Kashimawo, let's know, we don't really care. Let's watch and see what this one will become. That's the meaning of the K in his name. His initials are MKO Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola. But Moshood, we pronounce Moshood in Africa as Moshood. It's actually Mesaoud, the lucky one. Saudi Arabia, Mesaoud. But we call it Moshood. That was his name. Let's see what this one will become. And he was basically thrown around, left under the tree. As the good Lord will have it, he grew up a bouncing baby boy.
He was not born into comfort. He was born into struggles, born into the home where hunger sat at the table like a permanent guest. Books were luxury his parents could not afford, so young Abiola learned differently. He would borrow textbooks from classmates, memorize entire page before sunrise, and return them the next day, carrying knowledge only in his mind because he could not afford the books.
He told me that they had no money to buy books, so he started cramming at a very early age in life. For a young man who saw hardships, who saw pain, who saw poverty at the level he saw poverty, to make up his mind, to have determination, to say, okay, I'm gonna go out there and wrestle and box in the jungle. That's what he did.
Poverty tried to slow him down, but it never defeated him. To survive, Abiola turned talent into survival. He played music at ceremonies, parties, not for fame, but for food, sometimes for a few coins, sometimes just a meal.
The musical band was one of those things he did. And as I said earlier, they didn't pay him much. They just looked at him as a little boy that they could oppress and subjugate and victimize.
Every note he played was a fight against hunger. Every performance was another step away from poverty.
All his life, Abiola was fighting against victimization, fighting against subjugation, fighting against oppression and annihilation, as encapsulated in the June 12th struggle. And God chose him, looking at the trajectory of his life, to say, you go out there and be a sacrificial lamb for democracy. So, as is often the case, when you see the red carpet and politicians are on the red carpet dancing, making democratic speeches here and there in Nigeria, you begin to wonder, are they standing on Abiola's blood?
Years later, Abiola will tell a story that sounded almost prophetic. One day in school, Olusegun Obasanjo sat on his classroom seat. At the time, it meant nothing, but history has strange ways of repeating symbols.
The young Moshood Abiola would memorize the books and regurgitate same during examinations. One day, he came into the classroom and saw the then Aremu Matthew Okikiola Obasanjo on his seat, and he said, "Get up." Obasanjo refused to get up. In Baptist High School, my husband told me that he kept his seat, and when he came back, Obasanjo was on the seat. He said, "Get up from my seat. You know I'm a boxer. We're gonna box ourselves. Get up." Obasanjo said, "I'm not getting up. You get out." So they had this quarrel because they were in Baptist school together, a Christian school. And eventually my husband, just to make peace, left. Now when the ITT needed to get their money from the federal government, Obasanjo was then in the army, high-ranking officer, very, very high-ranking officer then. And my husband went to meet him to introduce him to whosoever should pay ITT. And when he got into Obasanjo's office and wanted to sit down, Obasanjo said, no, don't sit there. Please, no. So he was denied the right to sit down as a Nigerian citizen in a Nigerian office, paid for by the taxpayers' money. So again, my husband left that seat for Obasanjo.
In 1993, Abiola won the hearts of millions in what many Nigerians believe was the freest election in the nation's history. But before he could sit on the presidential seat, history turned, and in 1999, the same Obasanjo would eventually occupy the presidency in reality.
In 1999, May 29, when Obasanjo was being sworn in as president and commander-in-chief of Nigeria, I clearly remembered these points. I remembered exactly what my husband had told me, how right from school, Obasanjo had been confiscating his seat and not letting him sit down. When Obasanjo was campaigning, I verily believed that he will name monuments after my late husband. So I campaigned with him. Yes, I supported his candidacy. And suddenly, just before the swearing in, it was clear that that musical chair, that game from Baptist High School, was still playing out. It was wise advice, wise counsel to go on exile. So I did go on exile throughout Obasanjo's regime. In fairness to Obasanjo, he offered so many positions But what I felt, he offered so many positions to me and to people he felt were brilliant, were hardworking. In complete fairness to him, whatever ministerial position I wanted would have been mine or could have been mine.
Abiola learned business from watching his father struggle to provide for a family wounded by loss. He understood early that money was not simply wealth. Money meant dignity. From telecommunications to publishing, from aviation to oil, Abiola built an empire with the mind of a survivor.
We will employ people purely on merit, round pegs in round holes, period.
But no matter how rich he became, he never forgot the language of suffering.
He came as a child of destiny, very, very, very mysterious. He lived his life like a mystic. And I want to put on record that I've never seen anyone pray like MKO Abiola. He was a prayer warrior. He prayed. And I've also never seen anyone for whom the doors opened before he approached.
Workers loved him because he spoke to them like human beings, not from above, not from behind security walls. He shook hands, he listened, he remembered names. Many called him generals, others called him reckless with kindness, but to the core, he was hope in human form. There was a moment that revealed the courage inside him. During the military era, where he met with General Murtala Mohammed himself, demanding for the payment of its obligation from the government.
My husband used to work for ITT, International Telephone and Telegraphs, and there were obligations owed the company by the federal government of Nigeria. And the obligations, because of the vicissitudes of change of government, the federal government could not meet the obligations on time or in that particular period. Long story short, my late husband went to see the then Murtala Mohammed to ask for payment. And he told me that Murtala said, "Will you get out of my sight?" I used a four-letter word, four-letter word, civilian, get out. And Abiola said, "Let me explain something to you, officer. I'm an accountant. Now, I'm your judgment creditor. I'm the creditor here. I'm the creditor. You are a debtor. In my world, I'm superior to you." And Murtala Mohammed was like, "Where are my boys? Can you come and bundle out this stubborn fellow?" But if you look at the background, the trajectory and the tragedy of how the emanation of MKO Abiola, you'll begin to understand that he was not scared. He wasn't scared of anyone. Whether you were Brigadier General Murtala, head of state, he positioned himself as a creditor, and you, the debtor, pay up.
Football was another language he understood, not just the game, but what it means to the people. Through sports, he connected with ordinary Nigerians. In stadiums filled with noise and dreams, Abiola became more than a businessman.
Some of the happiest moments of his life were the football moments. I call them the football moments because Chief Abiola would walk in the midst of the crowd, flanked by football fans, left, right, and center. And you hear the name reverberating. MKO, Abiola, MKO, he's a man. And he's in the middle, and you get goose pimples, just walking with him hand in hand to this football stadium occasions. And also the football songs, he knew all of the songs, and he knew a lot of Christian songs, and his best Christian song was Trust and Obey. Trust and Obey. And I asked, how did you know of all these things? He said he went to a Christian school. So we had a very liberal mind walking amongst us, a very mysterious mystic. And in my view, Are Ona Kakanfo, the 14th Are Ona Kakanfo, came before his time and was beyond his time, because it was very strange when he came to me and said he has spoken to the Alake of Egbaland, and he is Are Ona Kakanfo, and he must marry Akasuba of Kalabari. I said, what do you know about Akasuba? He started explaining to me, telling me of the past Are Ona Kakanfos and how they died as war generals in defense of their fatherland. When you're getting married in the royal family, it's not just one day. You actually have to follow their rules and regulations in the royal family. So he was asked to bring 17 kola nuts 17 times. And he kept bringing 17 kola nuts in a calabash. First time, second, up to the 11th time. One day he said to me, look, have I not tried? 11, what do you people, can't I bring kola nuts in one big trailer? Why must it every day 17 kola? No, I'm getting tired. He said, you do your marriage here? Look, I'm getting fed. So before I could say anything, my grand aunt said, keep quiet. We are testing your perseverance. And you know what? For this marriage, we're going to give you some bitter leaf, and we're going to give you some sweet potatoes, because marriage has some bitter parts of it, and it's also very nice, very sweet. So my husband went on his knees, knelt down and begged. And that was when I said to myself, what a very humble person. The week my husband died, as a matter of fact, it was a high roller coaster of emotion that was wrong. I was at the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies School, and I was told that the presidency, or the then head of state, wanted to see me. So, the imminent release of my late husband. And we were all happy getting the musicians, great King Sunny Ade, you name it. So many musicians. We had talked to them, we were practicing dancing steps of joy. We were so pleased. And suddenly, the same day, within 1 hour, the CNN announced that Abiola was dead. And we said, CNN, fake news. Look, we are going to Abuja. Chief MKO will be released. And then the presidency called me.
Then came June 1993, an election that united Christians and Muslims, North and South, rich and poor. For many, Abiola represented possibility itself.
I'm the very first in the whole world, really, to make a presentation to the presidency and the state governors that monuments, stadia, airports should be named after my late husband. Abiola suffered the worst form of tragedy and humiliation. And as soon as I saw what was going on, I said the very least I could do was ensure that his name will not be forgotten. So I started a campaign, the crusade, for the actualization of June 12th. You can also see from your 1998 newspapers.
Yet, even in danger, Abiola refused to surrender his mandate because for him, June 12 was bigger than politics. June 12 was about the voice of ordinary people to be heard. Then came the day that deepened the mystery behind the man, Abiola. On what should have been a moment of celebration, Moshood Abiola collapsed after reportedly poison in his house in Ikeja on his birthday.
My husband loved celebrating his birthday in August. He used to say, do you know about Augustus Caesar, the emperor? On one of the birthdays at home in Ikeja, Chief MK Abiola was poisoned and he was left for dead. And some people traveled to Abeokuta to meet Uncle Beshi, Alhaji Atanda, and the rest. And they said, where's our brother? Even Alhaji Araolat. So where's our brother? So they all came to Lagos. Those that went there at the birthday all joined. And Abiola was left almost dying on the floor. It's very interesting to note that it was the then President Ibrahim Babangida that came to his rescue. He sent an air military ambulance to fly him to Germany. And thank God, thank the Lord. My husband said his entire blood was changed.
But legends do not disappear. They become memories, they become symbols, they become unfinished dreams carried by generations yet unborn.
And it is my prayer that that level of viciousness in the quest of power should never, ever visit Nigeria again. What was Abiola's crime? He won elections freely, fairly, squarely, and then he was incarcerated in a state of incommunicado. We don't understand that mystery. But suffice it to say that my husband came, he saw, he helped, and he left in a blaze of glory.
From a child born after 23 burials to a man who carried the hopes of an entire nation, Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola lived a life that proved one truth, that greatness can rise from pain, and that sometimes the poorest child becomes the voice of millions.
It's time for sober reflection. I've thought about it. And I'm saying, for the records, quite categorically, that I do forgive President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. I have forgiven him. The others, posthumous forgiveness to Shonekon, to Abacha, to all those who subjected the family to dolo excruciation, according to the Latin word, excruciating pain that cannot be quantified, by the authority conferred on me. I forgive you. I forgive each and every one of you.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the live studios of Independent Television and Radio. This is a communication complex right here in Igosa, Oluku. And of course, the program on a Thursday afternoon is 60 Minutes Nigeria with your host, Igosa Agbalao. It's always a delight to have you. And I have with us very distinguished personalities, a legal practitioner of no mean repute. I will just allow him to introduce himself rather.
Michael Okoje.
Okay.
I'm in private practice.
Okay.
And,
okay, that's okay.
Okay.
Michael Okoje, legal practitioner, Esquire. We also have with us a very regular guest, renowned analyst, a clergyman, a leader of congregation, and of course an educationist, Dr. Royal Ayimere. Nice to have you in the studio today.
Good afternoon, viewers. Thanks for having me.
Okay. Well, our new guest is Michael Okoje, Esquire, a legal practitioner. And we're going to be getting his own thoughts on our topic today, because we're looking at security overhaul, a sustainable strategy for tackling security in Nigeria. This topic became very, very paramount because of the security situation in Nigeria. Very disheartening, very appalling. And politicians of note is a former governor of Kano State, Kwankwaso, who called for the overhaul of the security architecture in Nigeria. We've also seen renowned clergyman who publicly made a statement that if the service chiefs cannot stop insecurity in Nigeria, they should resign. So there are calls for change. And so my guest will be giving us their thoughts. They would dissect this topic in the interest of the people. But let me give you a background story. Nigeria continues to face diverse security challenges, including terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, and other vices, and that actually disturbs the minds of most Nigerians. Armed robbery is also there, communal conflict. The latest now is cybercrime. And on this program, we will examine whether a comprehensive security overhaul covering intelligence gathering, police reforms, military modernization, community policing, technology deployment, and interagency collaboration can provide lasting solutions to the nation's insecurity. So we have so many questions I will be asking, and we'll just start with the very first question. What does a comprehensive security overhaul entail? We'll start with a very renowned legal practitioner in Edo State, Barrister Michael Okoje.
Thank you so much for inviting me to the station.
Okay.
I think that it has always been in my mind that the security architecture in our country needs to be overhauled.
Okay.
There's a lot of duplications all over the place. You know, you look at the army, you see the police, you see the Navy, you see the Air Force. Then in the other area, you see DSS. There are a lot of them. You see ICPC, you see road safety. So many duplications that you know, ought to be checked. For instance, what's the difference between ICPC and the FCC?
Okay.
And if you ask the same question, what's the difference between these two agencies and what they do at the CID? I think that this are job for the boys. If not, all of them can be coalesced into one group, and I think they'll be more effective like that. And I think that they ought to be funded, because you can't give a man a gun to go into the streets and there's no food. How are we sure that they will not turn that gun against the citizens that they were supposed to protect? So I think that the overhauling is a part of the whole issue. But I think also that government should look for a way to fund these security agencies. You should fund them. You can imagine when we were going to see policemen, well organized, well dressed, but that's not the case now. You see some policemen be wondering, you know, you can actually mistake them for the hoodlums that we should be afraid of. So it's my contention, and I think that without any form of equivocation, that the overhauling will begin from funding. Let government fund these agencies, and then let government check them. Check, you know, how you disburse this money. When you disburse funds to agencies, monitor how they are spent, and don't give money by the right hand and take it under the table. Because sometimes I know some of these persons who go for patrol, and some funds are released, but it is a matter for contention whether all the funds get to where they were supposed to work.
Okay, I know this is your opening remark, but before I allow you to stop, to allow Dr. Ayubere to make his comment. Now, the Senate recently said they will not audit the military, because some persons were actually calling that there is need to audit military spending. Do you think the Senate is right, is wise to have said they can't, they do not intend to audit the military spending for now?
I think that if the fund that they are spending in defense or wherever is public fund, it ought to be audited. You should have the political willpower to if you dispense public fund, there are procedures laid down for the disposal or dispensation of public funds, wherever it is. If they have to be done in closed circle, let it be done in closed circle. But to say because it's security that's involved and you won't do anything about it, I don't think that's very correct.
Okay,
that's not the right way to go.
Okay, thank you very much.
Not the right way to go.
Thank you very
much. The Senate should do more than that.
Okay.
They should audit and find out how this huge amount of money that we put into defense, how it is spent. You know, especially given that society right now is in peril, is in trouble. Kidnapping right, left, and center. You know, it's like we are in a state of war. And I think that they should check it and ensure that the money gets to where it was supposed to get to.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Michael.
Yes.
My guest is, my third guest is around, but before we introduce him, let's get the opening remarks of Dr. Ayimere. You just listened to Barrister Michael. What's your own take?
Thank you so much.
Okay.
You know, we've actually had situations in this country where people called for the sacking of service chiefs, remove them from office because of the level of insecurity as at that time. And then they were actually, sometimes the president will listen and remove these persons. And the next set of people that come, the challenge becomes stronger and thicker. So it shows that solving the problem is not actually removing these persons. The issue of insecurity in Nigeria is systemic. It's not about individuals. It's systemic. It has gotten deep in the system. So for me, my suggestion would be that the system, there should be a re-strategizing of the system, resetting of the structure.
Okay.
Because what we have on ground is like the people that are fighting Nigerians or fighting Nigeria as a country, they already know the system that is on ground. So the government needs to sit down, go to the drawing board, and re-strategize. Let's reorganize. He said something. The ICPC and the FCC, what are they doing? What, if you look at their role, it looks like
same function.
Same functions. Let's go to the drawing board. Let's say, okay, let's re-strategize. Because as it is now, even if you remove everybody and bring in a new set of persons, the problem will still continue.
Yes, and again, there's another aspect that you need to comment on. For instance, the Federal Road Safety Commission, FRSC.
Yeah.
We heard that recently some of them were gone down because they were on the road carrying out their legitimate function. Now, there's a school of thought that posits that the FRSC should be integrated into the Nigerian police force to handle the traffic section of the Nigerian police force. Could that be part of this overhauling? Do you agree with that kind of overhauling?
Yes, yes, it's better. It will make, in fact, it will be a department in the police force that handles traffic stuff. It's good. Instead of having different bodies, different budgets, and the rest of that. So if you put all your money in this basket, you can be able to trace where the money is going to. But if it's different baskets, tracing it becomes difficult. That's why sometimes money is released for defense. You are wondering what's going on. Why are things happening the way they're happening? Who is accounting for what? Because at the end of the day, when the workload is much on the auditor, what can it do? It can only do little. But if we know that all the money we are spending is through this channel, it can be properly investigated.
Thank you very much, Dr. Royal Ayimere. We'll take a brief break now to enable us to introduce our third guest, who is already in the studio. Don't forget that we are looking at the the need to overhaul the security architecture. Do you subscribe to it? Do you think that is what we really need now? We'll talk more after this break. Okay, nice to have you back after that brief break. My guests are ready. We are talking about the security situation in Nigeria. Like I said, there are so many questions that we need to really talk about on this program. And we'll come back to Barrister Michael. To you, the way we have our security arrangement now, do you think it's adequate to actually protect lives and property in Nigeria? the way it is now?
It's obvious that, thanks for that question. It's obvious that the security architecture is not working. If it was working, you will not see what you are seeing now, kidnapping everywhere. I heard this morning from the news that some part of Edo State, the schools are closed down, Akoko Edo. So that it is not, we used to hear it from afar, but now it's home. Akoko Edo, closed down. The schools there, we don't know how far it will go. Because Akoko Edo today, nobody knows that it will be over and whether it will get to the state capital. But we pray that it does not happen like that. So what we have on ground is not sufficient. We need more, we need more. We have moved forward. We are in the internet age. We need more intelligence. We need more. Yes, social media. We need more. No, not social media. I mean intelligence gathering.
Okay.
Intelligence gathering.
So what I mean is that the age we are now, social media.
Yeah, social media age. But we're also talking about gathering of intelligence.
Okay.
You have to, instead of being reactive, you have to be proactive. You have to, get this information and stop them in their track before they attack. Not that after they have attacked that they are all gone, then you now begin to say, well, we do the needful. No.
You are a lawyer,
yes.
And I know that you are used to that word from a particular security agency. Whenever you interview them, they say we are on top of the situation.
Top of the situation, yes.
And you defend some of these clients.
No. We as a lawyer,
yes,
it's our responsibility to defend and ensure that justice is done.
Yes.
It's not the job of a lawyer to stop anyone. You come to us, and then we'll evaluate your case, and then push your case forward. That's what we do. But the agencies that are saying we are on top, it's obvious that they are not on top. So, as I said earlier, what we should do is that I think the agencies should have more funding, clear-cut funding, accountable funding, not this one that's beneath the, you have a lot of people having security vote here, security vote there, but we don't really know what they do with those security votes. Sometimes they donate cars, sometimes they donate vehicles. This thing can be streamlined and used positively. If you do it like that, for instance, if you have, like someone was saying yesterday, you have cameras that can go to 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 5 kilometers, you place them somewhere. You don't have
CCTV.
CCTV, you don't have to have the boot on the ground everywhere. You don't have to have boot on the ground. But you have a control center that watches this thing. So when they see any object that does not look clear to them, you tell the station that's around that place, please cross-check this information. You have to do what is right. You have to do what the law says. You have to do what you took oath to do in this country. You took oath that, that you would defend, you ensure that the security of the individual and their interest is number one on your list. And you should see that that is done. Don't shirk your responsibility. Don't run away from your responsibility. Even if you do one thing, let it be remembered that while you were there was security for everybody. Progress was made in this nation. That's our prayer.
Thank you very much, Barrister Michael Okoje. We have Dr. Aye Mary with us. Do you agree that the way things are now in terms of our security arrangement should be left that way, or you think everything should be changed?
Thank you. In my opening remark,
yes,
I said changing the security chiefs doesn't solve the problem.
Okay.
We've had that a couple of times in this nation. And the people that are coming in, everybody will celebrate. They have track record. They are this, they are that. But when they come in, the challenge overwhelms them to the fact that the people they remove now looks as if they are far better than the one that are there now. I think, in my opinion, that what we have on ground now cannot manage, cannot cope with the situation that we have at hand. Because if it can, we will not be where we are. It cannot. I've said countless times here that this nation, we are overdue for state policing. Overdue.
Let me quickly interject. The House of Representatives only on Wednesday promised to deliberate and probably vote on the issue of state policing today? The House of Representatives.
This is not about deliberate or vote.
Okay.
It's about what is needed, what is necessary. See, tackling insecurity, is not a rocket science like Honorable Atoy said. It's not a rocket science.
Mr. Atoy,
So, like you said,
okay.
It's not a rocket science.
Yes.
It doesn't begin from security men and women. It begins from us. Because you see somebody, a strange person walking around your environment, you have to call the person. Are you looking for someone? Did you miss your way and the rest of it? But you see, today, we live with people that they walk past and the rest of that. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Secondly, like I said, I've always canvassed here that state like Edo State or Delta State, let somebody from that state be the commissioner of police. It is not.
That's indigenous.
Yes, yes.
Every state should have indigenous.
Yes, yes, because somebody who knows the terrain should be in charge. Don't bring one person from one state who is a total stranger to come and be the security head of a state that it doesn't know the nooks and crannies. How will it work?
But don't you think if you have indigenous CP, family members, friends can easily influence the CP?
The advantage, sir, is bigger, far better than disadvantage.
Okay.
Because if something happens in this area, he knows who to call. He knows, for example...
You are talking about like the late Parry, DIG Parry Osayende, who was able to apprehend Anini?
Yes.
He was not a commissioner here. They sent him from Abuja to come.
All right, you see?
On a special duty.
So that is because he knows the terrain. Because he understands the terrain. If we have commissioner of police and a doorman being the commissioner of police, somebody from Aduawa, that's my area, somebody from Aduawa is the DPO there, somebody from Etete, just like that.
Yes, from that area.
From that area, it will solve a lot of issues. That's why I said what we need is not changing the security, it's resetting, re-strategizing.
Yeah.
It will go a long way because where we are now, an Hausa man, an Ijaw man, you are sending an Ijaw man to become to go and be DPO in Kano. What can he do? How much does he know in that area to be able to deliver? And aside that, what we also have is that our people are underfunded.
The security agencies
are underfunded. There are people, you see, when you are going into those days, you see people who want to become part of Nigerian Army, Air Force, they go there with joy, with excitement, and the rest of that. How many people today are they recruiting? How many people are happy to join them because of the way it is? Because people who die while they are in service, what happens to their family?
But we've seen police, they present check to bereaved families. We've seen things like that.
What happens to them when these people who are okay? There was a general that was killed the other day by bandits and the rest of that. What happens to the family? So when people see that people who have given their life to save this nation, nothing happens, nothing of importance happened to the family.
No, the government have a way of compensating them. I must say that.
So as it is, others will draw because it's like, who go die for Nigeria? Let me use that language. Who want die for Nigeria? Because if I die now, it don't finish. So that is it. Our government should not just only fund them properly, should also their welfare should be put in consideration. Because if a man is hungry on the road, if a man is hungry on the road, you give him 50,000, even if you are holding barrel, it will allow you pass.
I think I should just contribute to what you're saying, Dr. Roya Ayemere. I really agree with you that the welfare of security agencies, security personnel, policemen, members of the armed forces, their welfare should be taken care of. For example, in Edo State, you can take one of these emerging communities. Government can take an emerging communities and build and embark on housing estate. It could just be room and parlor self-contained, that's the local language we use for that, or 2-room bedroom, or 3-room bedroom as the case may be, and it could be 4, 5-story buildings. It could occupy a stretch of a street, and any policeman that exhibits gallantry is able to arrest a criminal, is able to perform well, is given an apartment as his own. I think that will motivate our security agencies to work harder. They know that even if they die, they have a house already waiting for them. Even while still alive, they are able to record success. They arrested a notable criminal. They are able to stop crime in a particular area. They are given a house by the state government, and it's shown on television. This policeman is giving this apartment, it's not his own. I think they will work harder. That's talking about welfare. I needed to break it down because that's what Dr. Roya Imeri is talking about. Well, first our toy. We've heard your opening remark, but looking at issues of intelligence that Barrister Michael highlighted, the use of CCTV cameras, the use of drones. We saw those State Police Command showcasing helicopter the other day. I was really, really glad because we've been saying it on this program that those State need helicopter. If there is crime, they should be able to use helicopter, beat all the traffic problems, gridlock, and get to that location as fast as possible. Now, even in modern age, you can use drones. You know, unmanned drones. No human being is inside. You deploy a drone. There are drones that can shoot. There are drones that can record. There are drones that can survey. It depends on what you need that technology for. So, first of all, do you think this is the era that both the federal and state government should be thinking of involving technology in our security operations?
Yes, technology is very important. But let me support my brother, Dr. Imeri. You see, there's a community that exists in Edo South here. I'll call the community name Obaeti. The Okagele there. Every night he powers the area. The judge. He powers the area. There is the presence of the military. In the nearby community, they kidnap. But they don't kidnap in Obaeti. They will go to Ogege, they will kidnap. They will go to Oturuku, they will kidnap. The reason I give it to this young man, the youth is being identified. When protecting lives and property, they know everybody. It is not only when you want to roof, you want to sell land. But when some people are still parading themselves as Okageles, whereas they are criminals, all they know is to sell, eat, go to a club and spend money. That is where I am talking about our value system. When you come out to talk, people say you are envious. This is not about envy. We are talking about technology. Let me tell you, the best technology was in the 70s, in the 60s, when somebody would come and they would say, you are a thief, you say you are not a thief. They would call our traditional police. They would do something and say, you are a thief, say you are okay. Now you start excreting yourself. The mother will not beg, oh, my pikin are thief. They will now appease the gods and pay the fine. Let me tell you.
Are you not saying that we should go back to the old era?
Don't ever use it old. Let me use one word. The white people brought Western education. Before the white use the lawyer will say, my learned police, other people that went to school, they are not learned. We are not saying it. It's your home. Believe it. We are talking today. Banditry, kidnapping started right from where? From the church and mosque. They could not even protect churches. They gradually enter the same forest. They frustrated farmers. Now, where are they now?
Schools.
They've entered the school. Where is the nest now? Now, the IGP has inaugurated the police and special unit to protect school. Yes, that is what the police will do. Every police officer wants to be ugly. Every police officer
Seriously, oh.
want to be ugly. They want to be assigned to somebody, an individual. The word country does not exist again. And that is the country we have. You will go to the barrack, they should bring out the list. The commander, he will live a good life. Let me tell you, the area of middle class, poor and rich, there is no middle class now. Everybody wants to be rich. Nobody in this country, when no light, everybody enter this generator, they come call out, I better pass my neighbor. Everybody has that this thing to put light in the house. Life is beyond one man's pocket. Everybody, as we are here now, we want to enjoy life to the maximum. As I'm talking to you now, I gave an example of a community of IT. What stopped the way the governor is going, attacking the criminals in cult groups? Because somebody says he's fighting cultists, and I said no. He's fighting the criminals in these cults, because 99% of the people working with the governor is however. They are members of these groups. But these are honorable members, because this group exists in the higher institutions. But criminals find their way into these groups, and they took the group and they were not negotiating with the group, and the governor is clamping on them. The way the governor is destroying houses, destroying their joints and everywhere, it should not make it political. The Okagiles, most of them,
I was okay. So I was thinking, yes, that there is a core area of security threat in our state. Okay, that is not addressed. Okay, can you quickly? Yes, I know there's freedom of movement is enshrined in our constitution. You have a right to move. Some people, they come to drop in the night. You bring them. I don't know where they come from, whether from the north, whether they are from. You know, they just gather them, and they're all over the state. They have a colony somewhere down Sapele colony, at another hall. Bikes, let me just quickly, bikes are flying this, they are doing that. And like I said, yes, you can move. Let not the governor just ban. Yeah, but profiling, they should, the community where they are there, you should be able to know who are who, because at the onset you just talked about not knowing who were dropped over in the night. In fact, some of them, you know, it's very funny. When some of them carry their bike, you say, I'm going to Obowo. You say, where is Obowo? You say, you go no harm? You say, yes. Then you just begin to drive without meaning, you know. But that's the funny aspect of it. And then so that, you know, so that if the trouble comes from that angle, it will not overwhelm us. Okay, thank you very much, Barrister.
First Atoy, can you just conclude, because
Yes, let me.
the director have just told me now that time is not on our side.
Like what the barrister said, yes. The government, there is an office in the government house today. They call it youth mobilization and labor. We that are farming, should I tell you this now? You cannot see a Benin man that want to work in your farm. See anybody in those states.
It's true.
The people that work in the farm are these same people they brought at night.
It's true.
Now, when they come and work with you in the farm, because where they are coming from, they have no house, no job, no education. When they come, they will spend 1 month and 2 months come to the city. Tell me what they are doing in the city. The machine they bring for farmers, they will not give farmers.
So Atoy, no, time is not on our side. Thank you.
Anyway,
Thank you.
Anyway, you see, whenever we are invited, though.
Are you married?
I think I would say to the government, security of lives and property is not something they should use to play politics. This is security, it's not something that should politicize, because I think one of the reasons we are still where we are is because these some persons are giving security offices as a political again, so that we can.
Thank you very much. That's the program. I must commend those working behind the scene, led by Peter Omaoge, the engineering crew here, Nathan and others. Great job. Do have a wonderful weekend ahead, and I thank my guests as well for their time. Bye-bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Now, we're still going to talk about our political system in Nigeria as it is beginning to reshape itself, and looking at the primaries that has been conducted so far. What can we say about 2027 election? Is it an election of competence or an election of political machinery? That is basically what we're going to be talking about today on Viewpoint, and we will have to go out on the street to talk to some relevant persons to hear what they have to say about the 2027 election. I am Caroline Okonji on Viewpoint.
I think 2027 is going to be a very unique election. First of all, let's look at the spread of candidates. For the presidential election, for instance, you have a preponderance of the candidates all gathered at the south of the country, whereas you have very few, maybe two, that are in the northern part of the country. I say two because Donald Duke emerged as the presidential candidate of the PROP, which, as you know, is a predominantly Talakawa party. If not the only major candidates among the major parties that are playing in this election from the north is Alhaji Atiku Abubakar of the coalition ADC, which is the leading opposition party in Nigeria. So if you look at that geographical spread of both parties, it already presents a very interesting picture. So you would have, so to speak, the north going against the south.
And the North that will be going against the South will be a united North and a highly fragmented South. I think at my last count, we have about 5 presidential candidates from the South. You have Peter Obi, you have Donald Duke, I just mentioned. You have a rumored Goodluck Jonathan. You have, who is the other Southern? You have the president himself from the APC. All of them competing for the votes in the South. If you put the entire votes in the South together, they are barely just above half of the votes that you get from the North. So you still have that, minimal votes, and yet you have so many candidates jostling for that vote. Without meaning to push my party, but it makes sense to anybody that logically, the United Party or the candidate that has the United Region supporting just one man would emerge as the winner of the election. And you don't need any prognostication to understand that. Because if you have fewer things being shared by more people, and you have more things being had by just one single person, then that person automatically is going to win the election. So that's one scenario of why it's going to be interesting. Another scenario is that the president himself, who is the candidate of the ruling party, has always been the candidate of the ruling party. There was no democracy there. He was reinstalled as their sole candidate. So they have not even tested out whether the president has any popularity left. From what we see in the country economically and otherwise, we know the president has no popularity, which is why they cleverly blocked off other candidates from the party from competing with the president.
So that political aspect, zero. Go reach Tinubu himself. Now zero. There is nothing like political. The system still remains the same. Those ones jumping from party to party, they are the same people, not the party. The party is just a logo. The same people moving from here to here at the same thing. They are not going to do anything. The way forward is revolution. Change all of them. The youth should wake up and change all of them. If you youth went there to pick a ticket, they will ask you where you get that 100 million. ESCC will come for you. That's why they put that 100 million. If you go there, they will ask you where you get that 100 million. That's why the youth they run. But the youth should take over, not our forefathers. They said the youth is the leader of tomorrow, but you are in office for 90 years. When that youth will enter?
I know the election come 2027 is going to be election of where, based on competence. Because as you can see from the way I will speak on my own party, because democracy starts from internal. Before coming to the general election. If you miss it at the internal democracy, you will miss it at the general election. So for we as a party, we've conducted our primaries, and our primaries went well. You know what I'm saying? And even with some areas where we have, losers, it's clear that yes, they actually lose. For we, ADC is good to go, in this upcoming general election come 2027. Because we have put our house in order in terms of our primaries. It was each free. So no rancor, and everything was done successfully. So it's going to be election of competence. Those we know that can really represent Nigerians. So that is it. You know what I'm saying? So the people at this time will choose who they want. You know what I'm saying? It's not a matter of the way it used to be. It's not as usual. You know what I'm saying? That when you impose candidate on people, or rather aspirant on people, right now the people choose who they want to represent them, either at the local level, or the state, or the national level.
I'm a politician, like I told you. If we want to come in to politics or one position, we promise heaven on earth. But I'm a PDP. I look at Obi today that he'll be able to perform. Unfortunately for him and me and PDP, They are not all moving together. So many parties came together in 2014 to be able to defeat, whether by rigging or not, our president that time. And in short, now, if this coalition work, which they are not even aiming, everyone is saying, Kwankwaso with this, Atiku with this, Amechi with this, Makinde. I know Makinde is only brief, but if you want me to take a bet, I will take a bet that if there's an election, if there is at all, Tinubu will never win. Because it's going to be an eye for an eye. No opposition will fold their arm now and allow them to be rigged like 2023. You are aware of what's happened in 2023. Was that election? Today, can you really say the court is still the hope of a common man? If you say that, then you don't know what you are doing. It is because of the massacre that this present government is condoning. They are condoning those who have been massacred. Are you saying a good president cannot take action? I will not tell you what I'm doing in my head. Then the president will tell you whether Boko Haram or bandit or Astrab, anything where they call him, attacks will move from the north, come to west or east or south to perform. Police are there. Army are there. They will not do anything except at times after they perform, they tell you, oh, we will rescue them, we will rescue them. Is it helping us?
I think 2027 election, the way things are going now with a different political party, is going to be an election that will be very competitive. A lot of people are going to come outside to vote for the people they believe can really pilot the affairs of their various local government, constituency, and the senatorial district. And also, I see that people that have antecedents of being, and that have been able to do things for their various communities, that have been there, that have shown that, yes, they have sympathy and empathy for the people they are going to represent, are going to be people that are going to be voted into various offices come 2027. And I think the people contesting, various aspirants contesting this election, they have antecedents, they've been in government before, they've served the people, they've represented their various states. Some of them were vice president of this country before. So I think, they have what it takes to represent the country if given the opportunity to become the president of the country. People believe that if you want to contest an election, you should be able to go into a proper primaries. So moving from one party to a different party just because you want to be the flag bearer of that political party shows that you are not competent enough to run for the number one position of the country. So that means tomorrow, if you are being given situations that you really need to tackle to make the country survive or to work for the people of the country, you can't really perform because you don't believe that you should be able to fight for what you believe in. So I believe that people that stays in their political party, especially during primaries, trying to get tickets to fight, to contest for elections, they've shown that, yes, they have what it takes to represent themselves, to showcase themselves to the members of their political party so that they can be voted for as a candidate of the party.
If you take a vivid look at the primaries that have just been held, especially by the ruling political party, it was marred with a lot of irregularities. Candidates were imposed on some others.
And even when they were on the field, you can clearly see manipulation, on the field in the various elections, from the House of Assembly primaries to the Senate primaries and the Federal House of Representatives primaries. And of course, you see now a lot of persons, a lot of aspirants were disenfranchised. And you could see it's all glaring all in the social media, the modes of counting, where they start 1, 2, 3, they jump to 100, they jump to 1,000. That is not democracy. Democracy should showcase the will of the people. And if this is allowed to scale through to 2027, it's going to spell doom for this country, because we are going to be having incompetent leaders that does not have or enjoy the support of the people. I am very sure that the opposition political parties will produce competent candidates, because they've done the right thing by entrenching internal democracy in their party. But for the ruling party, I cannot say that of them, because we can see everything that has happened nationwide.
There are some parties that will come up. Maybe you are in that party, they are campaigning, we have to support them. This is what they will do. By the time they enter, they used to tell us so many things. At the end, after we are to vote them in, even to call them, you cannot even call them for them to answer you on call. Then you cannot even see them. They plan with us. This is what they are going to do when they get to the power that they are about to enter. Whenever they enter the power, we will see them. Until their whole tenure have gone, maybe other person will also come. They will still come and be telling us so many things. So that what they are telling us, we may say, okay, it's supposed to be, but telling us what to do, at the end of the day, people may not do it. It's not right. We, the community here, at least the population that is still coming here in Ute, we have about 4 booths that is here in Utekon. When people also come from Benin, those are registered here, they will come and vote. But at times they see 1,000 plus, they see close to 2,000. By the time they vote, who win from here? By the time they get there, they won't do anything.
Nigerian election has never been an election of competence. It has always been the election of political machinery, political structure, and who has deep pockets. It's not going to be an election of who is cerebral, but it's going to be an election of who has a strong political network, strong political structure, deep pockets, as I said earlier, and that is not good for Nigerian democracy. We want to see a Nigeria in which the best candidates who knows how to restructure or rework Nigeria becomes the candidate or becomes the president. We have seen in the primaries how people are pushed out, muzzled out, and they try to say that there's a consensus when indeed there is none. We see sitting governors going back with their nomination tickets, and we have even seen a novel situation where a sitting governor is holding a ticket for Senate while his tenure has not elapsed. That is the terrible situation we find ourselves. We must take back our country. The younger people must get up and take back their country and not sit down and clap for this old breed. We have just seen a 39-year-old person appointed to be the registrar of JAMB. He has been a professor before he became 39. So we have competent people, but the price tag attached to these positions are just enormous. We must find out a way when we can cut down the price of nomination forms and expression of interest forms. We must ensure that the young people are able to be the really leaders of today, not just leaders of tomorrow. They have been told they were leaders of tomorrow, but tomorrow has come and they find out that they are still clapping for the people whom they were told in primary school were heads of states. Now they have become adults. Those same people are still heads of states. It should not continue.
So we are going into an election where we have probably the most unpopular president in the country since independence, competing against a Democrat that has been there, who has been a central figure in Nigerian democracy, and who has had hitches in the past because you had a Talakawa leader in the person of President Buhari leading the North. Because of that, Atiku, for instance, have had restricted votes in the North. But with Buhari out of the way and the North having adopted him as now the new Northern leader, so you can begin to predict what the election is going to look like. Again, if you remember that it was this same North that used their population to install the president. Now they have left the president. They are saying it openly and to everyone that cares to listen that Tinubu will not get a single vote, at least from the North. So it's going to be a walkover because you're going to have Nigeria competing against a president that is adept at using institutional and executive powers recklessly. But even if you have executive powers and you do use it recklessly, you are going to have people who would have to carry out that operation for you. All of those people have left him now. Those lieutenants who helped him then to carry out those nefarious activities are all outside his camp just now. So 2027 is going to be interesting in all of these dimensions, but the bottom line is that President Tinubu cannot survive 2027 elections.
With the opinions from our respondents so far on Viewpoint, it is clear that 2027 election is not going to be business as usual, as it was stated clearly from their opinions that it's going to be a very competitive one at that, and different political parties are fully prepared with their eyes open. There's not going to be any room for election rigging. Citizens are very much prepared to go exercise their franchise. And then again, let's not also forget that a lot is also expected from INEC come 2027. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers, again, we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television. Today again, we have another very interesting topic to discuss, as usual. And to think about that topic, I have with me in the studio our regular participants. I have close to me Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum, welcome to the program.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
And Malam Nurdin Asumbi, assalamu alaikum, welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We have just finished the Eid al-Adha festival, the festival of sacrifice. While the Muslims who attended the Hajj, of course, by now, get ready to return. So let us look at the period we are, at the lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. Let me start with you, Mr. Sani Abdul Hafiz. We have just completed the Eid al-Adha festival, the festival of sacrifice. What is it all about? What are the lessons you can learn after the festivities?
Alhamdulillah, we give praise to Allah and we beseech for Allah's peace and blessings upon the noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The lessons from the festival of the sacrifice, they are numerous, we can say, but basically, on one hand, it is to it is one of the ways Allah magnifies the matter of the religion to the peak. Yeah, in the sense that in life, man tends to want to have some time for fun. So Allah Himself equally made having fun part of the worship. Because when the Prophet ﷺ came to Medina and he met the people that they had 2 days, they made amusement. He asked what were these days. When they told him, he said, Allah has replaced these 2 days with 2 days, which is the Eid al-Fitr and the Eid al-Adha. In this occasion, it has happened that when Abu Bakr came in and met the Prophet ﷺ lying in his room. He met some two girls that were beating some what you call containers as a way of producing amusement. So, and he said, no, you can't do this in the presence of the Prophet because this is music. How can you be doing music in the presence of Islam? And the Prophet turned and said, Abu Bakr, leave them alone. Today is our Eid. So it's a time Allah wants us to have what you could call a little recreation. That it's not all about work. This is recreation, a recreation whereby you also seek to obey Allah by the fun and the amusement you're having. That is the reason when Allah commanded about the Eid, He said, وَلِتُكَبِّرُوا اللَّهَ عَلَى مَا هَدَاكُمْ, so that you can magnify Allah for having guided you to the right path. وَلَعَلَّكُمْ تَشْكُرُونَ, so that also you can be grateful. So it's actually a celebration of Allah's guidance. It's a celebration of faith, a celebration of obedience to Allah, a celebration of the virtues of Islam, as a contrast to the vices and the evils that society has, has been known with. To say that it is goodness that has to be promoted, it is faith that has to be promoted, it is obedience to God that has to be promoted. That's why when you are celebrating the Eid, you are not allowed to drink alcohol. You are not allowed to say you're going to have women around you with whom you are not married, legitimately. Okay? You can't just, engage yourself in the name of it's amusement, it's fun, it's a celebration. You can just do anything. No, everything is still within, obedience to Allah. Even the meat that you slaughter, that you say that's the peak of the fun. Everybody wants to eat something from the ram, the cattle, the camel, whichever of them that we have slaughtered. Allah is saying, لَا يَنَالَ اللَّهَ لُحُومُهَا وَلَا دِمَاؤُهَا وَلَكِنْ يَنَالُهُ التَّقْوَى مِنكُمْ. It is not the meat, not the blood that Allah is interested in. It is the piety of your heart, the purity, that reverence for Allah that you have in your heart for doing this sacrifice. This is what Allah is interested in.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are still on the topic, lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. So it's a celebration, and of course, celebration is allowed in Islam, not just walk every now and then. I'm coming to you now, Now, unfortunately, we have news that is viral about the kidnap of some pupils from some schools. Within this festive period, this is still ongoing. Insecurity. We are talking of obedience to God. We are talking of celebration and study. What can you say about this?
Well, thank you. In the very first instance, the Eid Adha is simply an amplification of one's submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There had been a fructifying relationship between Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam and his Lord, and that got deepened by that which ultimately led to the legislation that an animal be sacrificed on the 10th day of Zulu Hajj. Whereas, like my brother had described, it is fun, it is called celebration, it is one that goes beyond just celebration, because beyond the celebration, it is quantified by a spiritual consciousness that translates it into an imperative of action. And once that consciousness is there, the act of barbarism that you speak about, which characterizes the forceful taking of someone, or whatever the individual has, for whatever reason, to tyrannize an individual, to browbeat individuals to do what they ordinarily would not have wanted to do, are a direct reflection of the absence of this relationship which was supposed to have been developed, that was there between Ibrahim والسلام, and his maker. And so when you find an individual who does this, it tells you by how much he is luxated from the essence of being. Because it will take one who has a fructifying, a relationship with its maker, to become appreciative of what you refer to as the otherness. In other words, the individual would not bring pains where he is not able, for example, to ameliorate a situation that would ordinarily have brought pain. He would do nothing to accentuate the tenuity of that individual snapping out of such a situation. And so when you forcefully take people for whatever reason, there can be no justificatory basis for doing that, but whatever reason you think you have is the most heinous crime that an individual can commit. But that it has happened, and there is an attitude, unfortunately, of insouciance on the part of those who in the very first place should have made it not to happen, but who are still on sabbatical in spite of the fact that it had happened, becoming indifferent, supercilious towards the harrowing experience those who have been in captivity are going through, tells you by how much we have missed what the lesson we are supposed to derive from Ibrahim Salam's experience with his maker, which culminated in the instruction that you sacrifice a ram.
Let me come to you again, start when I've been accused of talking of sacrifice. And is there any reward for sacrifice? Can you please tell us this about the reward you get in this period, starting from passing on Arafat Day, which are past, when the sacrifice of animal is set, and the reward you get for the submission of the animal. Now, link it up with paradise. How does paradise look like? When people like to go abroad, some will sell their cars, they do their food for cleaner fashion.
Now, the Hajj, the Eid, and everything that are prescribed for us to do within they are happening at the time that we refer to in the religion as sacred months. You know, including the horrible, unleashing of terror on innocent persons somewhere, anywhere. This is sacred month that even, the Muslims who are combatants are not allowed to initiate a war. So you now talk about people going, stooping so low to say that they are now taking to hostage, so to say, innocent teenagers. For what reason, you could ask. Now, so the reward for sacrifice, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala puts it simple. It is Jannah. It is paradise. The one who goes on Hajj and performs the rites correctly, the way they were supposed to do, what we refer to as Hajj Mabrur, the virtuous Hajj. The Prophet ﷺ said it has no reward than paradise. The one who comes back from Hajj, the Prophet ﷺ says, when they have done this Hajj correctly, they return to their home like the day their mother gave back to them. It's a cleansing time. It's a time where a person, removes himself from sin. The Prophet ﷺ says, there is no day that Allah emancipates people from the fire with such a great number as the day of Arafah. The day of Arafah, the Prophet ﷺ says, anyone who observes the fast of the day of Arafah, the sin of a year before and the year ahead will be forgiven to this person. So, it's a time to maximize gains. The Prophet ﷺ says in the first 10 days of the Hijjah, any good deed anybody does attracts such a reward that is not attracted by any good deed you do outside any other, outside this time within the whole year. To the extent he was asked, not even the jihad, he said not even jihad, unless for a man who goes with his life and his property and never came back with anything. Sacrifice is the price most of the time that has to be paid for what you consider to be unbelievable to be turned around. If you say you want to, for example, turn Nigeria around for the people to experience what we call a breath of fresh air, at least, return Nigeria to something better, it's going to take a lot of sacrifice from us. We have to pay a price. And the price we simply will need to pay is to say, Allah is our Lord. So that everybody should conduct themselves in a way and manner that the way I would not like to be treated, I shouldn't treat another person that way. Politics is all over the place. All our activities are, they are painted. They are dyed with the dye of political affiliation. How do you place matters? Do you do anything for God's sake at all? Or everything has to be done with a political interest behind in the mind? That if you don't allow it, then you're going to be, pushed away, you're going to be thrown to the ground. There has to be this consciousness that we are all human. We are all children of Adam, going to be in the grave after our death. None of these things we are going to take with us. Why will you, take pleasure in having some people suffer while you enjoy whatever it is that maybe was supposed to be shared between you and them? It is a sacrifice. A person consciously, deliberately decided that I am going to deny myself what does not belong to me.
Malam Nuruddin Asunuga, I'm coming straight to you. We are looking at lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. And Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam had a great role to play. The same thing as Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam. The place to go is paradise, and the place to avoid is hellfire. Can you please, I want you to preach to the viewers on the importance of the period we are and the need to seek paradise and avoid the hellfire at all costs. Lessons from Eid al-Adha festival.
Yeah, whereas for the ordinary person, when you do what Allah had asked you to do, the desire would mean to please Him and to earn paradise.
No.
When you stay away, of course, is to escape the punishment of hell. Ibrahim ﷺ didn't relate with Allah on the basis of this, because that would have been transactional. He related with Allah on the basis of the fact that whether paradise existed or didn't exist, Allah was deserving to be worshipped.
Allahu Akbar.
In other words, the sacrifice made by Ibrahim was that there was an object he had identified, and that object was Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the fixation of the value that was placed on that object directly was responsible for the amount of investment that was made. It was an object for which Ibrahim ﷺ had absolute trust. For us who are aspirants wanting to become Ibrahim ﷺ, who are struggling to become his mentees, what we're supposed to do was to become Ibrahim ﷺ incarnate, without necessarily relating with Allah in a manner that is transactional. Allah ordinarily is a gravitational force. Whether you willingly move in his direction or not, he pulls you in his direction. Except that you only get rewarded to the extent to which your action was volitional. And so we tell people that everything you find is ephemeral, transient, fleet-footing. And so why would you desire, become so desperate about what is transient? I have found people, Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam didn't do this, who practiced Theodism on the basis of wanting to gratify their hoggish proclivities. Mr. A occupies a position of authority today. They are laudatory in their praises of Mr. A. Mr. A leaves that position, they become condemnatory and praise the one who is there. But because whoever occupies a position that is mundane always get impregnated by the spirit of imbecility. And so you can't have the capacity for reflection to say, oh, he had said this of my predecessor, and now he's saying this of him and eulogizing me. What would he say when I'm gone? And in any case, if you outsource your validation, you run into serious problem. If I occupy a position of authority and I'm doing what is right, my conscience will tell me that I'm doing what is right. So I don't need any one person to say, hey, excellency. And what is excellent about you in the very first place? Because these are attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala which no man shares. Wow. Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam appreciated this. But today, because of what we would eat, and the Prophet tells us that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, for as long as the heavens, whatever remains, my resources will never deplete. They will not diminish. And I will continue to give to you. And what I give, even 1 trillion of that, will never operate to reduce. So nothing operates to miniaturize the powers that Allah has, the capacity that he has to deal with us, his creature. But the fact of the matter is that unlike Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, who believed, we are struggling to believe. We pretend to have believed. That is the biggest problem that we have, for which we are still in the quagmire that we find ourselves today.
Thank you very much. We are looking at lessons from Eid al-Adha festival. I'm coming straight to you again. We'll start Sunday Abdul Hafiz. Tell us about paradise. The reward of Hajj Mabrur, well-performed Hajj, is paradise. If most of our deeds to please Almighty Allah to earn paradise. But Ibrahim alayhi salam, we have been told, he was not transactional. He believed Allah was worthy of being worshipped. Whether there is paradise to go or not, Allah deserves to be worshipped, be praised. And so, for those of us who obey Allah on condition that we want to tell us about paradise, let people know that it's better to, some, as I was saying before, some will sell their cars and get a lot of money to be able to get a trip abroad where they say they are going for greener pasture. Let people know that the greenest pastures are in paradise.
Now, Allah placed paradise as his own appreciation of the demonstration of obedience by his servants to him. Because it's born out of faith. It's only because you have believed in Allah. That is why you are told, oh, Allah commanded this and commanded that, and you say, oh, I hear and I shall obey. The people of Medina, when they took the pledge of Aqaba with the Prophet ﷺ, the question they asked the Prophet was, as we're going to give you, accommodation, reception in Medina, what's going to be our own gain? What are we going to be paid? He said, you're going to have paradise. And they said that was okay.
In fact, more than okay.
Yes, it was more than okay. The belief in paradise is a belief in, what this world has never produced of pleasures, comfort, convenience, satisfaction. That is paradise. As the Prophet ﷺ put it, what no eye has seen, no ear has heard, no heart has contemplated. That is what Allah has prepared for the people in paradise. to tell you that whatever stress you are going to go through, to be faithful and to be obedient to Allah, forget about what you suffer. The Prophet Islam, made a metaphor of that when he said, if the one who suffered the most in this world were to be placed in paradise just for a moment and brought out, and you ask him, have you ever suffered? The response is going to be never.
Because he has tasted paradise.
Just
for a moment.
taste for a moment. And the one who has got the best of what the world has to offer, of comfort and satisfaction, if you were to place them in the fire for a moment and bring them out and ask them, have you ever enjoyed? They will say, we have never tasted enjoyment. The Prophet ﷺ, he gave the idea of paradise that if the world and everything it contains were to be of the value of the wing of a mosquito, no disbeliever in God would have tasted it. So that whatever you think you have is just a fleeting, enjoyment, possession, provision that soon it's going to be no more. So that paradise is a place to long for. It is Allah's appreciation of your servitude.
So as we round off, please, the hellfire will hear, but can you please tell the viewers what it means?
Well, hellfire,
as we round off,
an average Nigerian will tell you that, well, he's already having a feel of what hellfire is, but that is absolutely not it. I want to say that Ibrahim ﷺ was thrown into hell, and Allah caused fire to work against its nature when he said, be a source of coolness for Ibrahim. Hell is supposed to burn, but did not burn Ibrahim. For those who occupy position of leadership, let us say this most frankly, without wanting to sound vituperative. Hellfire would observe its true nature. Because if you are a leader, a 9-month-old baby is been in the bush for over 3 weeks, and you are still able to sleep in the comfort of your home, you have a serious whatever to tell Allah when you meet with him. There can be no justification why you will sleep and a 9-month baby that is being suckled by the mother under the weather. I mean, it just means that you are not different from those who took them into captivity.
May Allah save us from his punishment. Amen. And may Almighty Allah grant us his Al-Jannah, his paradise. Viewers, this is all we can take today on the program, on the topic we have chosen, Message of Islam, lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. We should endeavor to make sacrifice. Those are the ends of our fears. Please try as much as possible to rule with the fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And those of us who are followers as well, we should also try as much as possible to have the fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because we shall all go back to Allah Maker, give account of our sojourn on earth to determine where we end up, paradise or hell. May Allah save us from the hellfire. Thanks for coming. Madam Udina Sonogi and Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz, and me, your uncle, Al-Adi Al-Amin Alau. You guys join us again next week for another vital nation of program Message of Islam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to another edition of your program, Hitches and Voices. On this program, our conversation centers around persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Don't forget that this program is brought to you by Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, NADVID. NADVID is a non-governmental organization based here in Benin City that is advocating for the rights of persons with disability. Special apologies today because we are unable to have our sign language interpreter, which is meant to cater for our deaf audience. But subsequently, we'll be able to fix that and we'll have a sign language interpreter on set. Today is the 12th of June, 2026. It's Democracy Day, a day set aside to celebrate our democracy. I don't know if I can still refer to our democracy as nascent because we've gone more than a decade and that's no mean feat. On the program today, our attention is going to settle around the subject of democracy and disability participation. And who is best to have this conversation with us? We have with me in the studio a very revered and highly distinguished personality, Melody Omosa Esquire, one who has cast a niche for himself, not only in the disability community, but in our nation. I'll call him a national treasure because he's behind the conceptualization of the Braille Ballot Guide, a voting material that is meant to aid voting for the visually impaired. So you can understand why I call him a national treasure. Barrister Omosa, welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you very much. Always a delight when I have the opportunity to be with our audience and viewers.
Welcome. I'd like to say a big thank you to our audience who are following on radio and those of you who have taken out time to follow us on television as well. A big shout out to the management of ITV for walking the talk when it comes to disability inclusion. They have made Hitches and Voices a household name in Edo State by ensuring that this program comes to you live on television and on radio simultaneously. But back to the subject. Today we are talking democracy. Like I said, I don't know if I can refer to our nation's democracy as nascent. I'd like to have your overview on this. What's your take on Nigeria democracy? Do you think it has properly evolved? Do you think our democracy can rank among celebrated democracy in other climes?
All right, thank you so very much. Thank you, viewers and listeners, for joining us again on Hitches and Voices. 29th May 2026, our democracy became 27 years, and that in an economy that is stable, in developed societies, if when things go according to plan, a man or a woman that is 27 years is already a father or a mother, have graduated, has started living their life. So by no stretch of imagination should our democracy again be referred to as nascent. 27 years down the line.
He's a grown man.
He's a fully grown man. And I'm happy that today, of course, that leads me back. Chief Anthony Enahoro was said to have moved for the independence of Nigeria in 1959 at the Western House of Region, the Western House. Then, when he was but 26 years. So when juxtaposed against our democracy, the Fourth Republic, that is already 27, you agree with me readily that it is not a baby anymore. But it's a long way. But of course, when juxtaposed with other democracies, United States, France, and all that, well, we are still a very long way away. But we're talking about June 12th, the 12th of June, and I'm sure many of these present, the Gen Z generation, they call them except they do a little bit of history, may not have known why June 12th.
But unfortunately, history has been taken away
from our curriculum. Very unfortunately. You recall that on the 29th of May 1999, the military handed over to a civilian elected government, and President Olusegun Obasanjo became the president, and that day was set aside as democracy. But down the line, there was the clamor that before May 2029, there was a June 12th, where MKO Abiola, Moshood Kasimu Olayiwola Abiola, was elected by an election that are then adjudged to be the freest and fairest election that was organized, where he won, had a landslide victory on the way to become the Third Republic president on the 12th of June 1993. Unfortunately, that process was cut short in that the elections were annulled, I think on the 23rd of June that same year, by the then head of state, General Badamasi Babangida. And of course, a year after, he declared himself in 1994 as the elected as president, saying that the military under Abacha was unwilling to hand over to him. He was incarcerated, and in 1998 he died. The first from his own part of the region, Ogun State and the whole of the western region, continued to clamor that he should be recognized as an elected president, even though that process was cut short because he was sliding to victory very comfortably before that whole process was stopped. So for the Western states, they continue to recognize June 12th as Democracy Day. That for them, that is the proper day of democracy, and would even declare those days as public holiday. But Mohammed Buhari, of blessed memory, the president between 2015 and 2023, I think a year or two before he left office, recognized June 12th and declared it a Democracy Day. What this president has done now is that June 12th is not, no, I think Buhari recognized that Abiola actually won the election and that he declared him as a former president. But this administration has properly recognized June 12th as Democracy Day. And instead of having a public holiday on the 29th of June, 29th of May, June 12th has now been declared as Democracy Day. However, the handing over day and change of government from one administration to another remains on the 29th of May because it's a constitutional matter. But my take would be that the National Assembly should allow this to reflect. It is popularly accepted to move our Democracy Day by 13 days from May 29th to June 12th. Not, however, this administration or parent elected president and National Assembly, state governors and state houses assembly benefiting from it. But this administration can do that so that whosoever is elected next will know that the taking over date and handing over date will not be on June 12th. No need to recognize May 29th and also recognize June 12th simultaneously as Democracy Day. So that's the brief history of what has happened. So Nigeria is no longer, we are a grown adult, and we should be seeing some features of an adult who is actually growing and in charge.
All right, you said something very stunning, that a 26 years old Aunty Onaru moved for the independence of Nigeria. Yes. And I'm wondering where our current 26 years old, where they are now. I'm sure they are out there hustling for jobs, trying to get themselves one employment or the other. Meanwhile, years ago, a young Anthony Enaro had the opportunity to be in an assembly where he could move that motion. One would have expected that we would have evolved to a point where we have younger people in position of authority to impact governance. But like you said, a 27-year-old child is a grown man, and there are certain things expected of him. And we are hoping that we'll continue to mature. But let's come back to disability participation now. there's the issue of democratic inclusion. Do you think our democracy as it stands today is more inclusive of persons with disability? And what does democratic inclusion looks like?
All right, thank you very much. In democracy, we say there's always a social contract between the government and the people. And that is what distinguish or differentiate the system of government to other types of government. Whether the monarchical system of government that is largely by hereditary, or the authoritarian system of government, or the theoretical system of government, where people take either by religious inclination or by other forms assume rulership position, not even leadership. But any form of democracy, being parliamentary, presidential, provided the people have the free choice, can participate and decide who their elected representatives will be. It is said that the people willingly donate their power to their representative, and therefore a social contract exists between the government and the governed. And I think that opportunity to participate in those who lead you should be the starting point. You don't wake up and say government is not responsive and responding to the yearnings of their citizenry, when in the first place you have no say whatsoever in either due to lethargy or you fail to perform your civic responsibility, or the opportunity to so do was not even provided in the first place. The point I'm struggling to make is that democracy starts from when the people are able to participate and decide who leads them. And it is to that extent that inclusion should be the bedrock and the watchword of every system, democratic system, that is aimed at bringing everyone on board. And to how inclusive can we say the democracy is for persons with disability, I would say the conversation is on, but we are yet not there at all. We have started because I recall that I and the organization I lead, NAVID, or a Network for the Advancement of People with Disabilities, were a part of a process where we campaigned for Access Nigeria Disability Vote Matter campaign, where we engaged the Independent National Electoral Commission, the National Assembly, and other relevant governmental bodies to the end that they would make our electoral process and open enough for participation by persons with disabilities.
All right, we'll go to the issue of electoral participation. They usually say that in democracy, majority have their way, and the minority can have their say.
And only have their say, yeah.
I know that the community of persons with disability, we are in a minority in terms of our population and in our democracy. Would you say we've had our way, or we've been able to have our say, even though we can't have our way?
Well, I don't know how much you are in minority. It depends on what your calculations are. We are talking about over 35 million persons with disability in this country. And if we are able to harness that, everyone come together, I think the community of persons with disability as a constituency can sway election in any direction in this country if we properly harness. By what margin, what was the participation of the vote in the 2023 election between the candidate? We had a little over 25 million people participating in that election. And so I wouldn't really say that we have, as a constituency, that we are
in the minority.
Of course, if in any case, we say that we are the largest minority. That is how we like to brand ourselves. But of course, we know that we are not a political party, and so we belong everywhere. But the point will be that when it comes to advocacy for inclusion of this demography, the women group, for instance, and started long before, even the youth. Certain things were considered to, for the women and the youth group that we still yet do not have as a constituent.
All right, we'll stay on that subject, but we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, our conversation continue with the Executive Director, Navi Melody Omosa. Let's go on a quick break and we'll be right back. It's still Hitches and Voices on Independent Television and Radio. My name is Kingsley Okoje, and our subject for discuss today is democracy and disability participation. And before we went on that break, my guest disagreed with me that the community of persons with disability, we are not in the minority. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million, and it is estimated that the disability population in Nigeria is well over 30 million. So that is not a minority, or we'll call it the largest minority, like you said. Let's go to the issue of electoral participation. INEC at the time talked about inclusion. It was a big issue within our electoral conversation. But I recall in the last election, it seemed to me, my personal opinion, judging from what I heard from other persons with disability who were in the field, that INEC seemed to have relaxed in terms of their commitment to disability participation in the electoral process. Where I voted, for instance, there were no Braille ballot guide, not just for me, for other persons with disability who were there. People complained that there were no instructional materials for the deaf. Elections were held in places where wheelchair could not access. So a lot of persons on wheelchair would rather stay at home rather than suffer themselves to go to a polling unit that is not accessible. So when it comes to participating in the electoral process, either as voters, let's even stay with voting. What's your take? Where are we on that?
All right, thank you very much. Like I said, there was this campaign where we tried to deepen inclusion in our electoral process with INEC, and we very well believe that engaging was the way to go. So we did not only advocate, but we were actually on ground to prefer a solution. That's where the Braille ballot guide you talked about was designed in the first place. First piloted in Osun State in 2018 gubernatorial election that held on the 18th of September 2018, and thereafter deployed nationally at the 2019 general election. One would have expected that there will be a progressive use and coverage in terms of distribution of the use of the Braille ballot guide. And Braille ballot guide is a system by which visually impaired and blind voters can access the ballot independently and be able to vote for candidates and parties of their choice. Like I mentioned, used nationally in 2019. After then, we continue to engage INEC to find out how we were progressing. Since then, in every election, we have always monitored. I have always been on the field to see the inclusion and the deployment of materials for the blind, the hearing impaired, even those with albinism, the provision of magnifying glasses for them to use. And what I see is that, like you noted, INEC seemed not, the momentum seemed to have dropped. I wouldn't know what happened. I recall that not only did we provide this guide, these materials, assistive materials for INEC, we also embarked on collecting data to know where voters with disabilities, the polling units, they vote, so that with that record, INEC can deploy materials made for the individual voters to use depending on the disability type. And we also ensure that the CVRO, Continuous Voters Registration, that INEC now have, would, in the process of registering, you would have your disabilities type and stated in the form, so that they know firsthand that you are one with a disability, and on election day, seamlessly you'll be able to participate in the process. But that's not what we are saying. INEC has always had this logistic problem. And I think that for a group of persons with disabilities, for that matter, it should not be much a problem. We know nationally they do have their challenge. But I would say that from what I monitored in the last election, I'm not impressed at the pace INEC is going. I think that, yes, it's fine that we had this problem 2018 when it was piloted, 2019 it was used nationally, and given the obstacles the election, if in the obstacles the election, organizing an election for a state like Edo, Ondo and all that, you cannot successfully deploy these materials for the persons with disabilities to participate in the system, I wonder what happens in general elections.
I mean, like you said, this is a 27 years democracy. And we would expect that at this stage, disability participation in elections should be a given. It should not be something we are still urging INEC, trying to encourage INEC to do. It should be a foregone conclusion that persons with disability can indeed participate in the electoral process, because the electoral process is accessible and inclusive. So we can only call on INEC to do the needful. Let's move over to representation. Do you think that persons with disability are adequately represented in leadership and in governance?
Well, they are not. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability 2006, Article 29 asks that state parties should open their political and public space for the participation of persons with disability. And that was also ratified by the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act of 2018. But what do we have? I think that as we tinker with our Constitution, we have had the Fifth Amendment, and of course, the National Assembly is also making move to further come with amendment. I think we need to have seats reserved for persons with disability. It's not enough to come up and say by political parties, where for some of them will say...
But they say power is not served a la carte.
Well, we are talking about representation.
Of course, of course.
Government must be seen to be protective of the weakest, of the minority, of the vulnerable. And a minimum standard. Why are women asking for a 35% affirmative reserve for them?
Women?
For why are they asking that certain seats should be, 1/3 of the seats should be reserved for women participation? That's why I said that the youth, of course we have, perhaps not serve a la carte, but we have the not too young to run be speaking to the participation of youth. But why are we not having something specifically directed at persons with disability, protecting their representative rights in the executive and in the legislative arm of
sorry for cutting in. Without mentioning any political party, I heard over the news that a particular political party has mentioned that as part of their policy, women and persons with disability who want to contest under their platform will be given their expression of interest free at a very minimal discount.
I say that is tokenism. that is just, that's playing to the gallery. It's like, oh, the Kingsley Okojen has the money to buy the form, and I do not have. And we are contesting for the same point. You have paid for the form and have given the form free. Who do you think the party will hand over the tickets to? The one that did not pay to contest and the one that paid for it. Until they make such persons their candidate to say, okay, we have reserved, because this person have indicated interest, this party is presenting this person to run for that seat, then there's no guarantee. And even where parties are willing to do that, what is the assurance that other parties will follow suit? So I think the way to go is to have our constitution amended to have a represent, and it is done in all democracies. There are
like in Uganda, for instance.
Yes, in Uganda, even in Iran, in Iran and in Iraq, for instance, I know very well. Which is an Arab nation. They have certain seats for the reserved for the Christian population, a certain percentage, right? That is an Islamic country. And so we see that everywhere, that certain group must have some level of protection. That is not all they should have, but at least we shouldn't have a 360 National Assembly members with no one representing the disability community and issues. Like I said, we are not just only a community, we are a constituent, and our issues should be so seen. So I think that we will do more to amend our constitution to guarantee some level of protection. That way, it will be a far cry for disability representation. You look at the executive, you talk about women, you talk about youth. How many governor or president have in their cabinet a one with a disability holding a substantive position, apart from what they try to do sometimes, having an SSA on disability matters?
All right. But very quickly, in 30 seconds, I've known you over the years. I've seen people in politics and in governance. I don't think some of them have some of the qualifications that you have to contest. Looking at the future, are you considering? I hope you know what I'm thinking. Are you considering contesting for any elected position? Because I know you are more than qualified, than some of the persons I see out there. Would you consider that?
Not for the moment. Yes. We'll see what the future holds. But
because I'm preparing to be your campaign manager.
Thank you so much for offering that. But I actually want to see that our system change, and our democracy, our electoral process has such integrity that people will believe participating will not be shortchanged.
All right, this is a wrap on the program today. Such an interesting conversation, always with the Executive Director, Navid Melody Omosa Esquire. It is our hope that as our country's democracy continue to evolve, that disability participation will become more inclusive and accessible for persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Spot the hitch and be a voice. Goodbye.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good evening and welcome to ITV News at 11. I am Chukufumnanya Digwe. Now, President Bola Tinubu has issued an ultimatum to terrorists, bandits and kidnappers, demanding immediate surrender or face the full force of the Nigerian state. The president issued the order while speaking in his June 12 address to mark the 27th year of uninterrupted civilian rule.
Fellow Nigerians, today we celebrate democracy Speaking in the June 12 address, President Bola Tinubu said the government remains ready to do more to secure the people, noting that democracy without security is a mirage. He explained that the administration had declared a security emergency and approved a recruitment of more than 50,000 new police officers and thousands of military recruits. The 2026 budget, he said, commits 5.41 trillion naira to defense and security. He reiterated that the government also keeps the door of surrender open, before reiterating his warning that the windows of surrender would not remain open indefinitely.
To bandits, kidnappers, and sponsors of terror, surrender or face the full force of the Nigerian state. These windows of surrender will not remain open forever. No mercy will be shown to those who trade in blood of Nigerians.
The president also announced national awards for some Nigerians who suffered persecution, endured indignities, exile, incarceration, and at times solitary confinement.
I'm also pleased to announce the national awards to the following Nigerians who suffered persecution, endured indignity, exile, incarceration, and at times solitary confinement, so that we have democracy today. Barrister Ayoka Lawani, Tunde Fagbele, Oladele Alake, Olatunji Bello, Louis Odion, Segun Babatope, Sam Omosheye.
President Tinubu also urged INEC, security agencies, and all parties to ensure that the upcoming elections in Ekiti and Osun State are peaceful and credible. He described the National Assembly, judiciary, the press, and civil society as the guardrails of Nigeria's republic. The president reminded Nigerians that since May 29, 1999, Nigerians have chosen leaders through the ballot, witnessed peaceful transitions of power, and resolved disagreements in courtrooms and legislative chambers, and not through violence. From Abuja, Abigail Aderemi, ITV News.
Meanwhile, as Nigerians commemorate Democracy Day, Williams Yama of our News and Current Affairs Department, in this special news commentary, chronicles the sacrifice, struggle, and progress toward the return to civilian rule following the annulment of the famous June 12, 1993 presidential election.
June 12 occupies a special and enduring place in Nigeria's political history. What began as the date of the nation's most credible presidential election has evolved into Nigeria's official Democracy Day, symbolizing the country's long and often difficult journey towards democratic governance. On June 12, 1993, Nigerians set aside ethnic, religious, and regional differences to participate in an election widely regarded as the freest and fairest in the nation's history. Presidential poll was won by the late Basharu Chief Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola, candidate of the then Social Democratic Party SDP, who defeated Alhaji Bashir Tofa of the National Republican Convention NRC. However, the election was annulled by the then military president, General Ibrahim Babangida, citing alleged irregularities. The decision triggered widespread protest, political unrest, and a prolonged struggle for the restoration of democratic rule. The events that followed marked a defining chapter in Nigeria's democratic evolution. In June 1994, Basharu MKO Abiola declared himself president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces, insisting on the mandate freely given to him by Nigerians. He was subsequently arrested and charged with treason. 4 years later, on July 7, 1998, Chief Abiola died in detention under circumstances that remain a subject of national reflection. His death further strengthened calls for justice, democratic reforms, and recognition of the June 12 mandate. Before its official recognition as Democracy Day, June 12 was observed as Abiola Day, particularly in several southwest states, including Lagos, Ogun, Oyo, Osun, Ondo, and Ekiti. The observance served as a reminder of a mandate many Nigerians believed was unjustly denied. The struggle for the validation of the June 12 election also gave rise to pro-democracy movement and pressure groups, most notably the National Democratic Coalition NADECO, which played a significant role in resisting military rule and advocating democratic governance. A major milestone was achieved in 2018 when late President Muhammadu Buhari formally declared June 12 as Nigeria's Democracy Day, replacing May 29 as the official date for the celebration. The decision was widely seen as a recognition of the sacrifices made by Chief Abiola and countless other Nigerians who fought for democracy. Today, the significance of June 12 extends far beyond politics. It represents the triumph of the people's will, the courage to defend democratic ideas, and the continuing demand for accountability, transparency, and good governance. Since the return to civilian rule on May 29, 1999, Nigeria has recorded notable democratic gains. The country has witnessed multiple peaceful transitions of power, including the historic transfer of leadership from one political party to another in 2015, the first of its kind in Nigeria's history. Democratic governance has also expanded opportunities for freedom of expression, press freedom, and civic participation. The rise of social media has further empowered citizens to engage in national conversations and hold public officials accountable. Electoral reforms have equally contributed to strengthening the democratic process. Innovations such as biometric voter registration, bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS), and electronic transmission of election results are designed to enhance transparency and reduce electoral fraud. Furthermore, institutions such as the National Assembly, Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), the judiciary, and anti-corruption agencies have continued to evolve despite facing persistent challenges. Youth participation in governance has also gained momentum through initiatives such as the Not Too Young to Rule Act and civic movements like NSAS, which demonstrated growing determination of young Nigerians to shape the nation's future. Nevertheless, significant challenges remain. Elections are still affected by violence, voter intimidation, vote buying, and low voter turnout. Concerns about governance, economic development, and public trust in institutions continue to test the resilience of Nigeria's democracy. Political analysts maintain that Nigeria's multi-party system remains essential to democratic growth because it offers citizens a wide range of choices and encourages healthy political competition. As the nation looks ahead to the 2027 general elections, stakeholders emphasize the need for political parties to conduct transparent and credible primary elections. Such measures are vital to strengthening public confidence in the electoral process and deepening democratic culture. As Nigerians commemorate Democracy Day, June 12 serves as both a reminder of past sacrifices and a call to collective responsibility. The task of building a stronger, more inclusive, and more accountable democracy remains a shared obligation for government, political leaders, institutions, and citizens alike.
In view of June 12 commemoration of Democracy Day, marking 27 years of uninterrupted civil rule in Nigeria, some Nigerians say despite economic hardships, sustained civilian rule coupled with improved employment opportunities and stronger moral structures could position the country for better outcomes by the end of 2026. Joy Obaisiagmo tells us more.
But it is quite unfortunate that the crop of leaders we have today under the democratic era is quite disturbing. What we see is bad leadership, infrastructural decay in our educational system, the health system. Nothing seems to be working.
The Nigerian Fourth Republic began on May 29, 1999, after former military head of state, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, handed over power to elected President Olusegun Obasanjo, ending over 15 years of military dictatorship. However, in 2018, the Buhari administration formally announced Democracy Day from May 29 to June 12 in honor of the annulled June 12, 1993 presidential election, perceived to have been won by Chief MKO Abiola, which is described as the freest and fairest since independence. Analysts and active Nigerian citizens alike in Edo State said Nigeria's progress since 1999 reflects a paradox of growth and persistent challenges, noting that sustained civilian rule coupled with improved employment opportunities, stronger moral structures, and trust in the government could position the country for better outcomes by the end of 2026.
If the president wants to turn things around today, there is one thing that we ask him to do, is to reduce the prices of fuel and diesel.
Civilian rule is the best. Let me recall my statement again. Let's be patient. Tinubu, I'm sure Tinubu will face Nigeria.
A businessman in Warri, Mr. Sonny Erekefe, stressed that corruption is the only obstacle dragging Nigeria backward.
Military rule is not good for us. Democracy is better. Why? Because you can see the insecurity all over the country now. Military have not been able to deal with it. The only thing we need to improve on democracy is corruption.
A resident in Lagos State, Ademola Sunday, said Nigerian leaders should think of what they will be remembered for, just like the acclaimed winner of the June 12, 1993 presidential election.
June 12 is something that we should ponder over, that, the good ones are going, and we that we are still alive, what do we have to offer? Because Abiola tried all the best, to make this great nation change, but God knows the best.
The federal government has declared Friday, June 12, 2026 as public holiday in commemoration of Democracy Day. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
The Edo State government has reaffirmed its commitment to improving the welfare of vulnerable and underdeserved communities across the state. The Coordinator Office of the First Lady, Edo State, Mrs. Edesili Okwebulu Anani, gave the assurance during a visit to Osiomo Leprosy Home at Ogan Community, Orionwo Local Government Area. Deborah Ogbefun has more.
Parts of efforts to support the less privileged, the Coordinator Office of the First Lady, Edo State, Mrs. Edesili Okwebulu Anani, through her Better Life Empowerment and Care Foundation, Be Life and Care, visited the Oshomo Leprosy Home in Oga Community, Orionwo Local Government Area. During the outreach, Mrs. Anani said the SHINE agenda of Governor Monday Okwebulu designed to ensure that government's presence and social interventions reach every community in Edo State.
Health is one of the priorities of His Excellency. And I want to tell you that after today, you will have more and more government presence and benefits by the special grace of God. Today is for the children. So we decided to give them educational materials because education is important.
Speaking at the event, Chairman of the APC in Orionwo Local Government Area, Julius Agbonze, commended the First Lady for the visit, describing it as the first of its kind to the facility. Also speaking, Commissioner for Health, Dr. Cyril Shomule, reiterated government's commitment to the health and well-being of all Edo residents, regardless of their circumstances.
From my primary school to secondary school, this is the first time I'm seeing First Lady coming to this. We are very proud of you.
Ministry of Health will continue to work closely with all relevant stakeholders to improve access to quality healthcare services and strengthen interventions that promote inclusion, dignity, and healthy living for all.
Beneficiaries, including pupils of Lucy Primary School, thanked the First Lady for the intervention, describing the gesture as timely and impactful. In Benin, Deborah Ogbefun, ITV News.
In another report, the Federal High Court in Benin City has adjourned till June 29, 2026 for a report of settlement in a cyber stalking case instituted against a former chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Benin branch, Barrister Ede Asenugwa. Patience Usaogiwa reports.
This suit, FHC/B/C/117/2025 and presided over by Justice B.O. Quadri, was adjourned following an oral application by legal luminary Olayiwola Afolabi SAN, counsel to the nominal complainant, Sir Omoyi Oloton, Chief Executive Officer of Uyi Technical Conglomerate. The application was supported by Barrister Douglas Ogbakwa and Barrister E.E. Oisamoje. When the matter came up for hearing on Thursday, Afolabi informed the court that the defendant, Barrister Ede Asenogwa, has approached his client, Sir Uyi Oloton, for an out-of-court settlement. According to Afolabi, following the move for settlement, Sir Oloton requested that the defendant formally present the proposal for an amicable resolution in writing. He assured the court that he will facilitate a meeting between Barrister Asenogwan and Sir Oloton towards a final resolution of the matter and reported back to the court on the next adjourned date. The police prosecutor, P. Odion and Jude Imagbegian, counsel to the defendants, did not oppose the application for adjournment. At the previous hearing, Afolabi had informed the court that the parties were already exploring possibility of an out-of-court settlement. Counsel to the complainants, Olayiwola Afolabi SAN, comment on the case.
Every year, I know what he's doing for the NBA, so we don't want any fraction between him and any member of the NBA. So we want the matter to be resolved. And I'm sure by next adjournment, if my client see that letter of apology, so once we see that letter, then we will resolve the matter. But I'm sure by the next adjournment, we are going to withdraw the case by the grace of God. He's a Benin man. FDS is a Benin man. So we will resolve it.
From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Late Kingsley Uchegbu has been described as a man of principle whose dedication and service to duty were unquestioned. Those were some of the words of family members, colleagues, and church members which they used to describe the late reporter of independent television and radio and Government House correspondent during the service of songs held at the Living Faith Church, Upper Lawani Branch, Benin City, Edo State. Osemu Jame Osage reports.
Family members, colleagues, friends, government officials and well-wishers gathered for a service of songs to celebrate the life and legacy of late Kingsley Uchegbu. In his sermon, the officiating minister, Pastor Sam Itaman, urged all to serve God wholeheartedly and described late Kingsley Uchegbu as a selfless man and true servant of God.
But his mouth, but his vocal voice, it was so relevant in the church. So that prepared him, that strengthened him. He became also a servant in his place of work.
Management and staff of independent television and radio were among several guests who attended the solemn service to honor late Kingsley Uchegbu. In their various tributes, some close associates, well-wishers, described the late Kingsley Uchegbu as a humble, gentle and hard-working individual whose dedication to God, family and work highly distinguished him.
This was a boy that just wanted everything good, everything perfect. Whether he's your friend, whether you are from a distance, whether you are an organization or you are an organization, whether the state, you just feel that things should be good.
Most of all the activities that I had, Kingsley was always the person that I called. And he would do his job so committedly. And I really would miss him.
I never believed that Uchegbu was actually gone. Until now, he was a very dear friend. We are surely going to miss him.
Mr. Kingsley Uchegbu is a very quiet and reserved brother in the church. We remember him for that kind-hearted person.
Prayers were offered for the repose of his soul and for strength and comfort for his family as they continue to mourn his loss. Late Kingsley Uchegbu passed away on 6th May 2026 after a brief illness at the age of 47. From Benin, Osemudame Osage, ITV News.
With that, we draw the curtain on ITV News at 11. I am Chuku from Nanya Digwe. Many thanks for staying tuned in. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about.
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her, now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe.
That's what
And these
matters.
women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another beautiful episode of your favorite Rendezvous for Guys on television, and I'm talking about the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Southside Nigeria, West Side Africa. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a very
very interesting show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where, I mean, nobody cares about the feelings of men. All right, so we encourage men to, prioritize themselves. I believe that it's only when you invest in yourself that you can give out to those around you. After all, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on another beautiful episode of the show. Now, tonight I've got two gentlemen with me. Of course, they've been with me before, and we're doing this again. And let me begin with the one that sits far away from me. All right? To my far left is someone that is really passionate about everything that concerns guys. Okay? He goes by the name of Osas Zabi.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It's great being here again today.
And it's great to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, and of course, seated next to Zabayo is someone else who is also very passionate about masculinity. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Were you thinking about it?
No, I was actually looking for a better way to introduce you.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here, knowing that you are listening and watching us from the comfort of your home.
Absolutely.
Yeah, once again here.
Okay, so gentlemen, we have something really serious to talk about. It's one of those very controversial subjects, and of course, you know that we live in a controversial era where certain things tend to offend certain people. Okay, so as guys, we come across some terms that we use, and some persons just get offended. And one of such terms is, jealousy and insecurity. All right. Now, there seems to be a thin line between both. How would you define jealousy and how would you define insecurity? Some persons believe that both of them are the same thing. Now, what's your take? How do you see both words? Do you think, they are the same, or do you think one is good and the other one is bad? So let me just hear your thoughts on it. Let me begin with you, Zabi.
Yeah. Okay. Like you said, actually, there's really a thin line between both of them. For someone being jealous and someone being insecure.
Yeah.
But they come from two different emotional standpoints. So I believe for jealousy is actually the very evil one. Everybody talks about evil is the sin, but the Bible has never talked about insecurity. The Bible has not told us that insecurity is a sin. But for jealousy, the Bible stands against that. Even the Quran.
Is jealousy a sin?
Yeah, of course, it's a sin. It's a sin. Now, how is jealousy a sin? Now, I see you progressing. I see something in you that I want, and because of that, I start hating.
Okay.
I start getting angry. I start having what ladies call mood swing.
Okay.
Because I'm seeing something in you that I need, but I can't have. So that is the standpoint of jealousy.
Okay.
Now, insecurity, basically, for me, I think or I believe that insecurity comes from me not having something, but you feeling I have something to offer, and then I now have to try to prove to you that I have something to offer, knowing deep down within myself that I'm totally empty. So at that moment, I become very insecure. So, insecurity as an emotion is something that can actually be worked on, and there are no casualties in the game. But for jealousy, you might record casualties.
Oh, really?
You might record casualties. But for insecurities, you might not record casualties. It's just that maybe you can learn on yourself, maybe balance up where you're lacking and all that. But for jealousy, there most likely will be casualties. When I make casualty, someone might definitely get hurt, or you might want to go into any means to make sure that. I think we're having a discussion backstage about a particular firm where most persons are fighting themselves and all that.
Okay.
This stems from jealousy, not insecurity.
Not insecurity.
You understand?
So jealousy is the bad one, not insecurity.
Exactly.
All right,
that's how I want to put it.
Okay.
let me put that disclaimer.
That's a fair way to put it. But let me hear what Benedict has to say. He just said that insecurity is not necessarily a bad thing, but jealousy is actually the destructive one. What's your take on that?
I don't agree.
Okay.
The reason is, for me, first let me say that I think you have broadened the context of this discourse. Okay. I thought I don't know whether I'm the one that misread it.
Okay.
It was supposed to be about in the context of love, relationship, and all that.
Yeah, of course, you could also do what you narrate to
which is
romance,
which is a nice thing to do. But again, like Zabi tried to talk about the fact that jealousy is the bad thing. No, for me, jealousy is not bad. What Zabi was explaining in his analysis is envy. Jealousy is not a bad thing. Even God is a jealous God.
Yeah, I was going to make reference to how the Holy Book says that God, the Creator himself, is jealous.
Yeah, there is jealousy is not a bad thing, but again, in context, in grammatical context, some people seem to use interwove envy and jealousy.
I think it's the same thing that people do to the word pride. When you say someone is proud, you could be proud in a good way. Like I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of my accomplishments. But proud could also mean arrogance. Right? So I guess that's the same thing that applies to.
So in context, for me, jealousy, if it is for romance, jealousy is not totally a bad thing.
Okay.
Because when you love, there will be elements of jealousy triggered in you. No matter how much you try to say, me, I don't care. If another man wants to have her, the man should have her. There must be something triggered in you. That is an offshoot of love.
Okay, so that's healthy.
That's healthy. But when it is taken beyond the boundary of relevance into insecurity, like he was trying to say, tends to be something, to be a function of an inner defect, and so we cannot excuse it.
And what inner defect are we talking about? Could it be
inner defect of emptiness, like he talked about emptiness and low self-esteem. And when it comes to men, when it comes to low self-esteem for men and emptiness, we must stay and address it, because we cannot allow men to be empty.
Yeah.
We cannot allow men to be bereaved of ideas. And so because of the position, the sacrosanct nature or the sacrosanct position that men occupy, because of how important the position of men in society are, I will always advocate that men deal with the problem of insecurity. Because what brings witchcraft sometimes is insecurity. It may seem to be an innocent word, but if it is unbridled, it can lead to a whole lot of other things. Like Zabi was trying to say that it can be managed, which is the correct thing. Every man has an element of insecurity in him. You can't pretend about that. But if you have also the ability to manage it and put it under control, means that you have something beyond the insecurity itself. It means there's an element in you that is more powerful than insecurity. But if you are stuck with insecurity alone, that's a big problem.
Okay.
Right? So that is what we are trying to say, that love comes with a portion of jealousy. But insecurity with men, especially when it comes to do with a general workplace, can lead to so many things. For me, I want to say that instead of being insecure, work on yourself. Grow. When you grow, you will now find out that the next person is not your problem. That your problem was actually lack of growth.
Okay.
If Zabi is trying to do certain things, the reason why I will be feeling insecure when Zabi comes around to do his thing is that there is no value currency that I can also bring that will make me relevant around Zabi.
So you feel threatened by his presence?
I feel threatened by what he's doing. But if I have value currency, and then he's shining his shine, and I'm shining my own shine, then that self-esteem narrative will be, gradually it will erode away, and we will become best of friends, we will become partners, and not just competitors.
Yeah. All right.
So can I quickly let me strike on a part, because I believe that's where most of us want to really miss it.
Okay.
We believe that anything that has God in it is good. When the Bible says God is a jealous God, that doesn't make jealousy good. Because what happens to the people, if you now read it completely, what happens to the people that defect? The Bible tells you what happened to them, right? So that shows you that jealousy is bad. Because God now being a jealous God means that if you now give what is due him to somebody else, there's a repercussion.
Okay.
Which something happens.
So
you
the
understand?
problem is with the repercussion.
There's always a repercussion. Okay. There is always something. Right. So that's what I'm talking about. There's always casualties.
Okay.
So just God being a jealous God, there's always casualties.
Okay.
Well, Christians are not casualties.
All right.
I think I quite agree.
You're not getting
and sometimes just in language, lexical context.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Bible was interpreted from the Hebrew and Greek.
Okay.
Sometimes the right word may not even be jealousy.
You see,
you understand? But okay, we are not here for Bible study.
All right. In case you just joined us, it is the Guys Hangout show on independent television, and the topic for tonight is jealousy versus insecurity. Now, you just said, Zabi, that wherever there's jealousy, there is likely going to be casualties, right? Yeah. Okay. Now, I would like to ask you this. What would you rather have? A woman who's not jealous, a woman who doesn't quite care what you do with other women, or one who raises an eyebrow the moment she suspects that you're entertaining the advances of another woman?
Okay. So, so I think we're bringing to the context of relationship right now. So, but for a relationship, I would always want to look at marriage, not dating. Okay. Because dating, anything can happen, anything goes. Nothing is cast. Nothing is cast. So I can just see your hairstyle and I'm done with you. I'm done with this relationship. You understand? Okay. But in marriages, there's nothing like I'm done with it. You're there. You're stuck here forever. You understand? So when it now comes to jealousy, then and insecurity in marriages, I believe that this majorly comes with the percentages are more from the feminine side than the male side. But whenever it comes from the male side, it's always very disastrous. Okay. That's where you see issues like wife beating and all that. But I believe that it's actually unnecessary because before settling down with somebody, it depends on what you saw with the person. Now, if you saw, if for example, when you were dating, what attracted you to the person is what will attract everybody. No, so I believe that's why most of the times guys are advised to go for ladies that have inner beauty. When we say inner beauty, actually, we don't even talk about beauty inside. We're just talking about some particular traits, some particular values and traits.
Women who are less physically attractive.
No, not that actually. Not that actually.
I think I tried to play safe here.
All right, okay, so what I'm trying to make is. I think you go for ladies that they have the value that everybody can see. Okay. And then another person sees the value and tries to admire it, and then you become insecure or you become jealous. So I'm trying to use both of them together now. So I believe that this is, like I said, insecurity is something you can work on. But jealousy is not something, they're bound to be casualties. Now, if you are being insecure, it's normal. For example, I have a very curvy wife, and then she's working ahead of me, and I'm behind, and I'm seeing guys trying to wow. Definitely, what's going on here? You understand? Yeah. But that doesn't mean I'll not start getting angry with my woman, because this is the same thing I saw that I came after. You understand? But when you become jealous, is you are seeing that she's attracting favors that you cannot attract, and then that devilish spirit of jealousy starts breeding in you. And when it starts breeding in you, you start taking actions, doing things you're not supposed to do. You start venturing into areas or angles you're not even supposed to look into. But for insecurity, it's bound to be there, definitely bound to be there, because you're saying that, what's going on here, you understand that kind of thing. But jealousy, it's like I keep saying, is the actually bad one. And I believe we try as much as possible to just kill it or don't even venture towards there. But for insecurity, it's normal. Everybody has one particular area that is insecure. I can go into, like I've told them, I can go into a gathering where everybody is discussing football. I become insecure there because I don't really know much about football. You understand? But I can go into a gathering where of like minds, and I will flourish. You understand? So the same thing. I'll be in a gathering flourishing, and then somebody is there, doesn't understand what's going on. I'm not being insecure. Like, what's going on? You understand? Right. So it's normal.
So just to be clear, you're saying that there is nothing good about jealousy.
There is nothing.
Jealousy can't be healthy in any way.
Never. I still stand by it. There's nothing. It doesn't build anything good.
Benedict, let me get your thought on this. What are the subtle ways, right? The very infinitesimal ways that people exhibit traits of jealousy, not just in relationships, but in interpersonal dealings.
Well, the thing is, I'm trying because there is a whole lot, but sometimes when I'm on air like this, I also try to keep a lot so that somebody will not go and begin to pinch on innocency of another person and say, this was what I heard on air.
Yeah.
This was what, you understand?
Okay.
Because somebody, what I may say here may be just an innocent expression from another person.
Yeah.
And then because you heard it here, you just begin to say, okay, it means the way this person
begin to mirror somebody else's life against it.
That is the word. So I'm always very careful in making general examples. I just like just to establish an open-ended kind of thing, and then you make out of it whatever you will. But again, I think not being excited about somebody's success to the point where you want to do something to stop the person's success. That is one of the biggest way. For me, at that point, like I always say, Zabi chose jealousy, me I chose envy at that point.
Okay.
Yeah, I call it
Envy. All right.
So at the point where you be naturally, if we are being sincere, when people are succeeding around you, there is a trigger in you that where you're now like, why this is not happening to me? Yeah. Because every man wants good thing to happen to them. And so when you are seeing it around, you tend to question yourself, why am I not getting this thing? You feel a kind of a bit discomfort at some point, not always, at some point. And then also, knowledge will not teach you that everybody has their turn. Then immediately you will come up as, oh, let me celebrate those that he has gotten to their turn, right? Then that is somebody who will really go far, the person that it will eventually get to his turn. For the one who always take it a step further, that I must stop there, that failure is sweet when everybody is involved. That's why it will never get to that person's turn. So I would like to restrict it there. I don't want to expand the analysis so that people will not begin to mirror people, like I said earlier, people's innocent expressions as, kind of trait of jealousy or envy, whatever language you put.
All right, thank you very much, Benedict. Now, Zabi, let's take a look at the role of social media in all of this. We are in an era of, in fact, we're in the digital era, and much of what happens in our day-to-day lives, is made manifest on social media. So what influence do you think social media has on people and the way they express themselves vis-a-vis jealousy and the insecurity?
Yeah, so I think in 2019, we had a discussion like this on radio, and I made reference to a point because I'm an added user of LinkedIn. And then you go on LinkedIn, you see somebody posting BSc at 18, MSc at 20, PhD at 25, and then you're looking at yourself like, where did I miss it? You understand? So this is for persons you don't know. But for your circle, you're seeing progress. You're seeing these guys aiming, achieving this, achieving that. It's
smashing goals.
Smashing goals. So I think I'm going to use myself as an experience and then as an example, and then I just break it down with the experience. Now, instead of going to jealousy, like, I'm supposed to be having this, I'm supposed to be getting this, I think what I personally do, I study the process of how they get there.
How they go there. Okay.
So back then, when I was working with a firm, I met top thinkers and big thinkers, and I started seeing how they're making progress. And would I say it's jealousy? No, definitely not jealousy, because I started going through the background to see how they made it and how they got it. Started doing my research, started going through their processes, the certifications they've done, the trainings they've gone through and all that. And I started taking myself through those trainings and the certifications. So I think that's what draws the thin line between jealousy and then realization, like, I want to be like this person now. Most persons will think, oh, you're jealous in the person, but no, I know there's a process. Okay. And then I can go through that. If this person can go through this process, I too can go through the same process and be like this person.
All right.
Yeah, so I think that's what draws the thin line. That's what actually casts the difference between being jealous and then being realistic.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Benedict, what he just said borders more or paints a picture of laziness on the part of some persons. Okay, he took his time to study the people in question and figure out how they achieved their goals and all of that. Does that not give us the impression that some persons just don't have, should I say, the energy to follow through to get to the point where, the people that they are envious of, so to speak, went through. Do you think laziness has a thing to do with this?
Yeah, it does. The one thing is the laziness, the mental laziness, the laziness of the mind, the function in the thought processing mindset. For example, like he was trying to say that he saw some persons doing great things and then I find out, okay, what's the process? As a guy, one of the ways you know that there's problem, that you might not go far if you don't deal with it, is when you embrace people's glory without trying to find their story.
Their story, okay.
Yeah, you must find out people's stories, and their story may not be basically exactly like yours, but you must also find a pathway of that story to create your own story and know that it's not going to be an easy thing in the process. So you have to find out, like he said, he need to also go and try getting certificate. It may not necessarily be that he got exact certification as some of them got. But again, when they eventually met at the table, it means that he has gone through his own process and this one, and he's now qualified to have conversation with them.
So he became relevant in the scheme of things.
In the scheme of things, not necessarily because he got exact qualification, but also because he has also learned the principle of paying price to also get some of those things. So me, I feel if you look at it and say, what makes this person outstanding? Then you also need to find out your own strength. One of the things that breeds jealousy is that people want to be envious of people who are not even going their direction. Yeah. For example, if you are saying, like my pastor would say, if you are saying I am envious of you, find out whether what interests you is what interests me.
Okay.
You may buy a car.
In other words, might not even be the same.
You may buy a car, and I come around, maybe you see my face, you feel I'm being jealous. Maybe car is not even my dream in the next 1 year. That's not my pursuit. So find out if a car is my pursuit, or maybe you bought a brand of car. Find out if I do fancy that brand of car before you say I'm being jealous of you. So sometimes what you need to do is find out where you are going to. Find out, create a roadmap, and then look forward to becoming better. If you can focus on becoming better in your own life, so all of this envy, jealousy will really die down. Because people can be doing well in their own choosing line. That may not be your life. And so when this one succeeds here, you are envious of this one succeeds, you are envious of this one. Before you know what happens, you are in the game of trying just to pull everybody down and everything just. So it's about building yourself. So that when Zabi comes and Zabi is speaking as a mathematician, for example, I know he's very good with calculation. You understand? And then I speak as a journalist. My drive is not to be a better mathematician, for example, than Zabi. My drive is to be a better journalist than I am today.
Because that's your profession.
You understand, than I am today. Or maybe, okay, going into the business line, because Zabi is also a businessman. But we are not into the same line of business. I'm happy seeing him do what he does, and then I am also happy doing what I do.
Okay.
Right? My goal is to be better doing what I do. And then, again, I will also be happy that he gets better, so that when we meet at the echelon, the top echelon, we'll be able to have conversation. And life is easier at that level.
Okay, life is easier at that level. Now, Zabi, what do you think, or how do you think communication can reduce jealousy and insecurity, in relationships, not just in romantic relationships, but, across board?
Education?
Communication. Yes.
Communication, yes. Okay, yeah. So I think I'm a very big advocate for communication. Not just communication, effective communication. You can actually be communicating and then it's not being effective. So I think when it comes to jealousy and insecurity, most of the times, majority, 100% of the time, is people don't study or understand the process that the person used in getting whatever the person got, you understand? So I think I was just thinking about this earlier, like, I think in fact, the only way that kills jealousy and insecurity is understanding the process.
Okay.
So if I would really advise most persons that are actually making it out there, And I think LinkedIn has been a very good platform for that, where people tend to maybe explain the processes of how they got it, especially for legal means. When it comes to, for example, we grew up in Benin City, you see a lot of guys succeeding, and then you are a bit like, wow, you're supposed to be age mates, this guy is succeeding, and then you go back and look at the process, and then you now tell yourself, God forbid I do this. You understand? So there are so many successes you see, and then you just tell yourself, God forbid I do this. And then you become contented, because you're like, definitely I can't go through this process. Okay. Just the same way for some ladies too, they see their colleagues rising up in the office, not knowing that the colleague is sleeping with the boss. Small big girl. And then you're already envious, you're already jealous, and then you now find out the process, and you're like, so you immediately become contented. Okay. So I believe when we communicate much, like for example, I'm seeing you, and I like what I see, and I'm communicating. I communicate with Benedict, like, I like what I say, and they're like, don't look at what that guy went through. You can't go through it. Yeah. I don't understand the process. So I believe effective communication actually helps to reduce and kill jealousy and insecurity.
Thank you so much. Now, as we begin to wrap up, in fact, we have less than a minute, so you're going to be saying this in less than a minute, Benedict. What's your final word, to young people out there who feel intimidated by their peers and probably don't have the energy to forge ahead? Just in less than a minute.
Be patient with yourself and take it easy on yourself. And then again, try to get better. Your speed, your pace may not be like theirs, but if you are getting better daily or weekly, before you know, you will get to a point where you just tell yourself that I have done well for myself. Okay. If you can get to that point, then you have conquered.
I like the part where you said, I have done well for myself. You're not doing well for anybody.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's yourself you're doing it for. Yeah. So that will help you to curb the spirit of jealousy and envy or insecurity, okay? We are all going to succeed individually. The only thing that matters is what Benedict said, that we get to that point where we are all relevant on the same table, right? Not a situation where you think that other person's success is a threat to your own success, okay? We don't all have the same calendar. That other person is running in his own lane and you're running in your own lane. The most important thing is that we all succeed at the end of the day. And not just succeed, but succeed in the right way. Well, I want to say a very big thank you to my guests, Zabi Osas and of course Benedict Ochagbu, for doing me the honor of being on the show with me tonight. And I hope that the next time I call on you, you would oblige me. All right, thank you so much. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, ensure that you do the right thing always, okay? Do not dabble into anything that you will regret in the future. Of course, if you look around you, there are lots of young people that are doing crazy things just to succeed. You don't want to look back, in the next, say, 10 years and begin to ask yourself why you took the route that you took. Do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now. Good night.
Certainly the best.
Beautiful day. You know, the fine part like this, when you look at it, you're going to say, yes, nah, special day. They went like say, Mr. President, take 21 full minutes this morning to address all of us for our country, Nigeria, for the Democracy Day, when we say they do 2026 edition. You know, they easy at all. Talk so many things then. You remember people that when we say they fight for the democracy, when we say, we didn't enjoy them. I don't know. Because about us, we didn't enjoy, but we didn't enjoy them. They talk about the people like Fawaimi, people like Abiola, that take stars, Fawaimi, Tony Enaro, and all the various different nationalists that when BCSA we get that time. They call all their names, they say thank you for the one when BCSA it don't happen so. And you see put more for the one BCSA concerning security of our country, Nigeria, say may they no worry for time when BCSA not all the people that when BCSA they captivity, except especially those children there. For Borno State, for Kwara State, I mean for your state, see they will release all of them. And they can't give them a window, say make them surrender, so if they surrender, say they don't surrender, anytime we say they see they go manage them. Because this window they give them, so a very small window, if they not do it now, anytime we say they see, they go manage them. Thomas, I don't know my name. That's a summary of what they talk. So many things they do when we say talk. I say welcome to our program when we say they call Good Morning Nigeria, how they do and the way it's supposed to be. Now here your weekend starts. Your weekend starter, EBCB. Is that the look me?
You know, say you just mention finish. You don't mention our brother name when they mention.
If I talk, oh wait first, if I call all of them, I wish I want to discuss.
No, masquerade must first start to dance from house now.
You get to call masquerade, so
that if outside I pursue you now, then go.
Oh God,
I greet you. You see the rain today.
No, it never starts because
the rain it get us be. But we don't hear waiting in talk. We just waiting we go do. Now we go to pray, may God support and to feed do the work. Nothing, not just prayer now we do for her. If not, you don't tell where they hear all this kind of story. We they pray, may God give them the will to feed do the job when they tell us. Not. Now today we started the year June 12th. We hear October 1st. We hear January 31st. So this one we just
even May 29th.
May 29th we do here. So we don't say you don't tell. Okay. But I'm not going to talk too much because as we they go, we go they talk. But my people for us, I agree to now.
Okay, more see what thing say they happen for that side. There are people for Abuja and Lagos. More first take one after the other first. We could take the first one we say we could see how things then be for that side. I go greet you, my brother. I greet you. I can name Eyang. I greet you this morning. What happen now? You the mourn. I've been waiting. Why all of us dressing so black now? I can't ask the question when we say it did for almost everybody. Good morning.
My brothers, I salute you. Good morning. Maybe laughing matter, whether you like them or not. Information is what they hear every day and what they feel for streets. It will give us reason to think whether this democracy really they favor us or not. You know, say gas now, to buy gas 1 kg, now about 2,000 naira. Some areas, you buy for gas station at 1,950. If you buy outside filling station at about 2,000 plus for gas, cooking gas. Fuel, now over 1,600 naira for 1 liter. You understand? And when they talk of saying democracy day, so now we open safe operation, safe corridor again for people who listen are bandits. You understand? Democracy day, peace is good if the thing don't concern you. But the people who say these bandits don't kill their family members, don't rape their mothers, don't rape their wives. This is what will happen for bush. When some of these women don't feel open mouth talk. Children go inside forest, elders go inside forest. They will have the open corridor. Then this will come back to the society. Then you will see person will rape your mother, person will rape your wife, person will scatter your community, children will come out from your ancestral home. Then you give an open corridor. Make our government, when they put, when they talk, like I dey decide, so I tell my friends sometimes, when I dey take decisions, I dey put myself in the position of the other person. If now you dey do transaction, I know they want to chop your money because if you chop my money, if the because I will take off for you. So make our government, people in the leadership position, maybe they put us for the other side. If not, then these things they happen to. How much the school fees now? How much the salary? How much the transport fare? But for roads, the government will try for construction of roads. But for every other sector, Security na the main and first priority wey the government suppose carry for hand as say na their flag be this. Day before yesterday morning around 12 o'clock, one guy dey call VBN, he go Air Force Base, go block the place with some boys. They protest. Say the government don fail them. Young people are young people. We know the truth. If we see the truth, we go talk the truth. Go social media, you will see different things wey we dey see. And they make me wonder whether any need dey for this speech for this morning. But it don't talk up, it don't talk up. It be like saying a recurrent thing. Every October 1st, it will come out. Every 1st of January, they will come out. Every June 12, it will come out. Today, all don't come. Today, all don't go. But what we will discuss here for Federal Capital Territory, this our studio here this morning, now still about the Democracy Day, but now about the person who bring about the Democracy Day, late MK Abiola, a life, a pain, and everything we pass through, everything we will discuss today. And now one of the surviving wives, now he will come here for studio and we open our eyes for the event we unfold during that time, and what we will see now, whether the need day for us to make this day a Democracy Day.
No, wahala. Now, so it's supposed to be, whether we like him or not. I know say we don't hear Mr. President talk all the time. What we need to know from him, hear from him, now be the one we say actually, concern say that they talk, that they take the action when we say they follow the talk. Make it not just the talker, make they talk the action. The action when we say they do, or maybe the action they talk, maybe the action they talk. Say just they talk and we know they see anything when we say they happen. Emmanuel Akpololo, I agree to this morning. Good morning.
Brother, good morning. And our viewers, happy Democracy Day. I hope say
something there to happy about.
Well, I hope say body transfer for a start lot, whether we like it or not. We're already here. Yeah. Our role now to ensure say we make it better for the next generation, if at all our generation it can be like this. You know, all of us don't feel rock mouth now. Because even the ones who rock mouth, they must still come back. And so it is.
Anyway, you don't talk like other statesman now. Yes, people don't want to say they think of tomorrow now. Yes, so why is it laugh? People they think of tomorrow today. Because no, ordinarily you know would think of say no you now. Because you go look at say just the you now, the chopper now, they do everything you say they do now. People when they come after you, what about your children? Maybe people make them be like this for you before you come to them. So why not try to make the life improve? That's not what I try to talk.
No, now the way you tell it was that they talk like that statesman. You know, say when woman tired to work, I go concrete we reject before. Now we are one night.
I don't know if you take that one, take me no at all. I don't do for that boat.
All they get to get us.
That your boat, that only you do for that boat.
Waiting that they expect to hear. He no hear so.
Hear from who? From Mr. President.
Mr. President.
What do you want to hear from him? No, you go tell him. What do you know? Say
what is it I want to hear? This
you do, man.
If you survive Nigeria, can survive anywhere in the whole world.
Okay,
all our.
But the survivor for Benin here.
This Nigeria.
Look, we see how the survivor for Lagos, where we say our brother. I go to Equally a day. Look, we see how we say then things say they waka, they go for that side. Because for Benin here, we say we do okay, and I know say for Abuja, I kind of don't sure say everywhere cool, calm, and curry. That's what they call on here. How you doing, my brother? I go to Equally.
I greet you, my Oga Sadu, this morning. We thank God, say we wake up this morning. We still see another day for our country, Nigeria. I greet you now for the Eda, Emmanuel Akpololo. I greet you. Like Eda talked just now, say if we survive Nigeria, if we survive anywhere in the world, because of the situation we'll go find ourselves now, it be that. But Ogasado, you get one thing when I want to talk for this speech when our president talked this morning. When he say windows still open for them to surrender their arms and come outside and repent and all those things. Since open this window, we open window say make them stop these things where they do, make them come back. They continue to the kill.
Okay, make we know jump the gun. This is not a matter when we say we go look at because we need to look at together.
You know, that's after BCSA, we don't open the line for our discussion so that all of us will talk about her and the rest. No harm, no harm. Mr. President, they don't talk finish. They don't talk what BCSA did for Mike. We must, no matter what, we go review all of those things. I don't make people see your face because your handsome face, when they said they don't start for being here, I will thank God say you did very well. So they come now after this time. So all of us go follow everything they want to say you want to talk. You see, I just now say, as the thing they work out, they go, Zainab, Mrs. Zainab, yes, Mrs. Zainab Abiola, that's Mrs. Zainab MKO Abiola, make you know who they talk about. Now one of the surviving wives, they want to say, it be the icon of June 12. We'll go talk to them later. All of us will answer different questions. They want to say we feel, say the bonus for Bele according to in line with this June 12 celebration. But for now, make we really look at Mr. President. Don't give us speech. He don't talk so many things. Then he talk about because where Agbuje they come just now. He talk about insecurity when we say he did. He talk even the opportunity for himself because they analyze all the achievements that when BCSA they. Because for me, I never seen government when fail in totality. No matter what, you must get one or two things when BCSA do. So you can't be like say, you can't quick they talk the ones when BCSA don't do. The ones when BCSA no do, he leave those ones. You talk about people that when BCSA you want to even give award. Our people there for Edo State, they inside. Osa director they inside. Oba Iwana they inside. I hear a name just now. Their names just now and everything. But when we come back home, we are in for takeoff. Now be the security we're in there for our country, Nigeria. You talk for this saying for the time when we say it pass, when we say the government don't consider, don't neutralize. That is, don't kill about 13,000 terrorists. That's what you talk. 9 talk, I know me talk. 13,000 terrorists. They don't. If you feel bad, some people don't die too. Only innocent Nigerians. But Koto can say, as it be, so the people that went and say this, so when they kidnap for your state, for Borno State, the children, they say, make we no worry. They go soon come back home. Take an up from there.
Thank you very much. You see,
not the point for here like this. How they like
no, I think where would they go from here? Because anything where your papa tell you in those days, they know they fall and argue. He say we don't, they don't kill more than 13,000
terrorists.
Well, then if you get figures.
The word when they use, they say they have been neutralized.
Yeah, they have been neutralized and all those kind of. Yes, we not go fall and argue here now. Not all of all Nigerians then they listen to them. He don't tell us now the one when they don't do. Say they don't neutralize, they don't kill more than 13,000. He not tell us the figures of the Nigerian people when they kill. He only don't tell us the one way when security people kill. If they get the figures of people when they kill, I believe say Nigeria will know the actual figure when the citizens be. And the people when they born daily, I believe say Nigeria don't get data, all those kind of data. Okay. If security people they count the number they give them. See the numbers of people when they die. So if 13,000 terrorists or bandits, they don't kill them. Now we say they reach 1 million bandits.
Okay.
If they feel get the figure like that, now we say they pass. If they feel kill 13,000, and more are still in the bush. You understand that? Now then me the so we get the figure like this, and we no fit tackle all these things. It get us a bill. Where are we going to? From
so you talk and say want to.
He say go open window. I said all this club they buy players. How now they call them for football? Transfer market or the window is open. It will soon close. When and when? Which assurance he give us now? Say from now to so
open close for waiting now.
When the window won't close.
No, window open and close for waiting now.
For transfer. Window close for them to surrender. To surrender. He not give them the day of the expiring date. He said the window open. Even the window can still be open until after 2027 election.
Okay.
You understand?
No,
so they tire me.
I believe you have to listen to Mr. President talk.
Yeah.
For you, I don't want to make you decide to talk for this one. If you want pick, where you go from take?
First of all, I thank him. Say he addressed Nigeria, but now duty to address or me tell us what you do. Unfortunately, I feel that figure, the exaggerator. I feel as a human being that figure was exaggerated, seriously exaggerated, because you know tell us when You know, when you say
for the last few years.
For the last few years, how many years? If when you enter, I be that from and from Buhari time.
Or since when Nigeria become Nigeria.
Because you must, you are talking because he's a learned person. It's not be our president when it comes to all those kind of things. He's very learned. So when you are giving us figures, you should also tell us from the time for the president. So thing now we don't do. Not just say thing make it very vague. It's very vague. You know that not to give an account. Because right now, anybody will come argue with her. Because the argument we say, you not tell us whether they're from the regime or they're from the counter
from when Nigeria get independence.
Or from Buhari time, you not tell us. So that now, that we have to force that one. Unless he tell us that particular time, Nigeria will come, because people also don't go sabi research now to be able to actually match am whether what he talk correct in terms of the figure. Let me calculate them down now. That way, let me the local fit tell us the date and the time when those things will happen. I think was it not Punch this week, Abi? When he was saying about Nigerians don't pay about about whether 2.2 trillion for ransom already. There was a newspaper report this week. Today Friday, it should be this week. I know this week or late last week. There was something that those were the gate figures, they gave everything. We don't know. Then
what you come make you see those figures when they give us not be bogus figures.
Not be bogus because
make you. No, but people when they wait now, people when they go they pay the ransom, they come they give us. We don't pay this one and take it.
No, of course. As they pay, you know, say what I'm trying to say is that these days now, modalities don't they things don't they place to go to research and know some things. They may not be exactly correct, but
so Mr. President may not be exactly correct. So
yeah, no. Mr. President say he make them vague.
Okay.
Because you not tell us from when to when.
Okay.
You just say Suzo thing. That will not be easy now. That will not be understand. So as a leader, then I thank him at least for the pro-democracy activists. I used to talk to Professor Odia Akaine. I don't know whether he name, why he not put his name for that place.
I know his name.
Because Odia Akaine is supposed to do that.
Odia Akaine now for...
Yes, he was among the pro-democracy himself, Ayo Padoku, Ganufa, and all of those people. But then they...
If you say make you do the lazy thing long well,
but make I go ask
they show already the day inside. You understand?
Show already there.
Yeah, show already there. No, they're not there for this list. They are among people when we say at that time. They were very young.
Yes.
Philip Shaibu.
They are among.
That's
even the time
you understand? They put on the yes, they control them for inside prison. That's
yes, sir.
You understand? So they inside. Even when they visit, they go there. So many of them.
Many people.
They go get the maybe they take on one stage or maybe along the way, along the line. You get one thing when visit those people do
because like now
it's detrimental.
Osa director and the NGC would be there, publicity secretary. Maybe when they want to use that one now, if they corner and do it, nobody knows.
I don't want to believe that. You know,
Sagio about one, you mentioned that one,
you know, I don't want to believe that one. So maybe one that take a corner and go inside because the truth, we say yes. If you do something good, do something good, they'll go.
Very well.
You. May I meet my brother? Ekanem, you listen so much. This 21-minute speech when we say Mr. President give, and he talks so many things there. If you want to start to talk about, I know make I say talk here. Waiting you go pick out of this thing. Because I know so when they talk about rice don't deal, beans don't deal, petrol no deal, what they call them gas, it don't become 2,000 naira per kg and all of that. I want to make you narrow your talk now to that matter when we say it concern the speech when Mr. President say, you applaud them, abi you get where for criticizing. My brother, the way I go applaud them. Where I go criticize, I go criticize. You understand? This program now a people's program. When I tell you say gas at 2,000, I mean them. Fuel, I mean them. You understand? But when the government they do, where I not say yes, they don't try. For road connection, construction of road, but they try for that one. You understand? Person where house they born, he gas it they behave. Woman wey wan born pikin, if you don see woman wey dey on labour, she no care whether she dey naked, she no even wan know. And the situation wey dey be that now. All those patriots, journalists, civil societies, wey in the hail say una do well to fight for democracy. The only thing wey our president fit do for them to be happy in their grave, the ones with their life, make them be happy. Now to make sure say he fights this insecurity to a standstill. Today now, people they plan to do protests. Yesterday they protested. Day before yesterday they protested. Protests they come out from different areas. Why? Because of insecurity. It happened for Borno, we say that for the north. He creep enter Kaduna, he enter Zamfara, he enter Kebbi, he go Sokoto, now he don't enter Kwara, Kwara he don't go Ekiti now he don't go Oyo, he dey go towards Lagos, he don't enter Edo State, we dey hear for better, he go different areas. The only thing we I go expect, say if I see with my mind go dey at rest, na say when we fit travel for night from Lagos to Calabar, my children fit travel for road from Abuja to Calabar, they count trees the way I count when I dey small. And you don't need travel again. Anybody who sees they travel now, I see they travel they fast. People who live for house they fast. People who they go meet they fast. Before when they travel, we don't tell anybody say they come. Because I'm surprised with that. Hey, you see you, open that, they see you, everybody happy. But now, before you travel, you go call. They go call you where you dey. Now the only thing I expect, say I go see, say our president go do, we go make me happy. But for now, for us, when they give us figures of people they don't kill, we don't see pictures of those amount of people they kill, but we see pictures of people they kidnap, people they adopt, go inside bush. They see the videos of women they cry for help. We they see video of children where they burn fire for their body. We they see videos of women where they rape, but we they see videos of this amount of people who say they don't kill, of the bandits for ground. Okay? That is number is questionable. With the media people, with the hear, with the see. Now evidence that we need for court of law. But this another boy don't kill, I not believe them. Now my own be that. I not believe them. Make them show us pictures. From time to time, we kill this one for Kebbi, we kill this one for Nasarawa, we kill this one for Kaduna. See the amount of people here and see the amount of people. But to be like this, I not agree. My mind is bitter.
Okay. The man was so generous with kind words for journalists and the rest. He will praise journalists, he praised civil activists there, and all of that. Upon all the praise when we say he gives to you as a journalist, you say Beleno stays with you. I don't know what you want, maybe the man, what the man do for you. Maybe just like Akolo told just now. Wait first now. Maybe just like Akolo told just now, if they try to do have to pacify we journalists and all of that. Maybe we won't give us a director award that according to Akolo, maybe they do have to pacify the man, say make it heroine and come in outside and that kind of thing. Anyway, no matter what, whether they praise or no praise, the Nigerian journalist will always stand tall to do his work. And the work, they say he will see him the way he see him. He will say him the way he see him. Agboje Warrior, you listen so much to the whole thing when we say the man talk. 21 minutes. Now sit down, they talk the whole thing and all of that. Make you do your face well now. I don't understand why you do your face like this. You dey quarrel with Mr. President, I who you dey quarrel with for here. Tell us. Good morning again.
Sado, you see, they say, not be talk where they go farm. Not be that they talk where they come back, because that time load don't they head. You see, all this talk where they talk, me, I go agree with the president for one side. When he talk, say, he take economic reform policies will change certain things for Nigeria, because at that time, we almost don't lose them. Say our economy with everything, we almost don't lose them. I won't agree with him small, because if you know people when they near government and people when they economically sound under the former president, late president Muhammadu Buhari, you gonna say Nigeria true be don't almost go in terms of economy, and even money to even be pay salaries that time come begin the hard. So I go want agree with her for that side small. But you see this matter of insecurity. And they said when Mr. President even talk him just now, me I come dey look and say our president now be the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the biggest black nation as far as this world is concerned. The giant of Africa. He can't be like say he want to beg bandits, he want to beg terrorists. I don't understand. say window still open, they fit pass the window, jump come outside or jump go inside, abi I take one time make they take come. Then they beg terrorists, abi they beg bandits. Then they open window for them. You go hear Trump, he go tell you say if they come after them, he go crush them. Say all this one they talk, say they give figures here, give figures there, give figures. Not be all those figures we want here. Our children still dey bush. And you hear when Mr. President they talk am just now, when they express hope, say he say we are hopeful. I don't know whether I correct or whether I mean no here. When say we are hopeful, say all our children who they kidnap and for Oyo State and the other one, say we are hopeful, say they will soon come back. That kind hope, me no want me that they express those kind of hope, because when you don't carry that kind of office, that office now office of command, order to get results. If you can't do like say you can't mean say even we self will be the common citizens, we can't fear say I be where we want put our own head. And like Emmanuel Apollo talk just now, that figure when Mr. President give, we go like say in the coming days, say between now and next week, if he go fit tell he aids them, or if he go fit bring the figures come out, say see the time when we take calculate this figure from this time to this time, now we take calculate this figure, and from this time to this time, now we take come get them like this, see where they kidnap, see where they kill them, see where they neutralize them, see where some repent. They'll come give us the figure of those when he don't lay down their arms, when he come surrender too. They can't tell us when they take open that window, where they open, where they see open, where they close. When even our children dey inside bush, we see the open window for people where hold our children for bush, say may they pass the window, jump come outside, or jump go inside. Make it still tell us when the window open and when the window won't close. And what he won't do, to ensure say he go end this thing. And make it put timeline, say okay, between now and so time like this, I want to assure Nigerians say I go close the window, and when I close this window, I go end insecurity and neutralize every part of these notorious people where no one change. Allow us get peace for this country. I want to see our president, as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, talk strong like this. Talk strong. Show us say he dey in charge of the game, and he know exactly what he go do to these people where they go leave Nigeria alone, may we live in peace.
I go to get one area when I want make we look. As journalists, from reports when they get from security agencies, most of these people, a certain percentage of these bandits, kidnappers, and terrorists, some of them, we call the spread now, some of them, police keep their security agencies, keep them, you know, will not be Nigerians. So I'm trying to understand why, if they say that foreigners, like they do these things. I don't know whether I read the war report. Yes, you are aware. Where see UN, I was saying that the war, I mean the arms where they use for Libya at that time, say they don't find their way to Nigeria. So at the time of just suppose I would say, when police security agencies they tell us say most of these people are not Nigerians, whoever we they give to them, when they always say some of them are foreigners. I wonder who will take off for them, I mean they correct. How do you?
Where will they fight so? This insecurity where will they fight so? Me and you know say before time, say it's difficult make you see Nigerian, kill Nigerian, make you see Nigerian, carry Nigerian enter bush, they ask for money. During the fight, when this fight nearly start, when the Nigerian military, even during former President Buhari, when they fight these bandits and Boko Haram, you remember say again one time when they pursue the Boko Haram cross towards Niger Republic, then the Niger Republic soldiers they drive them come, even from Chad. Then I'm going to tell you, say, most of these people, if you look at well, they not be Nigerians. But I think, say, that they take advantage of our border. Even if we know, say, some of our people for here, because you don't go fit just enter house when you don't know anything about, you just go sit down inside the house, because now you can't be oga for the house. Even we know, say, some of our people for Nigeria, for that northeast part of the country, join them, open door for them, invite them, make they come join them, they do all these criminal activities where they do. But I want to tell you something, man. If you watch our news last weekend, you go see one report what we do for Lagos here, where NSCDC go bust one facility where over 27 people dey inside the facility. When they profile those people in mind, we discover say now only one person for inside na be Nigerian. The remaining 26 now from neighboring African countries now they for come. And when I ask them question, they don't get papers. They don't know anybody from Nigeria. They don't get relation. I could ask myself, say, if you fit get this kind number of people, they inside Nigeria, Badagry here, they inside facility that they live there. So what to make you think, say, if these people find weapon for their hand, they're not going to cause another problem when we go begin the fights. So if you they ask me, I go tell you, say, true, the way the thing look, it be like, say, not be everybody when they do this thing, not be them be Nigerians. I think, say, most of them now foreigners. And the only way we go take fight them now for us to now they educate our brothers, they tell them, say, this thing where all these people they come, when they open door for them so that they can't teach you now, because we don't know how to kill ourselves before. Even Muslim and Christian, they stay. Me, I grow for Muslim community, man. For Edo State, for Awuchina, Muslim community are for grow. During fasting, we they go inside mosques. We go follow them pray, follow them eat. During fasting, they come inside church. They go follow us pray, follow us eat. So how come we can't begin to kill ourselves like this? Which means, say, this thing they alien to us. And the only way out is for us to educate our brothers where they in the northern part of the country to tell them, say, if you know how these people they come, we not allow them enter again. So that when we already there, make we close the window as we tell Mr. President.
Okay, I go here. Another thing. Mr. President not tell us, he only just give you number of 10 rooms in the neutralized. And like I talk, I falter because he not tell us when, he not give us date, he not give us the period. And there is no empirical evidence because you know also tell us the number of Nigerians who don't die and how much Nigeria don't spend for ransom. You don't just tell us, okay, we don't neutralize, we don't no empirical evidence to tell us, say, now for so period, that's number one. Then secondly, it get one time like that where all these bandits, they arrested, I mean, they abduct over 200 people. Out of these 200 people, one pregnant woman come dey. The pregnant woman, with all due respect, I don't know who they is now, but unfortunately, if you know what year, they say viewers' discussion is whatever I have. So I'm just trying to tell you that the pregnant woman, out of the waka, come entitled nobody, come born twins. Do you believe say these people, they give that two twins to dogs for their dogs to eat? Now those kind of people, then they say you won't give a window to repent or to do one thing. I do have to normalize them too. This current chief of Musa tell us that time the number of when he be chief of army staff or whatever. He tell us the number of illegality wey dey this country. They are not doing anything about that. When they talk of say repentance and how they want to bring them back to, is that how we solve the problem? When we have almost like 1,000 something illegal routes, when we say all these people till they enter Nigeria, then you talk of how you want to open window, make them for repent. And you come and see they beg them, they romance them. I mean, to me, it no add up at all. It no add up because if you see what these people they do to some of our people, you see the way they say they put rubber for some children body, and some people body. Now those kind of people, then they tell me say, they told me they repent. Not that they are even just looking for money now. Look at the kind pain when they make Nigerians go through, that you give children, give 2 trees so dogs to eat. And you are telling me that those kind of people that you won't go give a window to repent, he get us to be hybrid.
This one, it might make a quick drop this one. I don't want to make, because as we analyze this matter this morning, you know, say some people will go sit down, party members, politicians, they will go sit down, they go they analyze them, like say, you know be Nigerian, when you call they talk about Nigeria matter. This matter, I don't want to make we talk am like say, we know they inside. Now, we no want trade blame. Me, I don't want trade blame. I don't want blame Mr. President. I feel tell you say, no being cause the problem. Now, wetin be the solution now we want? Emma, you remember when the Minister of Defense, when the Chief of Defense Staff before, when he talked that matter about those children when they go kidnap, when he appeared for National Assembly during screening, they say, once he reach office, he go talk, say, he go investigate. And sure say the person will give the order when they remove those soldiers from that school before those bandits come pack all those children, that they must bring the person out. Imagine today, we don't hear anything for that matter. We don't hear anything for that matter. Now make me they talk, say, this thing, the way Mr. President they talk on this money, he guy they do me for body. You know why I say guy they do me for body? Because me I be expect, say, this money, if now only this security matter, now Mr. President can't talk, can't tell us, say, if they give matching order, if they give numbers of days for these people to repent and surrender their weapons and come outside for the bushes where they dey, come beg for forgiveness, come beg Nigerians, kneel down, beg Nigerians, say, I beg, Mona forgive us. Then Nigerians go come decide which punishment they want suffer. Then it go come close, say, by 21 days, I go close the window I don't open for now. Then after that 21 days, I dey give the Minister of Defense, the Chief of Defense Staff order now, say go after these people and bring them to me in the next 3 months. I want to see them. Those where you go neutralize them. Those where you go capture, bring them. Make those kind of statements, then we go now say, okay, even the terrorists them, they go now say, okay, this government not ready for them. But the way it could be like say, Mr. President, whether na rob they rub their head this morning, me I no even can understand again, because the window go soon close. Make it tell us when the window won't close, and after the window close, wetin he won't do these people, because like I tell you, man, these people they no be us. Me no fit believe say these people are Nigerians. Emma, when we dey grow up, we dey see some people where they use nomadic cattle men, then they pass our area. They will kill all this bush fowl. They go bring and come. They go dash horse. They go do honey. They go dash horse. They go do many things. They go dash horse. They go enter community. We go fetch water for them. They go drink. So all these ones, now me they ask, so where they for come? Because I don't see an average Nigerian person when he go carry gallon, they burn am for small pikin back, pikin wey dey primary school wey no get wetin do am. E show say these people, the kind mind wey they get, no Nigerian person fit get this kind mind, no matter wetin e dey find. So now make me dey talk now, say the president suppose summon all the chiefs, make he give them time limit wey they go take deliver. If they not deliver, they mean say they don't get capacity to do the work. Then you go show them the way out and look for people who get capacity, make they do the work for you.
Yes, now that area, I want to ask my brother Ekanem. Ekanem, I be one person wey be say, I feel say our national security adviser don overstay, because all the different approach wey be say they use say they fight this insecurity, they are not working. Na pepeye. Do you understand? Now inside because for Mr. President to go say they give video to bandits now, or to kidnapper, or to terrorists now, it means na advice when them himself and the Musa and everything give to am be that. But for almost 3 years now, when we say he to be president, all the different advice from the national security adviser have they been working? Because at the end of the day, whether chief of army staff, chief of defence staff, chief of whatever staff, na national security adviser hide it. You know if you say all these are our approach no work.
My brother, if you check well, we the people, we not trust the institutions again. We not trust the police, we not trust the army, we not trust the Air Force, so they fit deliver us. The way I see them, because people when they go pay ransom, go tell you say, when they pay ransom, they close to checkpoint. For Kogi State, some few days ago, the student the WAEC, bandits enter, catch vice principal, kill 2 people, kill vice principal, almost carry the children run. Now,
okay, all right, because the network you get as before. Make I go back to Ayagboje now. Ayagboje, going forward, like the question when I asked, okay, all right, make we will take just a short break. We'll join us shortly. We will take this short break. We'll join us again.
Democracy Day now NBC will celebrate, but the matter when NBC Day for side Democracy Day now the one NBC say concern insecurity now be the #1 thing when NBC say a day inside. They will Mr. President when NBC they talk for the past 21 minutes when they talk matter when NBC concern security now it dominates the whole discussion. That same discussion now NBC will continue now. And the person when NBC say want to talk with this morning. We talk to her virtually, and one person when NBC say they do her thing the way it's supposed to be, and by the time they say things they rightly, they go always they make things they do okay with them. Because this time one person will be say they very very quiet since who be this person will be say we'll talk about. You go know after we say we'll take this very very short break because we need to do some things right so that you go watch us and enjoy us better. Stay with us. She first served as Commissioner for Arts and Culture for Edo State, and make sure say things they work out the way it be say it be. Because the area when say she put her eye well, and be the area when say concerning Gara and the rest of that, and she know what she be say she did do, now me can be say she did there. And this woman be like say yeah for some time, you know, come bring herself too much because she can't face her private business after it be say she come out for government, face her private business. But of recent, Edo State government, through the governor, when they say his name be Senator Mondo Okpebholo, they got to consider they close some schools there because of this insecurity matter for Edo North, especially for Igara and Akoko Edo area. This one I come make and like say this woman come write letter, they come pour her heart out, say Belene sweet or this one be say they do make you do and stretch into some other areas. Because of this one might be say we go call and make you talk to us. Which person we talk about now? I be Nina Jemitola, one-time executive council member for Edo State. Nina Jemitola, I greet you this morning. Good morning. Like say, Madam Jemitola, you hear us because we see you just now and the rest. Good morning. You know, so this matter when we say concern network, internet, and the rest of that things. Now, one thing when we say yes, you know, the field they predict at times. Even human being, they hard us to predict, let alone so technology. When we say yes, you get the own thing. When we say it they do,
But no wahala, we go always make sure if we start out, we must finish and not be one to be say concern us for this independent television. So we'll go take another short break. Make my brother take clean, very white cloth, make it shine the face well so that things go work out well. Stay with us. We don't say yesterday, don't clean and well, and we shall say we will continue with this our discussion now with Anina Jemitola, from the one-time commissioner for arts and culture for Edo State. I tell you just now, say everything they say, Mr. Governor, close some schools them for Edo North, especially for Akoko Edo. This woman be like say she know the trouble them, but they are own system. But this he can't push and be say he can't write one big letter, and this letter they everywhere say the country when be say Mr. Governor do you do well, but be like say for fit extender. I don't know, Jemitola. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
I greet you. We want to find out from you, because when the state government talk on that and say they don't close some schools there, especially for Akoko Edo, for your area that side, you write letter come out, because after BCSA your time for government as a member of the State Executive Council, it bless you go face your private business. But this letter just come bring you come out where at once. What push you to write this letter?
Actually, like you said, I have been very quiet. But with the children.
The grammar come down. No say we don't go school like you, I beg.
Oh, okay. Now
we don't go school like you. Bring the grammar come down, I beg.
I don't forget saying our pidgin English. I beg your pardon.
Okay.
You know, say I've been there very quiet for quite some time now. But as this children matter can happen, I couldn't help myself. I was desperate. Not just because saying for Akoko Edo it happened. For some time now, the thing been they worry me since they started abducting children. So how can this be happening? How? You know, and every day, in fact, they bring back our girls' movement. I joined them in Palomar roundabout in those days. But I was quietly joining them. I wasn't making any noise about it. You know, my friend and I would go there. When Pastor Itwa goes there to pray for them, I will go there and join, you know, and pray. In church, in my Catholic church, anything that they do to pray for the children, I will join them. But this particular one, we can't be Akoko Edo, we can't make me shout out. Now, because I know the terrain for Akoko Edo very well. So I just first say I get the right to tell them how it should be in Akoko Edo. That was why I wrote an open letter to Mr. Governor, His Excellency. Because me, I think say maybe if I just write, because in they get many mails every day. Before I see my own time don't go, you know. So that's why I come make an open letter to Mr. Governor.
Okay, what be that thing when we say Mr. Governor do when we say no sweet you? Because Mr. Governor will look and say in his own wisdom, that's mean they close those schools there. Because now schools they be like say all these terrorism they target now they'll go there, patch them come out. They'll go there, patch them come out. Which disagreement we get with the governor for the one when we say immediately close the school? Because some people said they don't even know the content of your own letter.
Okay, don't be say the thing where you do you know suits me. You know enough. That was what I was trying to tell him. Say, this one where you do it good. You are being very proactive, and we are very happy about that. You know, I'm proud of you that you swung into action immediately. But we need you to do more. If you do for 3 secondary schools, it's not enough. For example, I can tell you where I come from in Ozoso, that the secondary school there's a primary school right beside the secondary school with no boundary. So if they go to the secondary school and there's nobody there, they will go to the primary school, you know, and in many other communities as well, you know, and a lot of Akoko Edo is bordered by Ondo State and Kogi State. You know, in the case of Ososo, it's bordered by Kogi State. In the case of Imoga, it's bordered by Kogi State. In fact, you will walk into Kogi State in both cases. Lankwese too. Once you leave Lankwese, you are in Kogi State. You know, and Okpe is Ondo State. Once you leave Okpa, it's Ondo State, and it's a bush. You know, so I was worried that, look, Mr. Governor, do primary and secondary schools, because all of them are side by side, and in the case where they don't see people in the secondary schools, they will certainly go for the other children. Then I was also trying to tell him that, look, once you leave the borders of Akoko Edo, you're entering forests, you're entering hills, you're entering rocks, you know. So for us, it would be very easy for people to even hide in the hills, the mountains, the rocks, you know, and stay there for 3 months and nobody would know, because a lot of them are groups, you know, and they're very hidden by nature. You know. So I've spoken with Mr. Governor, and he says they will implement everything. He agrees with me.
For now,
and, I'm very
because
happy
the second school,
that.
now the Mr. Governor really talk say yes, maybe they close down. For now, you still there for that place, or no? See, they talk to us now from Lagos. People they when we say they get they touch base all the time. Even this morning now, they already touch base. They already ask them questions for home and the rest. I want to find out now. The primary schools there for that side now, those who today are public holiday, they don't close them down. They don't shut them down.
The well, from my conversation with Mr. Governor, he says that they will all be shut down. I mean, at least the ones by the borders. And I'm not there currently because I rushed to Lagos to be with my niece for her wedding. Yes, like you said, there are people there. I live in Akoko Edo, and my businesses are there. My farm is there, the tourist center is there. Those are the two businesses I run. So I have no choice but to live there. Yeah.
For your own little assessment, if you look at now, they close the school. That's what we go do for your own as Ainena Jemitola. If you want to suggest, what do you feel say yes we go free do to make sure say this matter when we say it concern our school children, they go school so they go feel, because if we continue around, we close the school, nobody know for how long they won't close the school, and nobody know for how long the people go and be say we they fear now, I mean they don't carry our children. Nobody know for how long they will hang around. And secondly, too, this fear, what we say with the fear, it bless now what the people want make them instill into us. Because some people talk and now say Boko Haram, say they don't want Western education, and now they drive us come up for inside the bush. They drive us come up for inside our school there, make we don't go school. You know if you say that they win this war over us, so.
Okay, for the measures, I've also thought about further measures. This measure they're doing is temporary. And it, I beg your pardon, I'll go back to Pidgin. The measure where they do now temporary. And I would commend the governor for it. It's remarkable, you know, because we say when you have urgent matters, you must do something very quickly, you know, say to at least make the children no go enter Wahala. Because once these children enter Wahala, all of us don't enter Wahala be that. We no go fit sleep. Like now I can tell you, say nobody they sleep well. Everybody they think about all those children where they bush. But for further measures, they have to secure the schools. There's no amount that will be spent in security where go they too small to protect these children, because only God knows, you know, what they can be in the future. You know, so for me, I think they all need fences. The schools need to be fenced. Let them take that one as the #1 priority for these children. Every school in Edo State should be fenced. At least the border schools, they should be fenced, you know, immediately. Then #2, they have to put, they said there's going to be forest guards. Okay, fine, maybe they can put some in the border areas, you know. Also, for now, let them deploy security men. If it is vigilante where they go deploy, go there. If not policemen, at least 2 per school. These things are very important. Then another thing where I want beg the Mr. Governor say make you do, say make it ban children on market days where they go market. On market days, most children in the rural areas, they know they day school. Now markets they help their parents. We know the situation of the country, but it is not a good thing. The children should be in school every day so that every child can be accounted for. You know, these are the kind of days where the kidnappers go find an easy, say, maybe they go pick children, confuse everybody because you know go know who they school and who know they school. So, like I said, number one, fencing of all the schools. You know, number two, putting security men. If na vigilante they go put, make they put vigilante. If na policemen they go put, make they put. Forest guards with immediate effect, you know, in all the border areas we get schools. And of course, number three, I don't know if I fit bego. This one, they my mind since nutrition. These children need nutrition. They go help their mama for market on market days, mostly 2 times a week, sometimes 3 times a week. If nutrition day, I beg, make they provide nutrition for our children. If now 1 egg, 1 small bread a day, make every child, please be you know, I'm sorry. You know, we don't want our children to be vulnerable. You know, this 1 egg a day will go a long way in keeping them in school. Even their mama will say, no come market today. Go school so that you don't go miss that 1 egg, 1 bread.
Thank you so much, Ainena Jemitola, the former commissioner for arts and culture for Edo State, and even if you do so many other bigger work there. But one that when we say you go know, Madam Jemitola, we say, now picking when we say their life, now go feature up 1 egg and bread. Picking their life, and then go feature up egg and bread. Thank you so much when we say you join us.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Thank you.
All right.
God bless you all.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll end our interview with this you see the matter when BCS will talk about the program. The Waka they go. The program are Good Money Nigeria. We they come back and don't forget say yes we will join our people on BCS day for Lagos. We join people day for Abuja. We must take this breakfast. Not going anywhere. Stay with us.
Una City deal with us because we just they look up, they say, we they come on, and we don't come. We don't they analyze things, the speech of the president, but we don't continue for there. We know say the president, in they doing best, but as Nigerians, we they ask for more, making do more, especially for the area of security. Not be that I want to talk this morning, but I see democracy matter now with the pull out because democracy now for all of us. What we want to look this morning now, the impact of good governance as it concern democracy. What will be the impact when this democracy don't get since when we start since 1999, when we never stop them again, we just go seriously where. I want to talk about this morning. And my guest for studio this morning for Lagos, now Chief Solomon Chukwu, in a politician, in also the businessman. Chief, thank you for coming. Good morning.
Good morning, viewers. Good morning, for the program.
You fit call me your friend now, not be your enemy. You want to say my friend?
You can't be my enemy.
You can't say.
You're my friend, but here now you don't call program, so now I got you.
Okay, anyhow you take talk, I'll be there for you. We did expect our other guests because we want to balance the program this morning. Comrade Wale Balogun, in our human rights activists, because them also join fight for this democracy. And as we go this morning, make we quickly congratulate our brother Debo, human rights activist, when they Lagos here. Where they also give that honor this morning when Mr. President talked this morning, because one of the human rights activists will also be here with us. Chief, make we start.
My brother.
Democracy. You don't see the impact of governance as per democracy at all?
For me, I prefer to call them civilian rule. Or they say democracy is a government of the people, for the people and by the people. And in such definition, there are so many things that are expected. But for me, I want to limit myself to saying 27 years of civilian rule in Nigeria, which is the highest we have witnessed since independence. And I think it's a plus for all Nigerians. Say we don't attend that feat. And my prayer and my wish be say we never ever go back to dictatorship again. So democracy is still far from us, but we're making progress. And the biggest room in this world is a room for improvement. So I believe we're making progress, and as we make progress, now so we will improve until we get to that Eldorado, where the wish of the people will be the true essence of governance. But plus and minus, we're making progress. That's my assessment of civil rule in Nigeria 27 years after the military left the office of presidency and governance in Nigeria.
We say now democracy. You now come now, you say civil rule. That one be say you they try to distinguish, say okay, military rule day, civilian rule day, which is civil rule. And now the civil rule now be democracy. I don't know how you want to look at, or what they make you they think like that, as if you get what they make you they think like that.
And because for me, what I thought saying civil rule now we get now. You see, there are so many laws that was made by the military that have not been changed. Most of the laws we get now, see the decree. We never really get our own law as civilians. Where we can really say we Nigerians. The law, the constitution say we Nigerians, but I know say no be we Nigerians make that law. So as we amend them, they go. It go one day reflect we Nigerians, and only then that person like me will fit us say we don't enter democracy. But for now, na civil rule now we still there because we see they use the laws made by the military. They govern the people.
Make we pull out for another thing. Which area you think say we don't make progress as far as democracy they concerned? I want to make you also use and take look our election side, because we know say election day Ekiti and Oshun we dey by the door here.
For me, what me as if you say any system that is managed by man can never be perfect. It can only keep improving. So for this civil rule we don't witness for past 27 years, we are making the Nigerian population have come of age that we can tolerate one another. Now waiting I see. And for the election matter, as a politician, we run party politics. And in party politics, the party that then go nominate candidates will go represent them for any election. And INEC as it stands today, and then be regulator, and then be the empire. And there's a law guiding them. So as long as everybody play according to the rules, we are good to go. So I believe, say, for the election matter, we see into the rules of the game based on the law that guides election matter in Nigeria. So we still within that ambit of the law.
You know, say Mr. President talk this morning, say, that made me ask you that question when I asked you just now. Say, in the INEC, may they go do normal election for Ekiti and Osun. Say, because if the process they genuine, now the people will believe democracy and will participate. Now make me just ask that question. Chief, you na elder statesman, if we say make we put am for that perspective.
I never reach that level.
No, you be elder statesman because you dey when the June 12th election matter. I mean, you know when the NROC, the SDP, and all of all that. So what do you take from that period, that process of that election during that period? What do you take from inside?
During to what I see, be saying at that time, 1993, Nigerians were expecting and they were eager to see the military leave office. And everybody was involved. The atmosphere was electrifying in the sense that everybody will reach 18. Make sure they have the PVC.
Chief, maybe it's just stop there. We'll come back. Make we go break. When we come back, our other guests will join us. Then we'll continue the program. So now, good morning, Nigeria from Lagos studio. Like I told now before, say we dey expect our second guest, now human rights activist for Lagos here, and I think say also join all those people when do those fight for democracy. When we see say they come, the president can't give one of our brothers for Lagos here. We call our brother because a civil society person, Comrade Debo Adediro, honored this morning too. In day here with us now, him now another comrade, Comrade Wale Balogo, in our human rights activist. Comrade, welcome this morning.
Good morning.
We see, like say now the protests where they happen for Ikeja, be never start.
It delay me a bit.
Like say I delay you.
Yes.
Okay. Comrade, will they come? Chief, will they talk something before you enter? Chief, make you wrap up that way they talk about the MK Abiola and the 1990 election.
What I try to talk is that time we wanted that June 12th election. The difference between then and now is that time every Nigerian was political conscious. We have only two parties, NLC and the SDP. Everybody who don't reach 18 years was more like activists. Those activists were heroes. You know, military, now the dictator didn't be. So that dictatorship was affecting everybody. So everybody wanted them to leave. So everybody gathered their PVC, joined the political parties. You know, those days, political parties get offices in every local government that you can go and identify with. So that government can be saying everybody they eager to participate. So on that day of election, everybody find out. Join who you believe say I'm going to do the best. Be it Tofa, be it Abiola. At the end of the day, Nigerians speak in one voice. But today now, we don't do those sides because we get multiple political parties. We don't even know who shall be who again. So on the day of voting today, now we see people they play football. You will see Mama they inside the room they watch movie. Nobody want now really only the politician and then they waka go vote now. But those days everybody see them as what need to be done.
But that way they talk so say political party don't plenty. That one not supposed to be excuse. That one supposed to even be opportunity because it could be like say the stage don't wide for everybody to now participate to make your own choice. The choice no dey slim again. So not be excuse when people no go take participate. But more will leave it for them first. Comrade, may I come to you? You now human rights activists. This democracy, it don't impact Nigerians.
In fact, what we have recently now with the ground, na contradiction. And in fact, Nigerians go to regret, say they vote someone that has participated in the struggle to end the military rule then. Because the government, when the government they come, they talk of renew hope. You will remember say when Abiola they contest them. Abiola's slogan na Hope 93. And Abiola manifesto na farewell to poverty. But this APC government, where we say President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was a member of NADECO.
rather than make his end or reduce poverty. His policies, they multiply poverty. There is no impact. The impact with the Nigerians today, na negative impact, Nigeria is moving backward and backward. If you remember, if you want to do something, and you now look at the good thing for another one, say you want copy. You say you want copy Abiola. That is why you name your own something. Renew Hope. Abiola Renew Hope. The full agenda we Abiola get at that time, Abiola was talking of good life, improve agriculture, free education, and all other things that the economy of the country will be used, say, to benefit people with the ground. But when this government will come, you know the first thing, Nigeria don't suppose say, this government will do them good. The government run to shatter mouths to seek endorsement, and the endorsement will go seek are the policies where in the rollout now, where they make people cry. It goes in a contradiction. Then Abiola was against all the slavery where they don't do, all the things where the European powers don't steal from Nigeria. So it's on that basis that Abiola they shout and they fight for reparation. That the things where they don't collect from us illegally must be returned to us. But when this government go come in, this government run to shatter mouths to seek the endorsement of that powers. So now those powers force them to do this policy, whether they call it neoliberalism. And neoliberalism, the policy where we say they talk of subsidy removal and what have you. All those things, they're not seen as scam. And that is why, rather than make Nigerians get better under this government, everything they did hard.
Comrade, see, me, na very objective person now be. You know why they talk am? And they tell people, say, if you say government no do anything, person dey office for 3 years, you say, he no do anything. Me, I go tell you, say, na lie, you did lie. You know why? Because he must get something where you don't do. So, coming for you, what do you think, say, this democracy, where we dey, so, don't do for us as Nigerians.
Now they tell you, what in this democracy generally, yes, Nigerians now get the opportunity to choose and vote for people they want in a way. The good thing where we don't get out of this democracy, we say we now get multi-party democracy. Say party we will choose from, they plenty. Unlike the military imposed two-party system at that time. And the essence of democracy, we say, your party must day. We say, if their program suits you, you should join them, go vote or be voted for. That is it. But presently, every gain where we suppose gain, every gain, APC government don't dabaram. I go talk am. If not, if you are saying that they don't, there is no way they don't go. This government don't do something better for in the next 93 in the last 3 years. Point it out to me. Nigerian security no worse to this level when they came into power. And maybe they give government excuse. Government talk say the thing where they ground, it go come do better, it go improve. Insecurity where they ground, he say it go end down. That is when the campaign, when he mistakenly said he could recruit 500 youth. When his spokesperson called the talk saying 50, he meant. How many people they don't employ in terms of security? Rather than make them do policies. You see, government, insecurity will remain in the land. If government they cause poverty, why do you remove us the so-called fuel subsidy? The price of goods and services just increase, and the life of the people worse.
Okay, comrade, you go hold on there, Chief. I want to make you also look. Not be una no dey fight to not be say wetin so and talk in the counter or something. But I want to make you look wetin comrade talk and make you look at towards the direction. Say me say you no go fit say government no do anything at all. You fit say you no do this one no, but there's something when the government do. What do you think say this government do in terms of democracy to impact the people?
We talk about democracy. Democracy is the power for the people to choose who governs them. And the Nigerians have chosen this APC government to govern them for the next 4 years, which they have done 3 years, remaining another 1 year and then. So for me, the scorecard is already there for the people to choose, to see. And I'm not here to promote any party. Well, I believe myself, when you send me invitation, I'm here to talk about democracy,
yes,
and, the beauty of it and otherwise. So may I believe, say, as Nigerian citizen, we may be, and people they hear me from houses. If this party government don't do well, by February or thereabout, we have opportunity to vote them out. Abi?
That's so.
Yeah. So, and that's the beauty of democracy. And if they have done well, we have the power to return them back. So my only thing way concern me be say anything that will make us go back to dictatorship. I don't want them for myself, not for my children. Every 4 years, we have the right and the power to choose another person, if the other person don't do well, or to renew his mandate if he do well. So it's not the way to go.
Comrade, as chief they talk, so my mind can't go the speech where president make this morning. I don't know whether you follow that speech.
No.
And the president could talk many things. He get one thing where the president talk, make I tell you, as it take talk he say they give open window to bandits and terrorists. May they surrender. That will not go last forever. Say very soon, if the window close, that they go face the full wrath of the weight of government and the law. So what do you make from that statement?
The president just confirmed what I don't talk earlier. To say that shows that the government is helpless. It shows that the government has lost touch with reality. It shows that the government don't contradict waiting tell Nigerians. You know, tell Nigerians saying go give them windows to survive. They give people where they kill, where they massacre people, where they rape, where they destroy.
No, not be to survive, to surrender. If they not surrender, then he go after them and neutralize them.
It is what I'm telling you. It is what I'm telling you. What did they talk? No different from waiting the body government do. When we say they catch them, they go talk the soldiers, the army, make them not kill them. They go talk say that they do rehabilitation, carry them come society again. They give some of them money. If the government, if the Tinubu government meant well for Nigerians, he no supposed to give anybody chance. Say they repent, lay down their arms. They are different from the Nigerian they give amnesty to win or focus. Yes, they want cross control because they don't get fair share of the resources of Nigeria. Say now from their side, they get oil, but then they suffer. Now they suffer past in terms of environmental degradation and whatever. So it is a question of saying that I failed, though, so I'm now begging my enemy who has been keeping my family, my kids and kings. Osun election cannot be free and fair. And why it cannot be fair, where INEC will not be neutral, was because how the election go. Now, Mr. President started in the sense that when crisis day on local government, judgment day, where government supposed to implement, but the president choose to seize the money of Osun, just like what Obasanjo did for him when he was governor of Lagos. He seized the money of Osun. Now they use the Madaru imposed their own something local government chairman. When we say because of the election when they talk say them do now 2 years of yes or no vote against court rulings in this land. So what do I want? Who pays the proper?
Okay, comment. Okay,
so I will do what Mr. President wants, and that is to hijack Osun election
not be
by any means necessary.
No, you no go fit talk like that because you know they work for. Calm down. You no go fit talk like because you know they work for INEC, and you no go fit talk say the Osun election no go dey free and fair because you know be the people that you know the Osun people now go vote. You understand? And INEC now go tell us whether they want to be free or fair or not. Our own now to observe and report things so we see as even human rights activists and as we for here. Chief, before we go, I want to ask you, what do you think say government go fit dey do now make we feel the impact of democracy? Because like you even talk, say na civilian rule. You don't even call our full democracy. So what do you think say it go make us feel the impact?
You see, naturally, every political party should have their manifesto and have their ideology. So me, I believe, say, this remaining less than 1 year for this government to expire. They still have an opportunity to redeem whatever that have gone wrong. They still have opportunity to rewrite the story. They still have the opportunity to make an impact in the society. And me, I believe that government is continuity and policy should be truly thought after before implementing it. So me, I believe, say, there's still few months for them to make an impact, especially in the area of security. I feel for those families whom their relatives are in the bush, those their relatives have been killed. This is not what we bargained for, and this is not what we asked for. So the government, I ask them.
All right, good morning, Ajay. I will do a program, and with the reach now from Independent Television. We must always talk, like I talk, even if the team no better now, we must prepare a future for our children and the next generation. So anywhere when you say they serve for inside this country, don't be discouraged, don't be tired. Even irrespective of anything they see, our children did, our children's children did there. Maybe we begin out and say, okay, yes, what kind of life, what kind of nation are we handing over to the next generation? Okay, make I make some clarification in the form of discussion in the morning when I talk about the president's speech. I don't go through the speech now, and I say specifically, it says as from 2015 2015, and then now you take give the figure of the number of bandits, terrorists, and Lakurawas, and all them say the security do agencies don't neutralize. So maybe I make that clarification for those people to follow up the program. Then going forward to Eda, Mr. President say right now, what you also achieve is say more money to the states, and also give the states the power to generate electricity. That is why I think there's something about he say he give states and local governments the power to be as in power ability license to say may they go to generate electricity of their own. I'm sure that is where Samuti is coming from. So in the, because I remember something about my last happened for Boboka local government or something of that nature.
That is so very good. You know, Boboka don't start. If Nain give them the permission,
yes,
I clap on for that one.
Yes.
But how many states they practice on now? You understand? How many states they practice this one? Last say make a state generate their own refinery too. If for good. State make una go do na cement factory. If for good. So many things when it's supposed to give state power to do. I know say this state police of 18 think it don't pass second reading.
Yes, House of Rep double pass.
And they say more money they come state.
Yes.
So state no get excuse. But if state no work, who supposed to check them? I remember when Obasanjo be president too. The money when they give them, they ask and say, what do you take and they do?
Yes.
This our current president supposed to ask the state governor, what do you take this money when they give when they do? Because everybody matter now in body in day. It's supposed to don't come up with the idea, say, okay, all state governor make una come dey tell me wetin una don do with the state money, the whole allocation wey I dey give una, because the whole insult na im body dey go, and many people no know say so amount dey go to each state, and they suppose to dey publish amount when they go to states and local government.
They dey publish am.
We dey see am.
Yes, make I tell you one thing. Where Edo State dey get 50 billion, for instance, Delta for derivation dey get 300 billion.
Na because of wetin dem dey produce now.
So e means that a state like Delta, wetin we dey see for them, we suppose to see more.
Like Delta, I no wan put mouth for Delta, because Delta be like language I go use for Delta, because the whole money wey we dey make for Delta, nothing.
The allocation, make we join our brother Ekanem, so that we'll talk to one of the surviving wives of late MKO Abiola. Of course, today is Democracy Day. We salute Mr. President. Say he give honor to one of our own, brother Osa Director, and Professor Odio Akaini, and even Osagi Obayiwana. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. How na day?
I don't say I should not speak her. Now, professor to you, when I asked her she be come, I thought I said I want to do this thing. We hear the grammar, so welcome, madam.
Thank you.
Welcome. But before we enter the main thing proper, we be hear one case where you get with police and all those things. When the case enter your mind with the kind of sacrifice you don't make for this country, how you feel with the Nigerian police?
Well, my people, once more, good morning. That is why all of you should be prayerful. Then come set me up. I'm your sister, I'm your queen, I'm your daughter. They plan this thing. They say, why? You will come support Tinubu. That was the beginning, that is Genesis of the problem. Then come carry one orderly come opposite my house, not even in the palace, opposite. She can't go rub tomato ketchup for her face. That thing they call Nollywood blood. They mix it with something. It is like blood if you take a photograph or video. I was surprised. I go upstairs that day itself. I fasted though, my people. You know, after fast, you go come say, okay, you let you take some fruits, vegetable. So there I was. I heard commotion. That is noise downstairs. By the time I was hearing this noise, I never knew that that former orderly, one woman, Teju Moses, she kicked my staff, Rebecca, who was 3 months pregnant, and the lady had a miscarriage. Wetin I dey tell una, my people, it's on video. My neighbors are diplomats, diplomatic like Japanese, this sort of people, so they don't joke with their security. They have video of everything on the street. Now this God where they heaven, help me thank Baba God, who helped me. When we went to court, I was able to ask for forensic expert. Forensic expert now, people who come from abroad, they are independent, just like independent television here. They won't look left, they won't look right, they will fear the living God, and they would say the truth. So they went and tested all those liquids. They made their presentation. That is, then carried their result, their evidence to the court. Come tell the high court judge, say, see evidence, see evidence. They asked the police, bring their evidence. When they tested it, it was tomato ketchup, my people. 9 court convex. So is this how you frame up innocent people? police, you people will go behind the counter, kill people, shoot people when not do anything. Don't you know that the Constitution say what we call presumption of innocence, which means nobody is guilty until proven. That is, until you get your proof. Court come vex, say na tomato ketchup, una take frame Mrs. Abiola, say she beat her orderly. No. Police, you go pay 100 million. You go pay 50 million. You go pay 6 million. If you see the million, they ask police to pay me. Nine court come make a ruling, no. Police come call me, send people, say, I beg, make I no vex. Make I no vex. Na mistake. Na the former IGP. And I will call his name. His name na Alkali Osman. So my people are not do anything. No.
But that case don't finish now, Abi.
They are begging me now.
I beg, accept them. Now, mercy.
They are begging me. But this is, I don't want to say it's painful because I believe so much in God. But I pray that this sort of situation, not go they happen. You go see innocent people, then go carry lie, put for your head, put video, take police money, they advertise, they go viral, they spoil person name. That is called character defamation.
Big grammar be that one. When we come back to June 12, this man, what we talk about, so MK Abiola, when you meet her, wetin carry your mind join your one and two? Wetin you, as you don't deal with them, wetin tell you about why in like poor people? Wetin carry you join her? And for the marriage, so you from this side, you from, let's say you from south, you from southwest. During the marriage, how Unate meet, and during the marriage, you face any difficulty because today that you MK, so we'll talk about that. We want to know how it meets you, how the relationship be from the beginning.
Well, thank you. Number one, it wasn't, maybe MKO who are even supposed to marry. You know, a lady coming up, beautiful, everybody will ask for your hand in marriage. But that my husband, Chief MKO Abiola, he gets what they call persistence, insisting, in fact, 9 be life. So he say he must marry me. If you don't marry me, go jump over the cliff. I can't ask, I say, where cliff? It's okay, go jump near the river. I say, which river? The Ikeja. This is how you people will be deceiving women. He said, don't tell me finish you. If you no marry me, he no go agree. He now called me, show me one conference room. 56 prayer people, their own people, mal, and then they pray. He said, make I count. I count. I say, yeah, why are you asking me to count? For what? He said, all these people are praying. I'm going to get married to you. I must marry you. I said, sorry, I don't go. I don't want to marry you. Long story short, one day, I come see him. I saw him in the palace that they are negotiating my marriage. And my people were telling him that, look, because she's a crown queen, you go bring 17 kola nuts, and you go bring them 17 times. And then give them. So we don't want money, we don't want dowry. Do you know our background? Opukroye, King Oweredaba, first king of Calabaris, king of the War Kenu chiefs. Mine be my forefather. People that will fight Europeans and capture the ships, have multilateral diplomatic relations. We are nation states. Where I come from, my brother, nothing like village. We are city states. Yes. The Capoli, Metropoli, that's what we have. Metropoli means this, yes.
All right, good morning, Nigeria. I've been doing a program and with the original from Independent Television. There are a network service of independent television, and today we look at democracy rather, and we interview the last wife of our late Oga, will be MK Abiola, Professor Zainab Abiola, when they talk to us for inside the program. But network never really fit make us join them again, but from Abuja. But once the network come back, we will join them. But we look at issue of democracy. Eda, the question about as Abiola wife, when you look at the sacrifice of MK Abiola and democracy in Nigeria, how you would take much? Is it worth it?
He never did pleasing because the man try. He never did pleasing. Just say democracy they fine. Yes, but without Abiola we for not get this democracy. But the waiting in they fight for. With Nigeria never get up.
Without Abiola, no democracy. Without Abiola, no democracy. So you feel say Nigeria, as of today, they don't really compensate the Abiola family enough.
I'm not sure. Because that also rock. Therefore, don't change them. Therefore, don't change the name to Abiola. Or that Ego Square when they or whether they use. Therefore, don't change them to Abiola. Because without Abiola, this thing for not come to pass. That also rock. Now, them my mind they say give them to Abiola. Also rock Abiola. You understand? So that the name will remain. It will show say na him fight for this democracy. Because no, the man and I never. The children never benefit them. They never benefit from this Abiola struggle. They never benefit because their father paid the sacrifice. But up till now, I never see and say the children don't benefit. So as the children don't benefit, waiting come, we won't be when our father not fight for them. I don't expect anything from them. That is why democracy remain like this. That is why we still dey like this. They judge for a road, or they talk about road, they talk about electricity, they talk about fuel, they talk about so many things, insecurity everywhere. They don't know the fight when that man fight. If they say they know the fight when he fight, when result to this democracy.
Travel, and I wanted to go and help my friend Babangida, because that time nobody liked Babangida. Remember all those periods? People say make Babangida go. Now my husband MK Abiola will do like this, suffer, come make people to like Babangida. So when they annul June 12th, some of us come they cry.
But you now as a wife, what the relationship we get with Babangida, and now him too can annul the election. When you hear that kind of result, that kind of annulment, what thing enter your mind?
The thing surprised me, because to go into my husband's bedroom, honestly, na Babangida picture dey by the right. The other side, na Abacha picture. Downstairs, na General Shehu Yar'Adua picture. Before you see people like Chief Igbinedion, hi Chief Igbinedion, the family, before you see others. So the number one picture, na Babangida. Babangida is alive, it's a mena. Now me where they here, they make tea, Arabian tea, all those African tea, because I am well schooled, well educated in the culture of how a lady should run her marriage, so that your marriage can become like honeymoon. You don't have to quarrel your husband. In fact, you don't even have to love your husband. It's not your possession. You shouldn't put him under the table or under the chair. Your own, my women, is to respect your husband. So when he come back, you know the kind fish, you know the kind vegetable, you know everything to cook. So Babangida, he no do well at all, because even part of those kola nut, now Babangida send them. He participated in all of them. My wedding trial was wedding of the century. All of them participated. People who came 18th Sultan. That time the 17th Sultan of Sokoto was on the throne. Me and him, we get the same birthday. They like my great grandpapa, because as a royal family, they are very close to us till next tomorrow. So after that, we now had 18th Sultan, We now had 19th. So everybody participated. That is, then take part
For your marriage.
for my marriage. Nothing with the no send from Royal Palace, ostriches or cows, everything you do for a royal queen. And then we do the marriage here, we do the marriage for London, we do the just intercontinental. Whether it is a one run.
Not near you down. But you know what this thing now? You as a wife, I can ask you, when you see your relationship with your husband, and you go and say the same person will participate. One of the book you write, you even write a book concerning Babangida. When you hear saying I annulled the election, what did enter you?
I felt it was very unfortunate. I'm very sad because my husband won the freest and fairest elections in this world even, because it was A4, option A4. Yeah. You know who you are voting for. Not all this thing what then they do. Why you one kind thing, you know go know what thing happen, rigging, gerrymandering, political shenanigan. No. You stand behind the picture. You can't say Abiola I vote for. So you win the election freely and fairly. So as Babangida annulled that election, na bad thing him do.
You get any grudge against them?
No. You know me. I dey fear God. I be Christian. I be Christian. And Abiola no one make I even change my religion. That felt he was a good person. He said as a Muslim, you can't force anybody. How I wish that man was alive. Because we're not going to have all this insecurity, all this unfairness, all this Boko Haram. No. People will look at the leadership and follow the leadership. Right. Like I tell you through, Nigeria lose somebody.
Right. Thank you.
Nigeria lose somebody.
Abiola, the Chancellor of Akasuba Center for Peace and Conflict Resolution. Now, here we will end the discussion. Now, we will take our news. But we might not forget, we'll call you again. So that means you can really tell us what really happened. Because this matter of democracy day is a continuous thing for 2 weeks for independent.
I want to thank you and everybody. Please work hard and love your nation and do your best to have sober reflection for Democracy Day for Chief President M.K. Abiola, GCFR. Thank you. Children came to see me because women, when you're in polygamy, just be like Ruth and Boaz. Because I know saying a generation of Ruth is the one that gave birth to Jesus Christ. Yes, it's the lineage. So what do you take to that type of marriage or polygamy? You take love. Love is the greatest weapon. Love your in-laws, love your mother-in-law. Women are they tell you now, no quarrel with your mother-in-law because she's the one to bless you. Abiola Mama, Alaja Dosomu, the kind blessing when she blessed me before she died.
Another person when you say the friend to your husband that time, now, Obasanjo. You understand? You see, say make efforts to make this June 12 significant because that time the president too when he
No. Obasanjo not be friend now. Obasanjo na friend enemy. Friend enemy. My people friend enemy now. That's why we pretend to be friend. Then you consider now enemy. Yes, because Obasanjo who is alive, he can come and he should come to me and say why they talk like that. He has every right. He can sue me, but I'm saying openly to the world. Now Obasanjo can say Abiola may be the Messiah where Nigeria require. You can write and go America, write all those things to CIA, KGB.
So you be friends before.
Now I say na friend name me. You don't understand, like you want to marry a man, then your best friend will go and marry your husband. That's a friend name me. So that was a pretense of Obasanjo to my late husband, M.K. Abiola. Maybe today start to, like I tell you now one story, where nobody know for this world. Okay. My husband tell me, say that time they never born himself. In there for secondary school with Obasanjo. So he gets one chair. He now came one day. Obasanjo come sit down for his chair. I said, why are you sitting on my chair? Saying go boss and this Obasanjo come do are you? carry my husband chair that time. Then my husband come dey work for one company, they call it ITT. So when he was working there, they were owing the company some money. Federal government never pay my husband company some money. My husband come say make him go collect that particular money. He comes to Obasanjo at the armor tanker place, armory waiting. Then they call himself. Now he can say, you want to go see Murtala Mohammed. Now Obasanjo say, no, don't sit down, don't sit down, don't sit down on my chair. So anytime Obasanjo see MK Abiola, President MK Abiola say he wants to sit down, Obasanjo will carry that chair. Not from secondary school. We go carry, so we will call this thing, is it metaphysical, metaphor, must something where you say this pikin, as they do like this, when he grow, how will that child be? So it's a plan. Yes, I'm the one saying so. It was a plan from Obasanjo youthful days to take Abiola's seat. So when Abiola won the election, Obasanjo was still thinking, in the think, say, Kai, that seat, Kai, how you take that, now then come plan and plan. You know the other people now, now come and say, in the Yoruba, the Yoruba people don't like this kind of thing. They should give him Abiola's seat. He sat on Abiola's seat. And he never named any monument after him. And the red carpet said, Obasanjo said, ask all of us, make we think. Let us think about this thing very deeply. So when he now took off the seat now, he can't do first term, he can't do third term. No. Now God of heaven say no. Third term no go happen.
And when they talk with
the truth
but
now.
I asked you before, see, you still hold any grudge?
No grudge. I don't forget people know the just yet unborn. You know the truth. The truth is bitter. You forgive as a Christian. It's a mandate. Abiola had a June 12th mandate. I have a bigger mandate to forgive. You know, say to forgive no easy, but I forgive him. Because these people, you know, I dey young. They come make me young widow. Now so I carry children. They work out, they put them for school. Nobody for that, nobody gave me 1 naira to train my children. I'm saying it publicly. I'm saying it openly. Not 1 naira from anybody.
Even the government?
Not a, which government? Which government? Not 1 naira school fees. Even the school fees fund my husband kept. Then go carry the money, chop and finish. Now I can't say no. When God give you children, it's your duty as the mother to train those children. I thank God now. Some of my children, some have PhDs, and I want to thank God. I give God the glory because the money no come from anybody. Now God just not seen them. Some of them were athletics. And the school will even encourage them. Say you're an athlete, come and play this basketball, play this game or the other. So no, I never inherited 1 naira. I'm saying it openly. And honestly, I want to say something. I don't want to inherit it. I don't want the beauty and the happiness we dey inside inheritance now. Make you and that your husband enjoy them. Make una no dey follow anybody where they say want to inherit. Go to Psalm 2. It's God, only God Almighty, that will give you whatever God wants to give you. So that is the situation. Make una know they look so person marry big man inherit, nothing like that. If somebody want to give you something, he will give you. One of the things he gave me was a Rolls Royce. Me, I gave out that Rolls Royce in London. Now me, by my hand, I sign up, I dash one of his staff that they didn't give anything to. I say no, you are loyal, you are faithful, you are my husband's paddy. He begged me. Say this guy, I say carry the car, Jare. Take. He said na Rolls Royce, so the most expensive kind. I say na me give you. I sign up. I give up because if I enter that Rolls Royce without my husband, that I for the cry. So that's why I gave it out.
Thank you for listening. So you don't make us understand what really happened during that time. But
yes.
When you see the lifestyle where our politicians live now, you understand? You see the way our politicians believe and things wey dey happen. That one you go answer later, but because you will soon join our Benin people also ask you questions anytime from now. When you saw this kind of things wey politicians, the kind of life wey they live, and the kind of life wey your husband dey live, the kind of thing wey they do, fits compare. Na so politicians supposed to be. The democracy really worked out for 27 years. We don't. And the kind of things
is the best program in this Africa, because somebody will talk truth and they say the truth will set you free. To tell you the truth, this is not the democracy that I envisaged. That means maybe this democracy in plan. One day, me and my husband, we came back from abroad. We want to enter our house. Thousands of people come kneel down for the gate. That Abiola no go enter your own house. So he sits with me for car. He said, my wife, my darling wife. I said, He said, did I see all these people? I said, yes. He said they didn't let him enter his house. They want him to come down and give them something, food or so he had to come down and start sharing money. Man of the people. That's why they used to say MKO, MKO. Abiola is a man of the people.
Thank you very much, Madam. I hear my brothers from Benin because they will want to join you now, ask you 1 or 2 questions because time don't really go. Maybe not be like saying now let me they enjoy this gist because of history. They're not supposed to listen to history. Now the record of past events, which that happened before. Some people don't know what happened for June 12th. We don't see person that will say, now husband, and be the main thing, and be the main topic of discussion today. So my brother for Benin, I don't know if you want to ask questions, if you want to get in the conversation, the mic don't enter Benin now, make I hear from you.
Okay. Good morning again. We'll do time no day, but let me just give you this combo. The question where I want to ask you this morning, the sacrifice, because I see the book on the right, MK Abiola, the pain, the gain, and whatever. So today, the democracy, when we say your husband pay price for, are you proud of the way things be now after all of these years? That is number one. Then two, your mate too will be Kudirat, he equally die for this struggle. As a woman, you not talk anything to that area concerning somebody who also die with your husband for inside this late husband for inside this struggle.
Thank you. That your question is very good. In fact, 4th of June, that Elijah Kudira died. It pained me because Elijah was close to my own mother. Very disciplined woman. That's why you go kneel down and greet my mama. Good woman. No. Why will a government assassinate somebody's wife? We women, which power we get? Which power? We are just here to partner with the men, support our brothers, support our leaders, so that thing we then do. Honestly, no good. Look, we fear God. And last year, I started a program from the Nigerian level because since 1999, awards have been carrying out award ceremonies. Me give congratulations and award to people who try for this June 12th. And we say sorry to all their family members because some of them too, they lose their life where they support my husband. So it's not only me where they cry. So many families were affected. And I want to put on record that most of those that supported Abiola, there was no money. They just loved his lifestyle. So they can't come out. Even mama, 100 years mama for village with walking stick, we never see Abiola, they all voted for him. Even for the opponent means the other person wey follow and contest for Kano. Abiola win, so they win and come enter inside the house, come win am. When I don't see that kind of winning. So that is a pure democracy. So last year, I come write to the federal government that they must honor Mama Alaja Kudirat, because she senior me well. 9 them come do that honor wey dem come give her. But one boy, Chima, na him be name, he carry my idea, come go dey do like say na him own idea, come thief the idea. He no be still, you know, he carry person idea. So it's called IPT, intellectual property theft. All the idea wey I bring, dem go dey steal am. So me, I say make I come ITV. At least the way people will know that yes, so this idea, we are the ones bringing it in our simple way, in our humble knowledge, because this is what they do. It pain all the family members. How did I overcome my own pain? I come waka, go study doctorate. Plenty like this, so I studied doctorate in sustainable development, in innovation. Doctorate means say I go school, sit down, read PhD. I come read another PhD for security studies. All this Boko Haram where they talk, we can remove it. We can find the solution in a few weeks,
Madam,
if given the opportunity.
Mama, they leave us with this topic. Our topic for even 3 hours. No, MK na name.
Oh God, they fear people.
Children will come, they learn from, learn from. Thank you very much, Mama, for keeping the legacy strong.
God is
God
great.
will give you the ability to sustain the family and train your children. So your children will come and be blessed to you. Thank you very much.
Not only my biological children, even all my stepchildren, they are very good children. That's one thing Abiola did for this country. He brought up discipline and law-abiding children.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank God.
Since I've been here for studio since with Professor Zena Duke, Abiola should be the Chancellor of Akasoba Center for Peace and Conflict Resolution. And we'll continue the program. And I'm not seeing the go now. Good morning, Naija. The party not will end.
Yes.
It will not be like this. My brother Iman, you see how now, maybe my fault to now Nigeria they go na democracy day. Now I leave am for you now, maybe you carry the baton, they go that side.
Okay, yes, my brother, I can greet you. Every other person will say you join us from the studio. I greet you. Our mama, Professor Mrs. Zainab MK Abiola, we greet you for the time when we say you can't share with us some of the experiences of where you get, and of course the struggle of June 12 by your husband, MK Abiola. Anyway, we thank everybody who say you join us for inside this program this morning. On behalf of our brother, Manager News, Thomas Adu, and our brother for Lagos, Ikwaria, Igboji Ikwaria, and Edda Omogo, Julius, we salute everybody who say join us. We'll do it again next week. Happy democracy. And today, this evening, all the journalists who they do, they will gather at AUJ to also honor our brother. Yes, I will do commendation service for him. And late Kingsley Ndubisi Uchebu, wherever for the day. By next week, they will conquer and go Abia State. We'll do it again next week, Friday. Until then, God bless Nigeria. Bye-bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
Certainly the best.
as I say, good evening. Welcome to our program. We call Daughter, the heart of the matter. That man talk and say, no matter how ant small reach, if you put your eye for ground very well, you go feel opener and you go see the heart of that ant. If you ask me today, say which matter I want to look today, maybe matter when we say concern me, concern you, concern our children, especially now, like saying, we see all of them for streets. Some of them will be like when we see their head not to correct, some of them correct and everything. You come the other and say, what did they happen? The way to make us really come out to them and go talk to a person when we say they for government. Then we say for time when we say not the people that when we say they're in charge of Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, they go outside, they go, they pack all of these people come out. We want to know the reason why they go back there. Where did they put them? What will happen to them after these ones? That be the questions that when we say want to ask today. Now make us go outside. We go be one person come this now be the number one person when we say concern that ministry. Now the commissioner when we say they in charge for Women Affairs and Social Development for Edo State, Honorable Eugenia Abdallah. Welcome to our program.
Thanh you.
I just know your name. I call her Wesha.
Yes, Eugenia Abdallah.
Abdallah, welcome.
Thank you.
That name be like our name.
Yes, it's our name. Our name.
I see you when the waka they come, so we start from there. The way your face be like say, you know, happy, and I come they ask one or two questions, say some men they do it, you know, like or this thing. The Ministry of Women Affairs, you know, concerning anything when we say get to do with man.
Ministry of Women Affairs concern with it to do with men because our mandate now children, women, men, those vulnerable people, those living with disability, even the elderly.
Okay.
So now, when you talk about men, when you don't talk about women, talk about children. Now family be that.
Okay.
So it concerns men. Okay. That's why we talk about mental health for men, where they take care of themselves. Okay. Where they not keep quiet, say things they happening to them. Okay. Where they speak out because they themselves too, they face difficulties.
Okay.
Yes.
At the same, let me say when the waka they come now, they look and say, this man, the happiness, the way they talk to me for phone, not being be when the waka they come in. Now because of seriously, because they try to tell me say man, no mind one man. Let me say they look for the man since and the rest because they know the man they behave. What did the man actually do?
No, the thing be say the woman come office. She came with a problem, saying that she did with her husband since, and her husband they maltreat her, and then if they beat them. Not gonna say if they beat you, why you still stay there? I say until say the man will change. Not gonna say. Anybody start to beat you from day one, you not go ever change because tiger no dey change his spot. I be leper no dey change his spot. So if you dey follow man and you see they beat you, I beg come out from there because if you keep quiet, say you go change, you go change. One day you go kid, you go die inside. Like that famous musician with dance Usenachi when die inside because say she dey do church. She no want talk.
This kind of one they talk to you. No, they encourage that voice. So if they talk about that kind of thing.
We know they
express yes, if man and woman they get issue now, they come meet now. Maybe the man they beat the woman. You're supposed to call the man, talk to the man, and I mean they cancel people.
Yes, we they cancel. So when they come report like that, we go come tell them say, okay, now we're going to call your husband. If we call your husband, can you say what you tell us now? Because at times some women, because they want make them punish their husbands, they'll come lie.
Okay.
So most times when they come, we find out that not be the man even do problem, and the woman might get problem. But at times, most times, 90% of the times, now the women they suffer domestic abuse. So we go invite them and try and see how we can reconcile. Most times, I will tell you, graciously, they reconcile. Over like last week, we reconciled 3 couples where they don't put hand for their jugular, say they will kill each other.
Okay.
Yeah, reconcile them, you know, and we're happy. We're happier when we reconcile couples.
We say yes, this gender violence against the women, ain't they more?
Yes, gender-based violence. Yes, it
against
more.
Women.
Yes, on women because the women are endangered species. They're endangered to their fathers.
So you talk about because you're the woman.
No. Because I see them. I never used to believe it until I started to see them. I see how women they suffer, but they keep quiet because of the social, they say cultural belief. Say if you talk, now you're like bad person. Every house bad. So if you talk, now you say many people are bad. But speak out. Say it and you get solution. We'll call them because nobody will make any.
The woman they talk and say you know fake talk because they don't say our own bad because she say this thing. What about men when we say they beat for house? When they look and they see that one, or I never hear say you don't hear say so women doing they beat their house.
Oh yes.
Okay, but the men if they come out because how the society go look and say I know they shouldn't what they beat.
Your fellow men go like them.
So when they think of saying now go look at times some of these women are look at. The man was carried inside house the other day. He read the woman, they shout. What happen? Say the man injure am for leg. They say the leg say injury day. Now cause with the man now, say the man they say the call when the man come and they cause all the face everywhere. He don't scatter when the woman take do. Now they call compare and say, look what they happen to this man and look this woman. You know if he come call the anybody. So this men when they say most of them, some of them feel they're vulnerable to this kind of thing.
Yes, true.
They can't see they happen to them, but shame not let them go. What do they do to help this kind of men?
Most men now they come out.
Okay.
Yes,
the husband.
Yes, when their wife is the
I want to look at what the man if you look at this man. So
no, nothing because my father taught my brothers, say women mouth now razor blades. Okay. Say whatever that they say to you, when you say you want to kill them, give them bass. Put your hand for pockets, press them, go out. By the time you don't calm down, come back into the house. By that time the wife when they come back, she's remorseful. Because the thing they pay women pass, we say if you offend the men, they not eat your food, they not drink water. You go tell yourself, say, make I go bed.
I don't call this up now.
Exactly.
The woman you talk to your husband, talk.
The woman no answer.
No answer and everything. The next thing, nobody have to talk to. Nobody have to talk to.
Keep me today.
When we come to the matter where MBCSC really make me draw you come out from inside your office, and I say you'll be very busy woman. May I ask you this issue where MBC, the other time I see you enter streets for Benin and the rest, and some of these boys there when MBC they for town and they pack them and the rest. Some of them, now they arrest them or they hand and they do them.
No, we not arrest them at all. Because see, every madman with the street, he get name, he get family. You understand? He get future, but now condition not make can do there. Because number one, we tell ourselves in the ministry, say, all these mad people with the street, they deface the street now. And then their dignity, they don't tamper on them. And then our governor, in a better governor, there is the Edo State governor, His Excellency Senator Monday Okpewolo. He called Minister of Women Affairs, say, no, purview not be this. I want to see how we go fit take these mad people off the streets, rehabilitate them, and then reunite them with their families. So what did we do on the 5th of May? That was the first day when we do the campaign to take the mentally challenged people off the street. We know they carry them go down Portray. What we do, we take them to our traditional herbal homes. And then we put them. How would they do this?
Say English on day if you take care of the one competent traditional.
Yes, because the English one, when we do, that one not they really do. You know, say they take a long period. Now this traditional medicine, they are registered with us. Okay. They are registered with the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, and we know their power. Not now, even my predecessors. Okay. In time we don't use them.
The one will come before you.
Yes, we use them.
Grandma come down. Okay. School like
the one will come before. That is the commissioners before me. Now they use them, and me, the one I will do my own work. I learn them from my governor. If they go see, say where I
they are marking.
If they are marking, thank you. Not to, you know they sit down for a table. They'll come tell us something. No. So we learned from him. You go and see, so that when you're talking, they talk with facts. Okay. So when me, I go homes. I finally travel go Ishan, Edo Central. I go check homes for Erohini. And when I reach there, I look. If we reach the standard where we talk, so we won't keep. Because madman, na human being, not be cast away, na human being. So we will go and check, say the staffing, the program they make them the the accommodation, their hygiene, say the environment they clean. Yes, we go there to check. And when we say it meet what we want, we'll carry them go. And no, we not go just drop them there. We they tell the medical doctors, say, we give them at this period of time to make sure, say, this person will go well. And we they go check on the person. Because government will be saying no other person should be left, especially those when we say their head they do scrum.
Other people when they do scrum, so you will look and see if you go town, they're plenty for town where. With every day yesterday they bring some of they come from other states, come they dump them here. The other day we get case for this local here, or they bring like say now bus loads, about 2 buses, they come there, they open the vehicle, all of them come out, when they come out, the vehicle turn, it run come out, there are only 2 people not inside, two people not inside, but they break all the people come out. For local here, and all that, what do they do to make sure? Let me say, we talk, and it happen for here.
You see,
and they tell you, say, see, not be your time now, because like, if you look at now, yesterday in course, then be say you come office here now. Okay. And what happened some time back for local here.
Okay, as long as the person there those states. the government don't talk say whether you be Edo, whether you not be Edo, but as long as you dey live for here and you not be you, the person dey mentally challenged, we should take them to rehabilitate, to go try and treat them and bring them back.
Because they don't put the feed they treat them, they come pack them here. I don't know what.
You know, because it's the big heart of the nation.
So they break on, pack them.
Look, that is the reason why you and I should try and see how we go curb that entrance into Edo State. Because when you see, that's why Women Affairs say, when you see something, say something, government will do something. Okay. So when you see, report to the appropriate quarters.
Don't come, I carry motor come, I carry people inside the motor, they drive their car, they put the motor for ground there. You see, because the passengers come out, all the passengers come out, they come out, the motor turn, come out again. How person going to take hold that one?
By the time you blow whistle, you know, see, other people we like this kind of it. When you blow, you say, hey, stop that person. People for fun go call the man, they go stop him. Okay. They'll stop him. Okay. Yeah, but in as whether na that one or not that one, the fact remains that we not want our people to be crazy. Because number one, you don't know who be the person, who be governor, who be senator, who be from those people. Now condition. And then what do they tell parents be say or families? If you see say you see your pikin or your brother, your sister, they get one type of behavior you know say not correct. Go ask for help. Look, we have my ministry, we have the Ministry of Health. Go there, go make complaint. Any letter that you write, say help me. We don't help. With the help. So the 5th of May we go out, we carry them go out, we are not dumping them. Now maybe they help us treat them like now. After that 5th of May, we had, before we come do the campaign, we get people they call us, say, I beg, come help us. 3 people when we help to rehabilitate, they stay with us for almost 7 months, and then we carry them go Bayelsa. But when they carry them, we not be say, when we treat them, they'll come tell us, say, now they are made begins, this is where they come from, their family. So what do we do as Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development? We will not call the ministry, that is the ministry in that state where we don't identify.
Okay, like in our ministry.
Ministry of Women Affairs, we'll go give them. You know, so when we carry, we not just carry go, we'll carry our staff to go so that proper documentation and handover for the unification. That is when they join their families together. We hand over and then we come back.
Okay, I want to make a look one other issue. Now, true say even some of them, some Edo people there inside, whether we like them or not.
Yes, yes.
But if you look at now, what will they do to make sure, say, our children, because the way most of them these days, they hook to different kind of things in the name of drugs, it took plenty. You go here Kulus, you go here Baki, you go here Ice, you go here Colorado, you go here Blunt, you go here different kind of things. So we can ask ourselves now, how we want to remove our children come for this country, because almost all the streets for Benin, for those states now, almost all of them, you must see one shop or the other. When you say this kind of a thing, what do you do about this kind of thing?
If you must say you get, you know, shops where they sell, report them to the NDLA and all of that, and they
with the help of the cases, say they report to NDLA go there, do it. They wait first, now they call you. We there for the streets.
Yes.
Now we they see them.
Yes.
You understand? Now we people they call, say see what they happen. You see some of these law enforcement agencies them, or their agent only for this agency, they will go there, collect their own waka come out. You don't understand? Because the next time you see go out and say, oh, I did there when they do them.
Exactly. You got me there. Yes.
Then be the next question when we say,
yes.
But one person don't ask you something, don't talk and say, this is they happen, if they happen. You see they carry somebody, arrest the person, carry and come out. After 2-3 days, the person don't come back. If they see they do the same business.
No.
They carry the person, wait now, the person they do the same business. And they come one day, they come with the same person, they don't carry the person come out again, they drive come out. You understand? You go feel say yes, something they happen now. And the person said that.
No, get this one right. Say when you arrest somebody, you can't keep the person more than
a given period
of time.
Yeah.
So coming back to his own business. But if they're not saying, like NDLA, I can't speak for them. I know if we talk for them. But when they release the person, they don't find say the person let they do that illicit business. You understand? So me, I cannot speak on that. But my own be say we they try to we want intensify our sensitization. We want to intensify letting people, parents, world, all these young boys and girls know say when you take all this hard drug, you destroy your life. And then, if you think you want a future, please, not take them.
No, the highness, now everybody want highness.
No, highness. We need to let them understand the danger of waiting them to do.
That kind of highness.
Yes, that kind of highness. I tell you, the one on Airport Road will pick on the 11th of May. On the 11th of May, the two boys, they just stay by the fence with Coca-Cola, cold one. They don't drink. Even when they beat them, they don't even say we beat them.
Okay.
We drag them. And I tell you something that is so painful. We might not say on our children this truth.
When you call just now.
Coca-Cola, not two of them drink.
Okay.
So the two still remain. Now they say they drink. Now we see. And then they by their side. Two of them don't sleep. We don't beat them, they don't know. We drag them. They don't know themselves.
Okay.
We put them inside bus.
That's so called me only for that. This is not test time to know.
We carry and come out. Of course, now hard drug like the inside.
Okay, I want to
mix with her.
I want to make you look something. The other time when I come out and I go before today, you get the center when we say the course 9 day for Benin here for a hammer by get one hotel when we say they call I think Royal Mabo Hotel. It's there for Oyama Junction there.
Okay.
And that place then be waiting they hide. Now when we say if you enter your motor, you drive, and they give you the task now, as my sister and as my commissioner, make you try and drive, go there one day, park. You will see people come to knock your door if you roll up, which one you want. That's bad.
Oh, really?
You understand? That's bad. At a point, the state government, I think this what they call like Bustone and the rest of them, they come and they go raid them that time. When they carry the command, they raid all of them. Just like you don't say you get experience of some people, they won't say they beat, they don't say they beat them. Carry men when they come out like that. Till now, after they don't carry come out, for Bible, it's when they remove the swine, they come out for the swine. They remove and come out, the demon come out for this one, they leave her. When they walk come by, they come out this time. Now they don't come out full force more than before to the point that they don't care. They go to knock your door because we don't get that personal experience. In this kind of a thing, waiting in BC when they do. Because that time one time raid, it's already definite, they don't leave her. They don't come back to that place.
That one not be my purview. That one security, NDLA, na their purview.
They still work together because people
line ministry, yes. Now they tell you say we want to talk more on it.
Okay.
And I think now what you tell me now, I'll make that place as where we go talk to people. You know, so we need to talk, make them know the danger of what they do. Okay. And the consequences that is what they will suffer at the end of the day.
They destroy our children.
That is it.
And those children will be like they did that. People talk around and say if we go for the way they sound and all of that, don't tell me say you don't pass this our country before. You don't understand? You don't show say you don't go on that place outside this our country. And if you don't go outside this our country, when they see person they make vendors they do some kind of a thing. See person they get for Baba market, they hold that person, not because say they want that person, but because they want trace sound to the source.
Yes.
And all of that.
Yes.
Those children won't be so now hold, those two won't be so now hold. Not children to the source of where
children?
No, those are
adults.
Okay,
you can't go for rehabilitation.
Go rehabilitation. They don't tell me now. See where they forget the drugs.
Now when they don't get their senses, now we ask them questions.
Okay.
Yes, now we ask them because that Coca-Cola now.
No, they drink. I don't make it because you can't pay for advert for them. Because when they call the cola. The cola says that they try to tell you that's a mineral.
That drink, that mineral, yes.
They carry and everything because your bag when you carry cola, actually big. But you don't be say take PS for advert and all of that. So I will ask you now. That kind of people, now don't release them, they see them in a
No, they are still with us.
Okay.
Until we don't know say they are fit to get into the society. Yes.
If you go to Lagos Street, Mission Road, Ring Road, part of Akpava, New Benin, and everything, you get the one where they call Lema.
Call what?
They call them Lema, they call them.
Okay.
They do for everywhere for that place. Maybe they now when go to call them destitutes. Or now when BC goes to the coffee for America, they call them homeless people.
Yes.
And there are plenty for that place. At times the question when they ask now the flower when they take decorate Ring Road.
Yeah.
Because the way they take what do they do for those kind of cases? Because they're full everywhere.
Yes, they're full everywhere. And what do we do before this mentally challenged people? We have to go and see the imams, the head of imam, the Arewa the leader of Arewa community. We saw all the Hausa people, their heads, and we tell them, say, we want to make we take these children off the streets. And the ones who will not fit keep here, maybe take them back, because we say they will bring them into Edo State.
They make money.
Yes, they make money. So
you get people when we say they will just sit down for somewhere, they'll go they beg finish, can't give them this money, and they wear the area when we say they stay. I don't know, they mess up the place. I know this is my program, if you allow me to use that kind of word. No. If you go to Navy Street now, you go to Mission Road by the primary school there, you go by the church there, the Catholic church there. Yes. So for that same Mission Road and everything, you will see all of them there. You will say they make the place maybe they fine.
Yes, it's true. And the government not sit down, they look like that.
But they don't tell now, they know they come out.
Not be something you just do at once. It gets phases, and you know, when you remove them first, you must align with the leaders of those communities. And then they don't already agree to the follow us work. You understand? So that is what we're still working on, because these people they don't even turn to citizens inside those states.
Because
they don't take for here, yes. But another thing where we they do outside that place we follow them talk, we say at times you see woman carry like three children, 4 children put for ground. Maybe she get them. How she take get them? We don't know. So what do they do? We take the woman, put them for home where they will take, if we say she did mentally unfit, and then take the children, keep them with us for orphanages. At the end of the day, you find that, yes, of course, the government, they give subvention to orphanage homes, and even these medical homes. Government, they fund them. That's why we can just take them, go when we take them off the street. On that time, on the 5th when we start, we take 32 mentally challenged people off the streets. On the 11th of May, we take 28 off the streets. So until we go check homes, say they meet our standard, now we go do another reading.
Some of these children, what they say for that ring group, so for daytime they be beggars. For daytime they look for arms. When we see they say they will take care of
themselves.
For night they talk to something else.
I don't know.
You understand? I mean, they tell you now. For night most of them turn to something else and the rest. Because whether we like them or not, they don't get house, they don't even get work. And when they don't get work like that, they need to make ends meet, even though we know say ends don't go around 50 minutes. You understand? If they don't go one place in the house today, go bust the house, tomorrow they'll go to store, go bust the house. And some of the ones say for this, they take all of these drugs. When we say they make them do that kind of thing, because many of them don't be their clear artists do they do. So if you look at now, you talk and say there's what they call line ministry.
Yeah, line ministry.
And if they get this thing, you get the one person at the course, say yes, no, okay, now feel work hand in hand with these people to make sure things they work out.
Yes.
We now can't carry some of them come out now. But if you pass Ring Road at around after 9 to 10, 11, you will see all of them. Supply Road Junction there, but that statue there, they go food there. See Mission Road there, but that statue there. When that statue the Bible Market,
yes,
market,
yes.
They go food there and all of that when you go that time. But when you come back around that kind 2 o'clock, I don't want to make you work out that kind of late for security reasons. 2 o'clock, you work out, go around, you don't go see them again. But when you come back at around 4 o'clock, they don't go back, they don't go where they go, or come back. You can't see them for that kind of place.
Oh, you don't turn to investigator? Detective.
Now my job.
Yes.
I'm an investigative journalist.
Journalist, okay, yes, because this it did new to me because when we read that statue ready for Ring Road, we go Urban Market, we did the same thing. And then I said the 3 times when we take raid. Now just one particular spot now we see the raid.
Okay.
We never even enter inside. And me, I would like to go home so I won't go drop them to see and be sure that these people will feel look after this. People will come up from street. Let me say.
The guarantees if you put there for those who don't know will run come out.
No. It's not make I tell you say we they go check the homes to be sure that where we they carry them go they are secured accommodation wise, the way they treat them and all of that. You know the treatment process. Make sure say the staffing and all of that. No.
Difference there between mad person and a destitute.
Oh, destitute different.
You understand?
Mad person different.
And they only the mad people and the carry.
The destitute they put them for orphanage homes. That's the children, the age. They take from 17 downwards.
What about the ones that don't pass 17?
When don't pass 17, they'll carry them go to the correctional center. But that's where we take off the street. So we take them to our own correctional center for children.
Okay.
For under adults. It was a mini adults.
Okay. Okay. I want to make it like say you might take your mind go back small to the one where in BCSA you really concern some of these what I call the destitute down. I don't know the category when I be say I people them. But I know they don't demand. I know say yes, they don't
they take drugs.
You understand? So when you see all these kind of people now, you don't feel suppose don't go beyond this now awareness. Say make we go see how we go take do some kind of punitive measures against some of these children do this kind of thing. Because some of them now, you go to some school, you go to some women, most women when they say these things them, you go see them carry bag, cross bag. I tell you now, cross bag. What is this another thing? You go see some people when they say they do courier service, when they carry these their buses, now they carry go they say. You go see some people that won't be I say they say this agbo thing. When they carry for head and everything. When you go look inside, you go see some kind different things. And they tell you now, you get to pay me now and everything. So you go see some of this things, taken seriously. You go see all of them say, especially this woman say do this at them. This one for me, this one for me, this one for me. At the end of the day, now you can't see they miss different things. Even the so-called water they use now, they got no waiting that thing be. So this kind of people never every time this one go up on a game and meet you.
No. You see, this one are not the Ministry of Women Affairs. You need they need to invite the ministries. Because I would overstep my boundaries. My honor to what are they look after women? What we they look after women, the girl child, those when they live with disability, those the elderly they add them to us, and then you have.
So anybody when be like say get a metal when we say they take some kind of different kind of drugs when we say we make and crease tomorrow. Now they look after.
No, they look after those ones. Let me when
I know try to stop them before they come they take that thing. Instead of it to just they don't already they take them.
How I want to identify them. Now the families that they go identify them say this pikin will be with me. It's not correct, they don't they take drugs. Because parents, mothers, we don't know our children. When their behavior change, we go not say the behavior don't change. So what will they talk? They say, come report the thing so that we go feel help you. Not wait say you go hide your loved one for house. Bring them out so that we will quick help you. You know, get him off that drug when they do.
Okay.
Because if you not talk, I'll tell you, no, I go enter everybody's house. The answer is no. It is only my house I know. You know your house. Or you see your friend, you know your turn up. If your friend not, we can't report to us. We'll deploy men to go and bring the person. Because the governor wants a saner state.
Society,
saner society, saner state. And the governor wants a situation where every Edo people will be hale and hearty. All of them go get better body, they go well, they do that is they go they feel help themselves, help their parents. That's all the government charge say make we do.
So the one will be that say you concern this our children now. You know if you say we need to carry and go, maybe the line ministry too, Ministry of Education, more to our children for school and all of that.
They join Ministry of Education to go to because I will be their mothers. So we join Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, even Justice, Security to go to line ministries that they related. We go to schools to educate them on how to say no to drugs. Because sometimes they'll just put her inside water, they'll tell their friends, or they'll hide them for something. Teachers will not know. But once the pikin reach house, parents go not say, my pikin not be waiting to be when they come out for house.
But they know they happen that same time now. They don't need to take her over again before you come to see.
But the mama will notice them. Papa no dey notice when the day house, but mama I dey reach pikin. So you suppose notice and go talk. As I say, if you see something, say something. And government, no, they tongue eye, no, they close eye, go do something.
Anyway, we talk since with the Honorable Commissioner when we say they're in charge for Women Affairs and Social Development, Honorable Eugenia Abdallah. Okay, she did with us. She don't put more for so many matters. We go take a very short break. When we come back, we go open the lines that time so you go call and make you ask and the question how you feel say the thing be for your place, how it be for your mind. And when we come back now after this break, we will display the number there. But just in case before we take the break, the number now is 080 77 77 0300 080 77 77 0300. That now after the break. Stay with us. The program still work out they go and the program now daughter the heart of the matter. I will be here with the Honorable Commissioner when we say they in charge for Women Affairs and Social Development for Edo State, Honorable Eugenia Abdallah. That name they suit well, but I can I like to call her over and over again. You don't go there for call them again.
No,
Abdallah. We could look this matter when we say it concern our children. Because whether we like them or not, now how would they make the future of our state better.
Edo to shine
you
again.
Understand? To shine again.
To shine.
Now be say to make Edo shine again.
Edo shine.
Okay.
Yes, to make Edo shine.
Okay. Now be say you with day. I want to find out from you the houses where in BCO they go. When they put all of these people there, maybe the orphanages or maybe the child medical homes. When they put them, it's when they check them and all of that. We will ask the question when I register them and that kind of thing. What will be the guarantee? Say these people they get what they fit do to make person when we say they mentally retarded, come bring them back to sanity.
Like I said, we don't take people go there. All these people with their brain not correct. We don't take them go there, and we have taken them to their respective states. When we find out the ones that say they now come from Edo State, we don't take them back to the relevant states where we know about. So now that one I will tell you say then they walk. Because when they walk, whenever they carry people them crazy before, carry go there, they will come take them go the states when they come from.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
I mean, I will be talking to what do you know where they call us from?
You're talking to Godwin Osagi.
Godwin Osagi, what do you want me to know?
I want to appreciate the commissioner for her job well done.
Okay.
Again, I want her to testify more effort. Just like you have recommended to her the areas where we can get these
people,
our children, especially that ring road, Tapomba road, and especially that hotel station.
Okay.
When you go there around on the way, they will disturb you. Funny.
Okay.
Because I want her to join her talk with the FBLE so that they can work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my brother. When we say you called yourself just now, Godwin Osagi. But then you hear what him say, commend you and all of that. Even when BC you say we never see the kind many work when BC you do. At least person when you do small, we go make the video and say tell her thank you. Yes. So I go do some more. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, my brother.
Avoid there. How are you doing?
Oh, thank God. I said this topical issue one of the treat so drug menace. We need to look this thing more as an international problem where they affect us here in Nigeria. Because the population of Nigeria now is not a great threat to many countries.
Okay.
So the issue it can't just be like the opium war in China those days, where they try to destroy Chinese population using drugs. So Nigeria no need to look at seeing a small matter where they happen to us here. No.
Okay. Assessment commission already tell all of these ones.
Yes, so. So that make they take it more seriously. This thing get power to cripple the Nigerian population, the youthful population, and even get hand to other highly syndicated criminal activities where they even fund terrorism, because all these people need to get drugs when they high, you know, even all other people too where they involved in maybe kidnapping, rape, cultism, this drug matter, it's there inside.
Okay.
And it also make us to see and say this ministry itself need to get extensive collaboration with security agencies.
Okay.
Also to carry out what they call a kind of vetting of how people take their wealth.
Okay. No wahala. Carry on now. Carry on.
So some of these funds where they use, they fund some kind of thuggery and other disturbance within the system. They come from drugs, you know. So until they begin to look at this thing more deeply, inclusive of other security, we not going to pick where this drug problem, not the issue of just women and children and begin. No. Most of these things they come across the board. Because they are doing now, because it's not the definition of the youth, all of the people waiting there. Okay. So it's not a regional problem, and I hope say we should see them in this small light why I do it. Right. Thank you, my brother.
Well, thank you so much for that advice. When BC, you get here, commissioner, here what TB say. These are people they won't like say with their side, they see what TB say they happen and all of that. So in a way, because the way the phone they buzz now, it took plenty. Maybe people want to, because this is one thing when BC they want to know how we to save our country, to save our state. Now be this one. But if I go ask the next question, now take this call first. Hello, good evening. Okay, we lost that call. I want to find out from you. Your collaboration, would it be the kind, how do they collaborate with all the security agents then? You understand? All the agencies. Before you talk about the agents, they will be saying, how your relationship be with them?
Yes, because we get line ministries like the Ministry of Safety and Public Security. We dey collaborate with them. We dey collaborate with them.
First Asebia did that.
Yes, exactly. So when we have anything like this, now then we dey meet, so that because we have them, we have Ministry of Education, we have Ministry of Health, we have the Ministry of Justice. Now we dey collaborate together. They work this work. So whatever this information I get now, I will pass on to them concerning this Hama and all of that, where they threaten the goodness of Edo State.
Okay, and I get to believe say maybe your predecessor will still tell you, person did that before now, when they hand over to you, I should say maybe go there for the handover no say no,
Yes.
no, when you man no go mention.
Yes.
This is no good inside.
Yes.
Man, one big place where like say almost everybody knows.
No, yes.
That kind of thing they happen for that hotel by Royal Marble. The number today for them, you call the number, so I will take your call, so our commissioner go talk to you and make you talk to them on waiting you feel. Commissioner, Honorable Commissioner Eugenia Abdallah. I always call her because the name this is from my mouth away. Make we go back to the one outside this, the increasing number of people that when we say this thing. You want make people give you information.
Yes.
Because that one go, if I ask you, just say yes, you want people to give you information.
Yes.
And when they give you the information, people they fear one thing. See, when they give you information finish, or they give government information finish, Thomas Sado can't give you information now as commissioner. At the end of the day, the guy will go, because what did happen between you and Thomas Sado? When I go settle in a matter now, that kind of thing. We don't hear something like, what will be that guarantee? Say a person will say give you information, is safety. If you get that safety. But before you answer after this call, hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. Hello, talker, will they hear you? Okay, if like that person refused to talk, maybe they fear to talk for television. So you hear what TBC I talk now.
Yes.
What will be the guarantee? Say somebody will be say they giving that information, say yes, say in place or in life they're safe.
Every guarantee, because I'm not going to blow my trumpet, but I will blow on here. If you know Sonny Edosa, now one of una for here. Igedosa, thank you. That one now one person will say, you go send message, Commissioner, something they happen for here.
Okay, hello, good evening. Yeah, good evening. Who will talk with you?
Godfrey.
Godfrey, this one be say they think of your name, so you should have to trust you with that name.
I did not trust me with that name.
Okay, Godfrey. Okay, where side for the colors?
And they calling now from my room already.
Okay, talk to us. What do you want to make we know?
And what I want to make know say, the drug of 15, we have to go to grassroots between the private school. The private school are the most students that are using this drug. So they have to look at it. Then the campaign to the private schools. That's the only way that this thing can come down. Because the population of students now, they are more than the public school. So that's what I want you to do.
People they give you advice now, say make you carry this campaign, not the only government school you can go, can go private
schools, yes.
So I ask you your collaboration with all of these people, how it be with these security agencies then?
It's very good. Our collaboration is very good because when we get information.
Say the security of person when we say give information. Just to now ask you.
Oh no, they are secure. You know they bring out say now this person I bring information for us, and I tell you say Edosa can testify to that because many times Edosa, many times he don't come telling me, giving me and even bringing the people to the office, and a swift response now they do because now waiting government put us for there. Say make it big say anybody we can report we go answer the question. Make our mantra now see something, say something, government will do something.
Hello, good evening. Now me who are they talk with?
Me George, I go when they talk to you.
Okay, George, do they hear you? Where are they from colors this evening?
I come from outside, they listen to you.
Okay, will they watch you? Okay, will they listen to you now as you talk to us?
The problem is this people went drug don't spoil too many. Life not be as it before. I saw to secondary school. Small boys on the smoke drug. I just pick for that thing and put it for this country. They put all the young boys head behind still drug. Smoke drug, I beat it. I was strategic in the try, but I don't know what you come and see that. I don't know if they sure say they sanitize me about all these things.
Okay.
But all that gets to when they talk, when they information and everything. that people dey take it. And said that commissioner, no ask one question. Where you go to find your people for that orphanage home? Who come dey feed all that people when they keep there?
Okay. She fair answer.
You get am wrong.
He say all those people when we say they park, the ones when we say they park, the destitutes them. He say who can they feed them? I don't say
No, government.
Okay.
Government they give them subvention. Okay, government they give them money. Then they take look after the children because everybody in those states now government get them.
Okay.
So government, as we remove them, government they give them money. All the orphanages, they get money. Will be say that the ministry they send to their accounts, and we will go visit them intermittently. Okay, from time to time, we will go visit the children. Yes, yes. We not they leave them like that because if you not go, they not go treat them well.
Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Who will talk with you?
My name is Taiwo Sandu.
Taiwo, where are you from? Call us.
I come from Uogua.
Uogua. Okay, talk to us.
About
Taiwo, you go talk. Come as we could hear you well. I beg no verse. So.
About Apito. I saw one guy. That barrack where that motor for the tomb by Fuelu Junction.
Okay.
There's another guy there. And that guy be like say something don't run with his brain.
Okay.
And then, so I no be say that boy na Asbiro. But na suddenly na just carry that pipe, the knock motor. So the boy says don't even looking where you know. Like somebody that lost memory through that drug. And so some people say that the back of that for this information road after that Access Bank.
Okay.
Not talking to those guys.
Okay, no wahala. You see information now they give us now where these things they happen. But I want to take one very short break now. Or we'll come back continue for what we say. So we'll take this message after we shall continue again. Not going anywhere, stay with us. Welcome back. The name of the program is still Daughter, the Heart of the Matter. I will look the matter when we say concerning drug menace and the ever-increasing number of destitutes there for our state. How we go take fight and I make go call the commissioner when we say they in charge for social development and women affairs, even boys affairs this side, men affairs this side, all the affairs that won't be say if you take off to all of the day inside. Eugenia Abdallah, welcome again to the program.
Thank
you. They take us and when we say the call come, we go know how we say we take them because they call plenty. And the number when we say you go use, maybe the number when we say I'll call now before my brother will put on there again 08077770300. Call that number, you don't become part of the program. Now be that one when we say you say even before I call the number, the phone they ring because people know say this is a very serious matter and when we say we need to take serious. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, now we talk with you. What is your name? Where they call us from?
This is Peter from Aduawa.
Peter from Aduawa. What do you want to make we know?
What thing I want to ask to say, these people where they sell agbo. Before agbo they sell from 8 o'clock, maybe 10 o'clock, they don't enter house. But now agbo they sell from 5 o'clock to 12 in the midnight. Who they checkmate all these people?
Okay.
You know that all these people they sell drugs.
Okay.
Some of them they sell drugs. And the people where they sell from Ingham and the other places, they supply them drugs. The buyers know the sign where they make. The buyers know what they call them if they reach there. So make them checkmate all these people. That's what I want.
Thank you, my brother Peter. What we say for Aduawa. Almost everybody now they look and say this kind of work now work when we say we no go live for only commissioner. Make we follow and help them. But before I go let you answer the next question, I'm going to take this call. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening. Who will you talk with you?
My name is Alex. I come from Oviogi.
Oviogi. What do you want to make we know?
This drug matter when I talk so now one time serious matter and you see may God forbid the time to come now, not just in Nigeria could get it. Because our youth, many of them don't condemn.
Many of them don't condemn.
Yes, the society know the best. Because now you see
say when not this work is what is some of this work now this Yahoo work. From the place when they stay for this area, you see they even when they ban bike now, some boys they use all these are booking they use bike on the side road they give boys at 10 o'clock. You get one that say when now they this work now they don't ban bike but they do not the rock. There's a place close to for that outer rock. They want to make the steady hard rock. So the essence is some boys they wait for this woman for enter church. They go they meet her on Sunday. They wait for her make she close from church. The woman they go inside, they wait for her go inside church. They wait for her make
for around us, rock, now you call her?
Yes, very close to that move for that outer rock area there. So they wait for this woman, they go enter church just for her. Make you come and make the tie this dog. So they happy to the tie this dog. And those they tell her not to condemn this person. They know they do things so that they don't have to condemn this issue, but they don't say they won't get money for inside now. They need to wait. And don't for inside. You see some words now that when they teach work at the time, it's very important because of drugs. You see, we think this must use almost 2.1 million data drugs.
Okay.
So this one is very important because of drugs. So we try make our security agents, our people who are in charge of this, to make their own them strong. Because when they go to collect their labor, they will leave them make their continuity.
Okay, thank you so much. I say they collect their labor, they will leave them maybe say yes, it's in gas it be. If it's the way it is called, I say they collect their labor. If it sound funny,
yes,
and the rest. But if you look at now, you can say yes, almost Intel tell us about some 3 spots that when we say some of these things. And people say almost all the streets for Benin. You understand? And that's the day for Benin, yes, so that's the day for Edo Central. I say even day for Edo North. But now you mentioned Edo Central, understand, in the course of our discussion, you mentioned Edo South. What can they do to make sure say the life of people they will be say day for Edo North? No. Around the university, around the polytechnic community there, and what can they do to make sure say their life they safe?
Oh, very safe now because the so-called challenge, mentally challenged, but they're not on the street.
For some of they come now, they breathe some of the world, they take these drugs and the rest.
We have tried the medical homes in all the 3 senatorial districts, not only in Edo Central. We have in Edo South, we have in Central, we have in Edo North. So we carry them go. Okay, the campaign we do, we flag them off for the metropolis, but we still go into the villages, and then the one will see, like me, if I go village and I see mad person, I call one of the homes in my community to go pick them up. So life there is safe.
You get some of them for your community?
Oh yes, we have a home in my community.
Okay. No, we get some of these people in the Scotts for your community too. Now
yes. Okay. We have, yes.
Is that right? Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. Okay, we lost that call. Well, but that's the person they call back. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I greet you. Who do you talk with?
I think Victor they talk to you.
Victor?
Yeah.
Where are you from, call?
They call you from Sio.
Okay, what do you want me to know?
You know, concerning what you are the talk, so I get interest for a well.
Okay, carry on now.
You say the people when you say in your head not they correct. Not the take care of. You get some way to say in our area, your head, they don't try. Go hospital, carry them go psychiatric. So nothing. They don't try everything. They don't take the area around the community and use that.
Okay.
So I don't feel I do such one.
You hear what you talk now?
I hear because
blessing some of the day hereditary. Some of the day when blessing yes, they take the hand, take cost.
Yes.
And they say that one you don't carry go up and down finish. Without they don't, they will fit take care of
they really take and go up and down. That's nine talking, yes, because I never see the person where he gets with the mad.
This is the hereditary, they feel they care that one.
Hereditary, they'll try, we will give them drugs where they suppress them for. Okay. Yes, the drugs where they take the suppress them. Yes, because the one where the brain come off his hand, I tell your brother, he does whatever you they call her. He brought her, and he bring the woman come, and the woman come my TV here, come me to and say, they come our office, we turn the tea upside down, and I don't even know about them. So when Sonny bring them, I ask the woman, who be the person? Tell me, and I say no. Once we pick the person from the streets, now government might get them. But if you take by yourself, carry go hospital, don't talk to patients.
Okay, we'll take this last call. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Okay, but I said that one, they're not ready. If I want to make it be say, I give you time, maybe say talk to Edo people now. What if you say you go tell them?
I won't tell them, say, when they see, say, they are picking or somebody they know, when they behave well before, it start to behave abnormally. I beg, ask for help. If not be your person, you know.
I made the talk as well, they don't see the address.
Okay. I want to make una know, say, if una dey house, and una see person when they be say, when they behave well before, you not can they behave well. I beg, even not be your picking up the brother and your sister, because they say one love bring everybody together, and because the governor of Edo State, when they see and say, if they do well, make it be say every Edo person they live well, make una come report the matter. No wait, make it be say the thing don't go overboard before now come talk say this person not well. I beg, because one thing government don't talk, he say he will support every Edo citizen because he don't make anybody they leave them behind. Okay. So we are saying, if you see something, you say something, government will do something, and it's been doing something.
Okay, I want to thank all the people that went basically they called into the program today. Godwin Osage, we thank you for Benin of Weather. Thank you, Godfrey, for Ewomori. We thank you, George. Thank you, Taiwo for Wagwa. Peter for Duwawa, Alex for Melyogi, even Victor for Isio. We thank you so much. I will tell you one thing. I want to make you go check one place. When we say they call New Life Dream Foundation. When they for a cubo.
You write and give me.
I go write and give you. I know why. I make you go check out. Make we know how it be say people they take care of people and how it be say we go take them. We will see. So thank you so much, Madam Commissioner, Honorable Eugenia Abdallah, the Honorable Commissioner when we say they in charge for Women Affairs and Social Development. Until next week when we say we go see, but don't forget to person where tell woman say sit down where you know what they see. Now good evening.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, yari, Oba Tope!
Celebrate!
Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
On ITV News tonight, Tinubu orders terrorists, bandits to surrender or risk death. Lagos records protests, counter-protest on Democracy Day. NEMA distributes relief materials to victims of market fire in Benin City. Nigerians express hope for better nation across all strata of society at 27th anniversary of democracy. Good evening. Welcome to the main news on Independent Television, and happy Democracy Day to all our viewers across Nigeria. Just so you know, you can watch ITV live online at www.itvradioNG.com/live. Follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. I am Chukwufumnanya Digwe, and joining me from our Abuja Network Center is Abigail Adiremi. Good evening to you, Abigail.
Good evening to you, Ife. How is Benin today?
Very well, thank you. And also from our Lagos Center, we have Ibuji Uhuaria. Good evening to you and happy Democracy Day.
Chukwufnanya, good evening and happy Democracy Day to you also.
Thank you very much. Now, the news proper. As Nigerians commemorate Democracy Day, Williams Yama of our News and Current Affairs Department in this special news commentary chronicles the sacrifice, struggles, and progress toward the return to civilian rule following the annulment of the famous June 12, 1993 presidential election.
June 12 occupies a special and enduring place in Nigeria's political history. What began as the date of the nation's most credible presidential election has evolved into Nigeria's official Democracy Day, symbolizing the country's long and often difficult journey towards democratic governance. On June 12, 1993, Nigerians set aside ethnic, religious, and regional differences to participate in an election widely regarded as the freest and fairest in the nation's history. Presidential poll was won by the late Basharu Chief Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola, candidate of the then Social Democratic Party SDP, who defeated Alhaji Bashir Tofa of the National Republican Convention NRC. However, the election was annulled by the then military president, General Ibrahim Babangida, citing alleged irregularities. The decision triggered widespread protest, political unrest, and a prolonged struggle for the restoration of democratic rule. The events that followed marked a defining chapter in Nigeria's democratic evolution. In June 1994, Basharu MKO Abiola declared himself president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces, insisting on the mandate freely given to him by Nigerians. He was subsequently arrested and charged with treason. 4 years later, on July 7, 1998, Chief Abiola died in detention under circumstances that remain a subject of national reflection. His death further strengthened calls for justice, democratic reforms, and recognition of the June 12 mandate. Before its official recognition as Democracy Day, June 12 was observed as Abiola Day, particularly in several southwest states, including Lagos, Ogun, Oyo, Osun, Ondo, and Ekiti. The observance served as a reminder of a mandate many Nigerians believed was unjustly denied. The struggle for the validation of the June 12 election also gave rise to pro-democracy movement and pressure groups, most notably the National Democratic Coalition NADECO, which played a significant role in resisting military rule and advocating democratic governance. A major milestone was achieved in 2018 when late President Muhammadu Buhari formally declared June 12 as Nigeria's Democracy Day, replacing May 29 as the official date for the celebration. The decision was widely seen as a recognition of the sacrifices made by Chief Abiola and countless other Nigerians who fought for democracy. Today, the significance of June 12 extends far beyond politics. It represents the triumph of the people's will, the courage to defend democratic ideas, and the continuing demand for accountability, transparency, and good governance. Since the return to civilian rule on May 29, 1999, Nigeria has recorded notable democratic gains. The country has witnessed multiple peaceful transitions of power, including the historic transfer of leadership from one political party to another in 2015, the first of its kind in Nigeria's history. Democratic governance has also expanded opportunities for freedom of expression, press freedom, and civic participation. The rise of social media has further empowered citizens to engage in national conversations and hold public officials accountable. Electoral reforms have equally contributed to strengthening the democratic process. Innovations such as biometric voter registration, bimodal voter accreditation system BVAS, and electronic transmission of election results are designed to enhance transparency and reduce electoral fraud. Furthermore, institutions such as the National Assembly, Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, the judiciary, and anti-corruption agencies have continued to evolve despite facing persistent challenges. Youth participation in governance has also gained momentum through initiatives such as the Not Too Young to Rule Act and civic movements like NSAS, which demonstrated growing determination of young Nigerians to shape the nation's future. Nevertheless, significant challenges remain. The elections are still affected by violence, voter intimidation, vote buying, and low voter turnout. Concerns about governance, economic development, and public trust in institutions continue to test the resilience of Nigeria's democracy. Political analysts maintain that Nigeria's multi-party system remains essential to democratic growth because it offers citizens a wide range of choices and encourages healthy political competition. As the nation looks ahead to the 2027 general elections, stakeholders emphasize the need for political parties to conduct transparent and credible primary elections. Such measures are vital to strengthening public confidence in the electoral process and deepening democratic culture. As Nigerians commemorate Democracy Day, June 12 serves as both a reminder of past sacrifices and a call to collective responsibility. The task of building a stronger, more inclusive, and more accountable democracy remains a shared obligation for government, political leaders, institutions, and citizens alike.
That special news commentary that chronicled the significance of June 12, Democracy Day, vis-a-vis the sacrifice, struggle, and progress toward the return to civilian rule was put together by Williams Yama of our News and Current Affairs Department. You're still tuned into the main news on Independent Television. Joining us now is Mr. Mike Igini, former Resident Electoral Commissioner. Good evening, happy Democracy Day, and welcome to you.
Same to you. Happy Democracy Day to Nigerians.
Many thanks. Now, we're interviewing you in view of Democracy Day. So, just to kickstart this conversation, I want to know from you, how has Nigeria's democracy evolved since the return to civilian rule in 1999?
Well, thank you very much. Basically, one of the greatest, the few things that we can really say about democracy since 1999, even though what we are saying at the moment is that the light of democracy appears to be going out, is the fact that we have freedom of expression, freedom of association. Those are the basic things that we have. But in terms of the benefit of democracy, I would say that democracy is not working over the period at the level of the ordinary people. Democracy that we have returned to have served more the political elite, who themselves are constituted themselves as the greatest threat to the sustainability of democracy in our country.
Next, I would like to know from you, pretty sure a lot of Nigerians would also like to know, what are the biggest challenges facing our democracy today?
Well, the biggest challenges facing our democracy today is the fact that we talk about democracy, but we don't seem to have Democrats, because you cannot talking about democracy without people who have imbibed the values and principles of democracy. Because democracy is not about structure. Democracy is about principles, it's about values that are dynamic, that are not grafted. It's not a final product that you graft in society. It's a dynamic process. And so when you have the kind of people you find in position of leadership, either at the local government at all levels in Nigeria, you wonder how far we can go with our democracy. But quite frankly, some of us, we are so dissatisfied with the process of leadership recruitment in our country, such that very many people who have no philosophical insight to what leadership is all about and what service is about find themselves in position of authority in our country. Particularly the fact that those who fought for democracy, which is foundation of our problems since 1999, the fact that those who fought for democracy, who fought the military, were not the one that took over. And so when an idea, when a system that was fought for is not properly understood, abuse becomes inevitable. And so what we have seen over the years is that whereas we have had couples of elections since 1999, 1999, of course, 2003, 2007, 2011, 2015, 2019, 2023, and we're heading to 2027. I think that in the light of some of the things that we are seeing today, it's the reason why I think that we must have a reflection, like the lecture we delivered today about June 12th. Is the fact that one very significant thing about June 12th is that that was a day that the people of this country defied the fear when we were under the rule of force, under the military, defied fear, religion, and stood behind a vision, the MKO program of farewell to poverty. But today, where are we? Poverty is ravaging the land.
Under the use of the option A4, not the current option A fraud that they have used in their current primaries that we witness in this country. It was an option A4 that delivered the will of the people expressed to the ballot. Second was that the umpire was independent under Professor Humphrey Nwosu, who was the chairman of the commission as at that time. Then number three, which is perhaps I consider far more important, was the fact that after the long struggle where many people died, people were killed, some of us were detained and all that, the Nigerian people took ownership of the process. They showed resolve and determination to make success of June 12th. And that was why on that day, they all queued up across the Federal Republic of Nigeria to queue behind a vision. And that is behind MKO Abiola, who won that election. Regrettably, different individuals, institutions played a terrible role that led to the process. And one key institution that one could hold responsible is my constituency, the judiciary. The judiciary, the role it played was terrible, because you will recall that despite the fact that the military government promulgated a decree to the effect that no court of the land shall give an order stopping the holding of that election on June 12th, it will be recalled painfully that lawyers, my colleagues, the Abibola Davis and Ato Zeribe, using an unregistered organization called Association for Better Nigeria, ABN, went to the court, presided over again by a lawyer, a judge, Justice Basi Ikpeme, by 10 p.m. and gave an order to stop that election that should have
great insights there. Great insights there.
Yes.
Now that we've established the challenges, this is my next question. How can government increase public trust in democratic institutions today?
Well, the key area that we should be concerned with is the umpire. The umpire, because achieving credible election is a multi-stakeholder responsibility. That of INEC, judiciary, security agencies, political parties and their candidates, the CSO, and of course you, the media. Now, of these 5 stakeholders that I have mentioned, the trinity of 3 are very key, and that is INEC, judiciary, and security agencies. Now, as we are going for 2027, I must make this very clear that every election is a test. But the 2027 election will be more than a test, because it will be a verdict on us collectively as a people, whether we have learned the lessons of June 12th. And so, for the credibility of that election, the EMB should not be intimidated. It should be given the free hand to do what it ought to do. Today, the technology has given us the beavers. Technology has given us the IREF, which is what made the June 12, which is a development that has an alternative to the option A4, and that is why going for this election, all the provisions of the Electoral Act that have been put in 2026 Electoral Act to undermine future elections, like the 2027 election.
Thank you so much, Mike Igene.
Section 60 of the Constitution, Section 3, must be repealed in order to have a credible election that all of us will be part of, so that at the end of the election, what should be left will be governance and not dispute as to how people emerge as the winner of election. That is the only way we can remember June 12th and use the lesson of June 12th to have credible election, to build a society where the opportunity for all and responsibility from all.
Thank you so much, Mike Igene, former resident electoral commissioner, who I've had the pleasure to interview in view of the commemoration of June 12 Democracy Day. Now you're still tuned into the main news on Independent Television, and we continue our bulletin with this and more stories. The Edo State government has reaffirmed its commitment to improving the welfare of vulnerable and undeserved communities across the state. The Coordinator, Office of the First Lady, Edo State, Mrs. Edesili Ukpewulu Anani, gave the assurance during a visit to Osiomo Leprosy Home in Ogan Community, Orionwo local government area. Deborah Ogbeifun has the details.
Parts of efforts to support the less privileged, the Coordinator, Office of the First Lady, Edo State, Mrs. Edesili Okpewolu Anani, through her Better Life Empowerment and Care Foundation, Be Life and Care, visited the Oshomo Leprosy Home in Oga Community, Orionwo local government area. During the outreach, Mrs. Anani said the Shine agenda of Governor Monday Okpewolu designed to ensure that government's presence and social interventions reach every community in Edo State.
Health is one of the priorities of His Excellency. And I want to tell you that after today, you will have more and more government presence and benefits by the special grace of God. Today is for the children. So we decided to give them educational materials because education is important.
Speaking at the event, Chairman of the APC in Orionwo local government area, Julius Agbonze, commended the First Lady for the visit, describing it as the first of its kind to the facility. Also speaking, Commissioner for Health, Dr. Cyril Shomule, reiterated government's commitment to the health and well-being of all Edo residents, regardless of their circumstances.
From my primary school to secondary school, this is the first time I'm seeing First Lady coming to this. We are very proud of you.
Ministry of Health will continue to work closely with all relevant stakeholders to improve access to quality healthcare services and strengthen interventions that promote inclusion, dignity, and healthy living for all.
Beneficiaries, including pupils of Lucy Primary School, thanked the First Lady for the intervention, describing the gesture as timely and impactful. In Benin, Deborah Ogbeifun, ITV News.
In more news, the Federal High Court in Benin City has adjourned till June 29, 2026 for a report of settlement in a cyber-stalking case instituted against a former chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association, Benin Branch, Barrister Ede Asenogwa. Patience Osaogiwa tells us more.
This suit, FHC/B/C/117/2025 and presided over by Justice B.O. Quadri, was adjourned following an oral application by legal luminary Olayiwola Afolabi SAN counsel to the nominal complainant, Sir Omoyi Oloton, Chief Executive Officer of Uyi Technical Conglomerate. The application was supported by Barrister Douglas Ogbakwa and Barrister E.E. Oisamoji. When the matter came up for hearing on Thursday, Afolabi informed the court that the defendant, Barrister Ede Asenogwa, has approached his client, Sir Uyi Oloton, for an out-of-court settlement. According to Afolabi, following the move for settlement, Sir Oloton requested that the defendant formally present the proposal for an amicable resolution in writing. He assured the court that he will facilitate a meeting between Barrister Asenogwa and Sir Oloton towards a final resolution of the matter and reported back to the court on the next adjourned date. The police prosecutor, P. Odion and Jude Imagbegian, counsel to the defendant, did not oppose the application for adjournment. At the previous hearing, Afolabi had informed the court that the parties were already exploring possibility of an out-of-court settlement. Counsel to the complainants, Olayiwola Afolabi SAN, comment on the case.
Every year, I know what he's doing for the NBA, so we don't want any fraction between him and any member of the NBA. So we want the matter to be resolved. And I'm sure by next adjournment, if my client sees that letter of apology, so once you see that letter, then we will resolve the matter. But I'm sure by the next adjournment, we are going to withdraw the case by the grace of God. He's a Benin man. He's a Benin man. So we will resolve it.
From Benin, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
Late Kingsley Uchegbu has been described as a man of principle whose dedication and service to duty were unquestioned. Those were some of the words family members, colleagues, and church members used to describe the late reporter of independent television and radio and government house correspondent during the service of songs held at Living Faith Church, Upper Lawani Branch, Benin City, Edo State. Osemu Jame Osage reports.
Family members, colleagues, friends, government officials and well-wishers gathered for a service of songs to celebrate the life and legacy of late Kingsley Uchegbu. In his sermon, the officiating minister, Pastor Sam Itaman, urged all to serve God wholeheartedly and described late Kingsley Uchegbu as a selfless man and true servant of God.
But his mouth, by his spoken voice, it was so relevant in the church. So that prepared him, that strengthened him. He became also a servant in his place of work.
Management and staff of independent television and radio were among several guests who attended the solemn service to honor late Kingsley Uchegbu. In their various tributes, some close associates, well-wishers, described the late Kingsley Uchegbu as a humble, gentle and hard-working individual whose dedication to God, family and work highly distinguished him.
This was a boy that just wanted everything good, everything perfect. Whether he's your friend, whether you are from a distance, whether you are an organization or you represent an organization, whether the state, you just feel that things should be good.
Most of all the activities that I had, Kingsley was always the person that I called. And he would do his job so commiserably. And I really would miss him.
I never believed that Uchegbu was actually gone. Until now, he was a very dear friend. We are surely going to miss him.
Mr. Kingsley Uchegbu is a very quiet and reserved brother in the church. We remember him for that kind-hearted person.
Prayers were offered for the repose of his soul and for strength and comfort for his family as they continue to mourn his loss. Late Kingsley Uchegbu passed away on 6th May 2026 after a brief illness at the age of 47. From Benin, Osemudame Osage, ITV News.
This is still the main news on independent television. I'll now hand you over to Abigail Adiremi in Abuja for the continuation of our bulletin. It's over to you, Abigail.
Thank you so much, Ife. And from the nation's capital, President Bola Tinubu has issued an ultimatum to terrorists, bandits and kidnappers demanding immediate surrender or face the full force of Nigerian state. The president issued the order while speaking in his June 12 address to mark the 27th year of uninterrupted civilian rule.
Fellow Nigerians, today we celebrate democracy.
Speaking in the June 12 address, President Bola Tinubu said the government remains ready to do more to secure the people, noting that democracy without security is a mirage. He explained that the administration had declared a security emergency and approved a recruitment of more than 50,000 new police officers and thousands of military recruits. The 2026 budget, he said, commits 5.41 trillion naira to defense and security. He reiterated that the government also keeps the door of surrender open, before reiterating his warning that the windows of surrender would not remain open indefinitely.
To bandits, kidnappers, and sponsors of terror, surrender or face the full force of the Nigerian state. These windows of surrender will not remain open forever. No mercy will be shown to those who trade in blood of Nigerians.
The president also announced national awards for some Nigerians who suffered persecution, endured indignities, exile, incarceration, and at times solitary confinement.
I'm also pleased to announce the national awards to the following Nigerians who suffered persecution, endured indignity, exile, incarceration, and at times solitary confinement, so that we have democracy today. Barrister Ayoka Lawani, Tunde Fagbele, Oladele Alake, Olatunji Bello, Louis Odion, Segun Babatope, Sam Omosheye.
President Tinubu also urged INEC, security agencies, and all parties to ensure that the upcoming elections in Ekiti and Osun State are peaceful and credible. He described the National Assembly, judiciary, the press, and civil society as the guardrails of Nigeria's republic. The president reminded Nigerians that since May 29, 1999, Nigerians have chosen leaders through the ballot, witnessed peaceful transitions of power, and resolved disagreements in courtrooms and legislative chambers, and not through violence. From Abuja, Abigail Adiremi, ITV News.
The United Kingdom is reaffirming its support for Nigeria's democratic process, urging civil society organizations to sustain advocacy, oversight and citizen engagement ahead of the 2027 general elections. The British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Richard Montgomery, made the call on Friday during the Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room engagement to commemorate the 2026 Democracy Day and assess a preparedness for the 2027 presidential election in Abuja. Joseph Kadu reports that the British High Commission is advocating for an enabling environment that supports an inclusive and credible electoral process.
Looking at the gathering to commemorate Democracy Day in Nigeria and review preparations for the 2027 general elections, the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Richard Montgomery, urges stakeholders to work towards a more inclusive electoral process capable of earning citizen trust. He notes that United Kingdom will continue to partner with Nigeria's civil society organizations to strengthen democratic institutions and support credible elections in 2027.
Democracies have flaws, but despite the flaws, it is the best system for enabling people to shape the decisions that affect their lives.
Also speaking, the convener of the Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room, Inusa Yao, and the former convener, Eneobi, reaffirmed their commitment to collective efforts aimed at deepening democracy and promoting good governance in Nigeria.
We have seen leaders are no longer accountable to the people and do not respond to the needs of Nigerians. And that is why today there is massive unemployment in Nigeria.
I want to say that the civil society did not just stand by. And when the election was announced, of course, civil society came out.
The Nigeria Situation Room maintains that election monitoring, civil engagement, and democratic accountability remains to strengthening Nigeria's democracy and ensuring transparent electoral process. From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
And on the main news on ITV, we'll now join our Lagos studio where Iboji Korea is standing by.
Thank you, Abi Chikufunanya. Moving on from Lagos, there was heavy presence of protesters and counter-protesters in parts of Lagos State today as different groups took to the streets to express opposing views on the state of security in the country. While one group demanded urgent action on rising insecurity, another expressed support for the federal government's handling of the situation. In commemoration of Democracy Day, several civil society groups staged a protest in Lagos, calling attention to what they describe as worsening insecurity across the country. The group, led by human rights lawyer and senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, marched from Ikeja on the bridge to Gani Fayomi Park in Ojota. The protesters carried placards and chanted solidarity songs demanding stronger government action to protect lives.
There are protests in the country, and that sends signals to the country that we are not ready to accept any further approach.
Wife of the senior advocate of Nigeria, Mrs. Femi Falana, said the demonstration was intended to draw the attention of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to the growing concerns over insecurity in the country.
Mothers are waiting for their children after 1 month to come back from school. Fathers are in captivity. We say no to continuous insecurity. We cannot afford people and allow all these captives to die in the tent.
In another part, pro-governors gathered Lagos for support for the administration. They commended the federal government, saying efforts were ongoing to address security challenges across the country.
Mr. President also on blame and is trying his best, and we must give him all the support.
Security personnel were deployed to strategic locations to ensure order as both demonstrations held simultaneously in different parts of the city. The protest and counter-protest formed part of activities marking the 2026 Democracy Day celebration in Lagos State. From Lagos, Ibuji Korea, ITV News.
After this short break, the news continues. Stay with us. Welcome back to the main news on Independent Television. Now, victims of the recent fire incidents at Aurora Market in Ipoba-Oka local government area of Edo State have received relief materials from the federal government through the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA. The intervention aimed at easing the hardships suffered by affected traders saw the distribution of food items and building materials to victims whose businesses were destroyed by the inferno. The exercise was led by the head of operations NEMA Benin office, Mr. Kenuma Ujue Dire, accompanied by the executive secretary of the Edo State Emergency Management Agency, EDOSEMA, Honorable Jerry Dausa. Efo Sanwangwe has the details.
Aurora Market was engulfed by a devastating fire in the closing days of May, destroying goods worth millions of naira and leaving many traders counting their losses. The incident disrupted business activities and plunged several families into economic hardship, as many of the victims depended solely on the market for their livelihood. The National Emergency Agency provided reliefs to cushion the effect of the losses suffered by traders and help them begin the process of recovering. Speaking during the distribution exercise, the head of operations NEMA Benin Office, Mr. Kenoma Odwedere, said the intervention reflects the federal government's commitment to the welfare of citizens affected by emergencies and disasters.
We are here to give some palliatives to the market women. We know the federal government is aware that what we are giving cannot replace what they have lost.
Yes. Executive Secretary of State Emergency Management Agency, Honorable Jerry Idausa, noted that the welfare and well-being of citizens remain a priority of government, adding that the relief materials were meant to provide immediate support to the victims.
And so far so good, we've been able to identify these victims. This afternoon they are here to receive this palliative from the federal government through NEMA to the state government.
Also speaking, the special advisor on markets to the Edo State Governor, Honorable Juliana Iharo, expressed confidence that the assistance would go a long way in helping the affected traders rebuild their businesses and livelihoods.
I want to encourage the market women to stay focused, not to be depressed. They should know that the government is with them.
The head of Aurora Market, Chief Pat Obasuyi, who spoke on behalf of the beneficiaries, expressed appreciation to NEMA and the federal government for the timely intervention.
Una do well. I no go feel thank you. I no know as I want to thank. Me no expect and say this kind of thing will go come my market.
Items distributed included rice, cartons of noodles, groundnut oils, bags of cement, and other essential materials. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
In more news, the government of Edo State has dismissed allegations that Governor Monday Okpebholo's administration is concentrating major infrastructural projects in his hometown of Udomi, Irua, Eastern Central local government area, insisting that developmental projects are being fairly distributed across the 3 senatorial districts of the state. The position was made known by the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Prince Kasim Afegwa, following the June edition of the state government's monthly press briefing in Benin City. Ofuri Aneto reports.
Addressing journalists, Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Prince Kasim Afegwa, described claims of project buyers as false and misleading, stating that the Okpebholo administration remains committed to equitable development across Edo State. He maintained that ongoing interventions in road construction, healthcare, education, and other sectors are spread across the 3 senatorial districts based on the needs of communities and not political consideration, urging residents to disregard decisive claims.
Charity begins at home. It is not a crime for the governor to be doing projects and things will impact the lives of not just people from Udomi or people from Edo State. Edo has 18 local governments, and to that extent, as far as you are captured within the geographic space, we are very much at home with our policy agenda.
The Commissioner for Public Security and Safety, Honorable Festus Ibia, highlighted measures being taken to strengthen security across the state.
From our security lenses, we have found out that some of our youths now keep Fulani herdsmen and the terrorists in their houses. The governor gave a marching order. All the 18 local government chairmen, 300 Edo Security Corps members should be employed by each local government. We are working towards ensuring they don't have excuses of not going out.
The Commissioner for Transport, Honorable Saturday Wilekwe, on his part highlighted ongoing efforts to improve traffic management, commuter safety, and transportation services in the state.
The loading and offloading of goods by heavy-duty vehicles along major roads and market corridors are prohibited between the hours of 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. daily. The use of public roads for burial ceremonies, marriage ceremonies, and other social events that obstruct the free flow of traffic is also prohibited.
From Benin, Ofuri Aneta, ITV News.
Now, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Ego local government area of Edo State has declared its readiness to reclaim political power at both the state and federal levels in the 2027 general elections. The leader of the party in Ego local government area, Mr. Gaius Obaseki, gave the assurance during the inauguration and formal endorsement of the party's candidates for the Ego constituency seats in the Edo State House of Assembly. Details of that report will be brought to you later on. Now, natives of Okwekbe in Nwonde local government area of Edo State have called on relevant authorities to intervene over alleged land grabbing by Mr. Philip Agborokuku, measuring over 300 hectares. The natives took their protests to the corporate office of Independent Television and Radio Glass House, Airport Road, Benin City, to draw the attention of relevant authorities. Efosan Wangwe has the details.
The natives of Okwekbe, in a protest march led by the Ojonwere, to express their displeasure over land allegedly grabbed in a bid to draw the government's attention to their travails. The Ojonwere said for over 2 years they invited Mr. Philip Agborokuku to come and intimate the leadership of the community on how and who sold the vast land to him, but all to no avail, as he has been promising and not fulfilling it.
Very big. Okay, we are there. Over 2 years now, 3 years, married.
Another elder, the Okageli, and an elderly woman said since they are a peace-loving community, they decided to embark on a peaceful protest to alert the government and other relevant authorities. They said all they want is for Mr. Philip Agborokuku to meet with elders of the community and confirm how he got the vast land.
Agbokidoro, who illegally acquire land in our community. This is an area survey of the land. It's about 300 acres. We never knew who sold it for him. We have been calling on him to come so that we will know how he acquired it.
He promised us that he's coming on April. We waited and waited, and we didn't see this man. So this man, we don't know how he's behaving. That is the reason why we came out. We want to let the whole world to know.
Yeah, no, mama, have you told any maveche? Our day, I'm not your turn. Our to boy, what you appear, our field talk. No coin or walking again. So I said,
attempts to get Mr. Agborokuku to get his comment via phone was unsuccessful as the calls went unanswered. However, Independent Television intends to get his reaction consequently. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
You're still watching the main news on Independent Television. After this intermission, the news continues. Don't go away. Thank you for staying tuned in to the main news on Independent Television. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Ego local government area Edo State has declared its readiness to reclaim political power at both the state and federal levels in the 2027 general elections. The leader of the party in Ego local government area, Mr. Gaius Obaseki, gave the assurance during the inauguration and formal endorsement of the party's candidates for the Ego constituency seat in the Edo State House of Assembly.
Mr. Stephen Gaius Obaseki said the PDP was fully prepared to challenge the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC, and restore what he described as good governance in the country. He assured party members and supporters of transparent, fair, and inclusive leadership, emphasizing that no member will be marginalized under his watch. According to him, the party has intensified grassroots mobilization efforts aimed at promoting its ideas and reconnecting with the electorate ahead of the 2027 polls. Also speaking, the Ego local government chairman of the PDP, Mr. Manfred Idehen, said the party was experiencing renewed strength and unity under the current national leadership. Mr. Idehen emphasized that the gathering was organized to formally endorse the party's candidate for the Ego constituency seat in the Edo State House of Assembly. He noted that the PDP remains committed to youth and women empowerment, describing both groups as critical stakeholders in democratic governance and development.
I want us to send people on errand and ask them questions. They must be accountable to us. I'm happy to serve you. And I will also pray that for God to give me that grace to render services which we appreciate.
We gather here for a purpose to make our Ego local government people to know that we are in a new dawn with our leader, a person of Pa Stephen Obaseki.
In his remark, the PDP candidate for the Ego constituency seat, Mr. Odiase Eyogie, pledged to prioritize the welfare of constituents through people-oriented policies and programs if elected.
The reason behind this is not far-fetched. There will be a clear departure from the politics of cross-carpeting. And we also believe that it's coming in will liberate the people more.
The leadership, however, warned against anti-party activities and defection within the party, stressing that disciplinary measures will be applied in accordance with the PDP constitution. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Away from that, elders and youths of Ogege Iresonye community in Ipoba Oka local government area of Edo State are calling on the Palace of the Oba of Benin and the Edo State government to intervene in a boundary dispute with neighboring Uhie community. The appeal follows allegations by the Okaigele of Uhie community, Mr. Kingsley Igbinoba, who accused the leadership of Ogege Iresonye of encroaching on Uhie land. Ikponwosa Ogiagbe has details.
Elders and youths of Ogege community have rejected the claims of the Okaigele of Uhie community, Mr. Kingsley Igbinoba, insisting that no official boundary demarcation has ever been carried out between the two communities. They argue that, in line with Benin tradition, boundary disputes are typically resolved through consultations involving elders of the affected communities. The community also maintains that it has a long history in the area and has always embraced peaceful dialogue in resolving disputes with neighboring communities.
O denede nakala isapele owu the man where woge uye kekiwe ogege omono ba no nyado nu bumariwo nu so furu yemena.
The youth will not be the one to tell the boundary. It is the elders that is in position to tell the boundary. And that is why we decide to come to this medium to also cry out to the public.
We are going to get into Tola. Ma tuti government, ma tuti arioba, ma tuti omono bane do kwa polopolo. Na prima irade, ma igwa ligbina, ma igwa lokosisi.
Also speaking, the Okaigele of Ogege Iresonye community, Comrade Monday Aiweho, dismissed the allegations and called on relevant authorities to thoroughly investigate the matter while reaffirming the community's commitment to peace.
If anybody wants to talk about boundary issue, is the elders, not the youth. I have elder in my community. He has elders. So for him dragging me, I don't really know the reason he's dragging me to boundary issues. The Oba of Benin and the authority should call the two communities and look into these very issues.
However, the Okaigele of Uhie community, Mr. Kingsley Igbinoba, maintains that an established boundary has existed between both communities since 2012.
We have an existing boundary.
Ikmonwosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
After this short break, the news continues. Stay tuned. Welcome back. The maiden edition of the ITV Corporate Cup came to a thrilling conclusion on Friday, with exciting third place and final matches played before an enthusiastic crowd. Osemu Jame Osai reports that NIFO emerged champions of the tournament, defeating Nigerian Breweries 2-1. With that, we draw the curtain on the main news on independent television. I am Chukufumnanya Digwe. Thank you so much for staying till the end. Good night.
certainly the best.
This is Akwa Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwa seed. Ayo or Akwa game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwa game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, yari, Oba Tope! Yari,
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
And welcome to another episode of WIC, Women in Conversation, a table where women sit together to discuss. And most times we say things that will help us as human beings, not just women. And we bring in the men just a little and talk about the children, which are majorly our concerns because we're mothers, we're women. Anyway, today on WIC, we're going to be looking at, should I say breadwinner or should I say marriage? We're going to be looking at breadwinner. Let me put it in that way, breadwinner. And we're also going to be looking at communication in marriage. And with me to do that on my right is Chisom. Barrister Chisom, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you so much.
And on my far right, I have Abe. Abe, welcome to the building.
Thank you for having me.
And then, of course, I have Toyin. Toyin that doesn't want to change her name. Toyin, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Okay, so quickly, someone said something. Someone said she cancelled her wedding after finding out her husband-to-be is the breadwinner of 3 jobless sisters that have kids, and all 3 show no interest in looking for a job. The question is I'm just throwing the question to you all. Is that enough to call off your wedding plan? Let me start with you.
It's a serious matter. It's a serious matter for real. Because she's going to the marriage thinking we want to start building a new family and take care of both parents or siblings. But this one already made responsibility has been packed, waiting for him or her before getting married. 3 jobless sisters with children.
And they're not ready to get a job.
They are not ready to get a job. That wife can never cope. Because automatically that man is getting married to 4 wives. Original wife and 3 extra wives. Those 3 sisters will become wife and pets in that family. They won't allow that lady to breathe. There will be serious competition. She can, I think there are some women that they are angelic. Maybe they can cope. Except if that lady is very buoyant and generous. Very buoyant and well matured. That's the only reason with God-fearing. That is how she can cope. Because 3 sisters with children that are not ready to work, they will shock their marriage. Even that man, that breadwinner, will get that. He go lost the bread, lost the butter.
Chisom, would you call off your marriage because of that?
Okay, first of all, marriage is not just about, let 2 of us who marry. There's a lot of financial obligation. Like the financial, just put it at 80%. Then the rest, the spiritual relationship, keep it at 20%. But you see that financial part, it has a lot to do. Because imagine if children start coming in, you have to pay school fees, you have to, and somebody is already taking care of his sisters. 3, not just 1. And those 3 are
with their children.
With their own children. The man may even die before his time, because how is it possible to cater for all those people? Then your wife, she will face a lot of neglect. Like there will be solid neglect in that particular marriage. So for me, there is no way, like there is no way I would ever, know that this is what is going on, and I'll still venture into a marriage like that, because I'm not doing myself any, it's not an advantage to me or an advantage to him as well.
Let's take it from the religious aspect of the conversation. Abby, as a religious woman, would you stay put, or you will want to?
Yeah, religious.
I'm just a child of God.
Okay, as a child of God,
would
you have endurance, would you have patience to want to stay, get married to a man with 3 sisters who had children and are jobless?
To me, I'll find out, because there's more to it than that. Because as a spiritual perspective, we want to find out, why are they not at work? Is it a spiritual issue? Is there some, spiritual warfare that we need to deal with, or fasting and pray? No. I mean, I will have to. You have to be. I mean, from a spirit. I mean, we're here for a reason. We're not so let you're saved. You know, God saved you. Now you're here for soul winning. You're here to make a difference. So to me, I've been looking at, and that maybe to me the way I'm wired is different. I like to bring out potential in people. So I'll see. There must be something. Those 3 girls. I'll get them working. Yes, they are not ready. They are not ready. They will work.
Abe is going to do the prayers and do the spiritual cleansing.
They will work. If you are not disabled, or you are deaf or blind, Why will you not work? Do you understand? There's a way around it. It could be a spiritual thing. It could be that the brother has been spoiling them, and then they'll work.
Okay, let me come back to you, to Tony. You heard what Abby said. Abby said she will get them working. Abby said she was going to dig, further down to find out if it's a spiritual attack. She was going to pray. She was going to fast and all that. Will you do that?
What Sister Abby wants to do is a very good thing. But my prayer is, I pray they will not drain all our energy. That's just it. I have, in my own family, we have half brother, half sisters that have grown up before I can understand that they were actually half. My mom packed every one of us together. We have a particular aunt, half sister. I don't know how you are going to help her that your energy will not be drained. In my family, they know me as a pastor because I will minister to you. I need your soul to be saved. And I need you to not be lazy. Or auntie will drain you. There's nothing you can do. Support her with everything. She will drain you. She has a mentality that because you are blessed, you must be a blessing, automatic blessing to her. Because you are blessed, you have to take care of her own responsibility. How can you be praying for me to be blessed without praying for yourself to be blessed? Draining me. So that's why I say, I pray. What you have in mind is a good thing. Because the Bible says we are not two again, we are one. But there's some problem that you can actually prevent before happening. Since, assuming they said they are jobless with children,
and looking for jobs,
circumstances can make them, maybe some, they've lost their husband, maybe some, the circumstances are bringing the children, single parents, the third one, maybe something just happened. Would you pack it? That is a matter of time. But with the clothes that they are not ready to get the job, you cannot force an adult, my sister. They are not children again that you can still train and tame. The adult that has made up his mind that my brother is rich and I want to spend my brother's money, they always see that wife as an obstacle. Well, for
the sake of those that don't understand what you spoke, what is that in English?
The Orogun is rivalry. That is automatic rival. It's rivalry. But they are not going to see that lady as their brother's wife. They will see that lady as an obstacle. Because that lady is now thinking he will protect his husband, her husband. And he will protect her children. He will protect her home. The well-being of the entire family. But these ones are just there to make them. To make them. They don't care. Many of them. And if anything happens to the brother, they will still hold her responsible.
Yeah, that's true.
So she has the husband to protect. She has the home and the children to protect. So, and the sister will be thinking she is the obstacle.
That's true. And you know, one thing is, you cannot sugarcoat laziness. You cannot sugarcoat laziness. So financial irresponsibility, Abe, this is for you now. It has nothing to do with spirituality.
Yeah, I was going to come there.
Yes, financial irresponsibility, they don't align in any way. So you saying you want to go and find out why they are not working, why they are grown. They know that they have to feed their kids. They know that they have to look for a job, find a way to be responsible to themselves.
That's why I said you assess holistically to find.
There's nothing to assess. To me, what are you assessing? Laziness. Somebody is not working.
But there's not anything about being an influence and inspire somebody that was lazy and now changing the mindset somehow. And
not having a job is an inspiration for you to get a job. But
people change.
The consequence of not having a job, the consequence of relying on another person is enough inspiration.
It's a mindset that needs to change. It's with education and some information is power to let them know. By the time, you tell them, that, what they're doing, and they realize it's going to take time. That is
you
wrong,
cannot mentor laziness. That's how it works. Mentorship for laziness does not work.
But supposing it does.
When a wife suddenly meets herself in that situation, you are married to that man already.
Before the situation
I can apply Sister Abe's theorem.
But before,
if
God says this is your husband,
I see. If God says
that this is your husband, this is the situation. Because
God will hate me.
God cannot. You guys have to see that
now.
before God told you to do it. He said He will not give you beyond what you can take. Supposing God has
then don't put that God for that condition of that story.
They
don't put God saying that your husband. I cannot see that. That's a red flag.
It's a red flag. You cannot spiritualize. That's why
I know cases where God will actually tell you that this is your husband.
The cases
does not look good. But then things turned around. I've seen it many times.
This one,
but I know with the
it's not emotionally that that guy
don't go there.
Emotionally,
psychologically. Okay. Let me come in with another phrase of a question.
Okay.
Now, if you like the guy so much, you like she said, probably God spoke to you that that's your husband, and you like him enough to be his wife. Is there a way to advise him or to let him know instead of just calling off the marriage?
Thank you. It now depends on the type of man that he is. There are some men that you cannot correct them. There are some men, they are very understanding. If I love the man very well, and I see that that is his responsibility, we both settle down and think and plan. I'm working, he's working. Remember, that is his own family. Remember, I will have my own family and responsibility. We have to share it. We place them on salary. That is, I have to drop part of my own resources, his own resources, and put a time frame on it. It
time frame of how long you're going to help.
Are we going to carry this load? Okay, madam, you cannot walk. We now look at you. You cannot walk. Maybe you don't want to be under somebody. But can you say peppermint? Can you roast corn? Granite? Can you say granite?
I'll even give you granite to sell.
I can imagine that. I can imagine that I will give you capital to start something twice. I can't be that foolish. If you fail one, twice I withdraw. And the brother too will surely be drained someday. But that time, if you are not careful, the enmity will be there. Whatever the brother do, the wife name will be mentioned. So I can manage to some extent, my dear lover or loving husband. This is a big load.
I cannot manage.
Can we do it for just 6 months? Or even 1 year, maybe before we started having our own kids.
Okay, thank you so much.
That is the extent the love can take me to.
Well, I hope your love out there with your man can take you further than Toyin's love. Anyway, we'll be going on a short break, and when we come back, we want to hear from Chisom if she can take it. We'll be on a short break. Still Women in Conversation. We're talking about breadwinner who has 3 sisters, who also has children that he's actually catering for, and they are not ready to work. They just want to depend and live off him. We're going to be looking at that because Chisom was to, give us her own opinion if she finds herself in such a situation, what we should do. When we're going to talk about that, we're going to also talk about communication in marriage, and then we'll look at communication in marriage after Chisom has discussed her own opinion. Chisom, please go ahead.
Okay, so my standpoint is still, I can never find myself in such situation because the situation sounds permanent, and a permanent system like that, because they are dependent on that man, the three of them. They do not, in quotes, they are not ready to work. So you cannot pray laziness away. You cannot mentor laziness, in my own opinion. And that is just how it is. There is no how you can beat the urge to go and work from somebody. No matter how you try, it has to come from a self-acknowledgement, right? It has to come from a self-acknowledgement. So for me, I cannot venture into a silent contract that is permanent, because that is how it is. So when we speak about communication, you see that even when Toyin mentioned that, oh, you try to maybe talk to the man, see how it would, there's still a silent expectation that is coming, that you have to accept this now. They are family, they are family. So in spite of that communication chain, there's still some responsibility that is expected of you, not to go against, you know, what their structure in their family is all about, because you're going to brew hate. You're going to brew that resentment from them. So that's my take on it.
Well, you're going to brew hate, because the moment the man decides to stop and say, okay, I have helped to an extent, I want to concentrate on my wife and my children now, they begin to hate you. They begin to think that you as their brother not to help them anymore. But I don't think Abe is, you know, is not that she's not understanding, but she's not saying it from this angle. What's your angle?
No, I think you guys are getting me wrong. I said to look at things holistically, because you can't just abandon situations. We're here to find a solution to an issue. Obviously, there's a problem there, and you're going to try to see what you can do about it. But as Jesus said, it depends on it. If you have a choice, whether to go in that relationship or not, then obviously, you know, wisdom will say not to go in, since you have a choice to whether to marry the person or not. But if, as I said, if you prayed about it as a spiritual, and God says that this is your husband, I heard that say that God will not do good. But sometimes, you know, before, you know, a situation like that comes, because to me, when you're saying they're not ready, because I said they're not ready to work, doesn't mean they will never work. Yeah? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Are you saying in the life you've not seen where situations have been turned around? I mean, I'm not God, but if God feels that He has put something on the inside of you to make that difference in that person, and it's you, then fine. But you pray about it, and if God says that this is not your line, your lane, as we've said before, then you tell the man that, no, I can't go with you with this. But there's a way you can also advise the man, even as a friend to me, even if I don't marry this guy. But I will still try and say, you know, this situation will burden you and will probably hinder you from getting married. Let's see how we can help. To me, I'm here to help whichever way. So, you know, I'm not saying to anyone to just go and get married to somebody with that burden. You know, pray about it, seek counsel. It says in the multitude of counselors there's safety. So to see whether you guys are compatible, or whether it's God saying it or is foolishness.
Or whether it's workable. Anyway. Let's look at communication in marriage. I was saying something before we went on a short break. You know, a researcher said that good women, women don't work out from good men. Okay, they work out because there's no communication, emotional damage, and a whole lot. Is it true that women don't work out from good men? But there are reasons why women work out from that good man. Because we hear people say, he's a good man, but I just couldn't stand him. So there might be reasons why, you know, the lady couldn't stand that man. And we also heard people say, he's a good father, but he's not a good husband.
Mm-hmm. True. So being good is not enough. The fact that somebody is good, yes, you are good, but there are still other qualities attached. There are responsibilities attached in the marriage. Are you good in that aspect? You might be a good person, you serve God, you're a Christian, but the other part of the responsibilities, are you a good communicator? That is one thing. Because if you want to, because I know that Abe will still chip in the religious aspect in this thing and say, oh, if you're a Christian, being a Christian doesn't mean that you're good, yes, but do you have those other qualities that can sustain a marriage? That's the reason why you see that even in other religions too, there are problems, critical problems in the marriage because of lack of good communication. So being good, being kind is not enough. There are still other skills, marital skills that, you know, are very important that would be able to sustain that marriage, to bring unity and peace. So you following God alone, if you don't have that intelligent quotient and other things to know that, oh, these are the things that will sustain my marriage, then that marriage will definitely crash.
How important is communication in marriage?
Very, very important. I will even say that's the number one rule in marriage. And we're talking about good. Depends on what you see in somebody that will make you think is good. That you are a spender does not make you a good
person.
Some men believe I pay the bills, so you can't question me. And you are bullying the wife, you are pressing on her, and you don't want her to talk because you are paying the bills. And other people will say, because it's responsible to the
He's paying bills
financially, that makes him good. No. If I always say that the best marriage is the marriage of two friends, where we can cry together, we can laugh together, we can talk. And it's only friends that can communicate well without being misunderstood. Some men, you are talking from point A, is coming back from point K to answer you. He does not ready to understand. There's no compression on your compression. Some does not even have patience to listen to you. Once they've married you and put you at home, be at home, be cooking, take care of the house, and give us children for the family.
Provided he's paying the bill.
Oh, that's when he's paying the bill. And some, the husband is working, the wife is working. We both leave the house 6 a.m. in the morning. You are coming back 7, I'm coming back 7:38. And immediately I'm entering, you're asking of your food. Am I coming from a restaurant?
Oh my God, Tony.
But if it's your friend, if we have that understanding, let me eat gala on the road. Let me even keep one gala for her. So that when she comes, we won't enter kitchen to be married then. And they say he's a good man. People will see him a quiet man in the office.
Because
you bring any trouble to him, he solve outside. He's a good counselor. Some these attributes are even in the church.
Abby, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I agree that communication is everything, is key. You need to communicate because even from your own personal life, if you don't communicate, you will not understand why somebody did something.
Sister, what God now say you should go to that kind of marriage?
What God will say we should go to?
If you've seen, I'm just putting a question, right? That even when you in a courtship, you've already seen the kind of man that he is, and God is saying go.
If God says go, are you going to disobey God?
Okay, let me come in here. Abby, how do you know God has said go or don't go?
They say you have to cultivate your relationship with God. You know, the Holy Spirit will speak to you. There's, you know, at that level, you know how to hear from God.
Okay.
And then not only that, you need to also accountable. You need to submit it to leadership and say to them that this is what I'm feeling. What do you feel? And it says in the multitude of 3 witnesses, let it be established. So you go to one, you go to the, and if they're all saying no, and you're still thinking God, you need to now go back. Is this really then? Because sometimes you might be confused. But if you're somebody that you know when God speaks to you and He has worked for you, and the things you hear stories, God said I should do this. It looks really risky, but then it worked out the other way around. Because sometimes it's not. You said faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Sometimes you're not seeing the full picture. it's just like people's that have become prime ministers and things like that. Before, there probably was nothing, or you didn't see that in there.
Abi, thank you. Thank you for the preaching. Okay, thank you for preaching to us this afternoon. Okay, so Chisom, let me come back to you on communication in marriage. Okay, now there are different communication. If you ask me, there could be communication of finances in marriage. The man is paying the bills, and as far as it's concerned, he's paying the bills. So you really do not have anything to say. And when I mean bills, I don't mean he's buying food stuff. I mean, when it is time for vacation, you and the children are out of the country for vacation. You see something like gold that you like, you tell him, I saw this and I like it, and it's paying. But on the other part of the communication, he's not doing it right. Do you want to stay in such marriage?
Okay. I just want to reiterate what Tony said the first time. She said communication is like the key, right? It's the first thing you can even consider. So even if somebody is providing money, you are doing the financial aspect, right? You're doing your responsibility financially as a man.
Who finds herself in a marriage that there's no communication?
God bless you. We have seen something. Before you get to the marriage, try as much as possible to marry your friend. If it's not your friend from the beginning, it will be very difficult to make him your friend. Men has their own way of thinking. Most men do not like anybody to question them. What will you say about man that will beat a wife and then go and buy her a car?
Okay, you're too dramatic. Okay, yeah, maybe the guy is an introvert and the woman is more outspoken. But as I say, as I think we've all been saying from the beginning stage, you know whether you're compatible. But sometimes the opposite attracts, because to get the person that's an introvert to also get out there, then probably the combination might be, I've seen it before, where the woman is the outspoken, but the man, because you can't have two introverts.
Okay. All right.
So communication can be very creative, but you should communicate. But we're saying you're dramatic, I think the man should use a different kind of word, especially when you know that your wife, is probably a very sensitive person.
Okay. Thank you so much, Abby. Thank you, Tony, and thank you, Chisom, for being here today. We all heard from them. They have advised us on different way of communication with your partner. I hope you took that advice seriously, or, try to see if it will help you in your own relationship. Until we see you again, I am Patricia Uremu-Gabriels, and it's still Women in Conversation.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good morning and welcome to Tech Today, your favorite technology and digital lifestyle show where we explore the ideas, innovation, and people shaping the future around us. I am Momo Lawal, and today promises to be both inspiring for you and also very insightful. We're talking about innovation, creativity, resilience, and what it truly means to build something meaningful in a challenging environment like Nigeria. Our topic is From Ideas to Invention, the journey of a Nigeria innovator. Joining me in the studio is an inventor and tech innovator, David Momodu, whose passion for technology and automation is helping to show that young Nigerians can dream, we can create and also innovate at a global level. David, it's great to have you on the program today. Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Yeah, the last time we saw each other, you were busy doing some remarkable things, and maybe we'll talk about that while we go into the program for you. Thank you for joining us again. So I'm going to ask this question just right out of the book. Tell us about what inspired you into being an innovator or an inventor, and just briefly tell us about yourself so that our audience out there, meets this inventor.
Okay, my name is David Momodu. Yeah, I have been working on several innovations for a very long time, very, very long time, as I can think. Mm-hmm. When I was very, very young, I have this passion for science. And while in secondary school, I have love for science subjects and all of that. So while we're young, we do a lot of, children projects and all of that, those kids kind of project and all. So it's like a passion that went on and on and on, just like that. So
that inspired you?
Yeah.
Okay. The science inspired you, because science also inspired me to be an engineer and all of that. So I can imagine that.
Yeah.
So now, growing up in Nigeria, okay, what challenges did you face trying to pursue this innovation? Like, what challenges do you face growing up in Nigeria and all of that?
Yeah, I would say there are a lot of challenges because we are not in a tech society, and we don't have a country that have a foundation for technology. A lot of advanced countries, they have this foundation for young people that have several talents, skills, and all of that to really propagate whatsoever they are into, their skills. But Nigeria is very, very wonderful. I don't want to say Nigeria is bad. Nigeria is a great country. It's going to be a great country. So let me be very, very.
But we are great. We may be greater.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are in the process. So what I would say, the country is good, but we don't really have much facilities. We don't have a lot of things we've been able to put together to help young people to achieve their dreams and their goals when it comes to tech. So I would say that it has not really been easy for that tech journey from all these years. But when you have passion for something, you just keep going, and you don't care about the storms, you don't care about the challenges, you don't even care about your country. Whether the country is good or not.
So part of the challenges, like you said, sorry I'm interrupting you, part of the challenges, like you said, is that you did not have the right tools to use. But at any point in time, the power, the fact that there was no constant power, did it affect your innovation?
No, it didn't. I think that's the driving force behind what I'm doing. Okay. I'm passionate about making new things, and when I didn't see some of these things to use, like power and those days there was no really internet like that. But this time, with the help of technology and all of that, I would just say nothing of such actually stopped me from making progress. So I just have to move and.
But interesting. I also behind this, when we're talking before now, you said there were some times you almost gave up whilst you were pursuing any of these projects you may have already done before or you are doing currently. So what are those times? What made you almost give up? And if you did, what now made you continue doing what you're doing?
Okay, I would say I almost gave up. There are some times in my life, like the very first project I did, I can really remember that it's kind of very, very creative. It was a multi-purpose spraying machine, like it can spray perfume and all of that. Before the advent of these latest that we used to have in houses that you just mount on the wall and it sprays.
Like a sprinkler?
Yeah. Okay. Mine was just kind of very small and can place anywhere. But that time, there was no really internet. There was internet, but it was not as robust as we have these days. So, it's something that I don't know how to really... I'm really going to put it, but I think God really helped. Let me use the word, let me bring God in. God really helped me on the process, and I find so many challenges. Those days, you know, there was no help. A particular time when I was done with that project, I was looking for a way to really project it. There was no help at all and all that. So I'm giving up right now and all of that. But then I think I was just about preparing to enter into school. So university, yeah.
Okay.
And it happens that I was able to, you know, stumble to meet one or two persons that encouraged me financially. And when I get to school, my first year in school, I did pretty good first at Benzi University.
Okay.
And it was not really easy for me. I dropped out, you know, like that. One or two things came up. I went to Lagos. I went to Covenant University.
Oh.
I went straight to CXT department.
What's CXT?
CXT is that's Covenant University Science and Tech something.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't really remember it's a department for science kind of. For science and innovations. We're just science students.
Okay.
So when I went there, I met some people. Some students. They just kind of interrogate me, check my project and all of that. And
you already had a project then?
Yeah, that was the multipurpose spraying system. I was about to throw away.
Beautiful.
When I make that move, and I was to meet one or two persons, and from there I was able to meet the former president of Nigerian Association of Inventors.
Okay.
Which happens to be my uncle. I never knew he was
related
to me. So I think the professor actually connected me to him. And by God's special grace, something came up like that. I attended the first Covenant University Invention Exhibition Program. That was 2005/2006.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so it was awesome. And by God's grace again, you know, I came out very well on that summit, program. And what happened was my project was selected for the Indian trip the following year, which was 2006.
February. Trip to India?
Yes.
Okay, that's a good motivation.
Okay. Seriously, that was where I kind of, you know, believe that I think there is, on this route that I'm taking, there is hope, like I should keep on. So that my initial time of, okay, I'm giving up and all of that. Immediately this scenario comes in, like when this scenario plays in, I just like, okay, fine, maybe this is just it. So let me just keep on working. And when I came back, I was encouraged and yeah.
I'm happy to hear that. And I'm sure a lot of young persons out there watching will also be encouraged and also motivated by your own, you know, I'll call it circumstances or some challenges you were going through at the period. But above all, God intervened, and also you had some support from, you know, like minds and people that are also tech experts in the field, and also encourage you to also push further. Now, we have young people watching, young people out there who may have this idea. They may have an idea to, you know, create something, to invent something, to, you know, maybe what has already been invented, you know, try and, you know, duplicate it or make it in a particular style that will suit us in Africa or wherever they are, you know, trying to push this. But they may also lack confidence in pushing these ideas further.
It is your own enthusiasm, it's your own passion, your drive that can really take you to where you are going. Your country may not really be a tech society, but you can actually still create something out, and you can meet people that are, you know, very good in the area in which you are. Depends on the kind of technology you are creating, you want to create, you want to invent. So maybe God can be on your side, and you can have one or two helping hands to move your invention forward. But the thing is, you have to be passionate, because a lot of people give up so easily because of the situation of the country.
I can imagine, like you almost did.
Yes.
You know, it's a good advice out there. I want to also add that, just like David also said, you should not give up. You should continue pushing. You should ensure that what's your idea, the idea you may have that you may think, you may not be confident to even go out there. Because you say you were trying to do a sprinkler, right? Something like what we have right now.
Yes.
Or a multipurpose spraying system that would, you know, maybe be placed somewhere and it's
Yeah, that
Could
was.
are you still, is there, you can talk about that now. Could you just walk us through that project before we go into the next question per se, so we understand that better?
One thing about young people, when you are still very young, you have this rush of adrenaline in your system. You want to create something, you want to do a lot of things.
Okay.
And that time I don't used to do, there's not like I'm trying to review product that already existing. Maybe there's one that I didn't know about. But for my own design, I would just, okay, fine. Let me just create something you can put on your desk and spray perf and make the place look very, very okay. And
okay.
that was my idea. Okay, let me create something very micro that people can be using in their offices. As at that time, we didn't have the production of these little ones that are placed in the offices.
Yeah, that you place on the wall.
Yeah, at that time, there was nothing like that.
Okay, okay, now I get it. Okay.
If we as a country, if I've really met one or two persons that's, okay, fine, I'm going to invest into this idea and I'll take it further from this prototype level to pilot stage, I think I would have really make money from that thing if I had that opportunity.
Wow.
It never really came up, and that didn't really stop me from doing other things, building more projects in the future.
Okay, now you talk about creativity a lot when you're in your speech here, and I want to ask this: how important is creativity and problem solving? How important is it to becoming an inventor?
It's very, very important. Very, very important, because now you don't just, these days you don't create product, you have to sit down and think, and what's the need of the society? What do my country or what do Nigeria really need? Okay, wherever you are, you can be somewhere far off. What do these states, these environments, like I'm from Edo State, what do we really need? What's the problem? What's the problem that we have as a country? Before you can start doing something. So, because your passion and your invention should be solving a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, it may not really be on a global stage at the moment,
just be
but
locally.
you could start from somewhere. So when you have that idea of the problem, then before you start inventing, I think you're going to have people to look at your side from what I've experienced, little experience in the past. And
what would be your advice, talking to Nigerian governments,
A lot is happening in the society. We are in an age where technology is almost, doing most of the solving most of the problems that we find in our daily lives. And our young people have a whole lot of talents, and I think the government should be looking at creating more avenues for young people to actually explore, and creating funds to fund their invention, their innovations. By so doing, when they build that spirit and they have this, their confidence will be built, number one. They'll feel, okay, fine, what I'm doing, I think there is a way forward for me, because there is help. Somebody is bringing in funds to encourage what I'm doing. So if that will build their confidence, number one, and number two, they will have this idea in them that, okay, fine, I think there is a future in what I'm doing. So if the government can create more financial avenues for them to access funds to build their prototypes, if they have already built them, they could think of the pilot stage. Yeah, the pilot stage is, without the pilot stage, your innovation is as good as dead. So that's why you just have to keep pushing. Because no matter how beautiful your idea is, it only solve problem when you get to the market. Yeah, and when end users are using it. Yeah, so the government should try as much as possible to help young people.
So it's all about the finances for you.
Yeah, finances, because we have a lot of young people with ideas, to be honest, a lot. So they just don't have sponsors, no person to really put in money to whatever they are doing.
I also sometimes think that like as a country, I think we heard sometime that we don't even produce toothpick.
Okay.
This has to do with production now, not in invention, but then we don't produce toothpick. So it's something that we need to really consider.
Yes, we have
having to put finances in place for tech talents to explore. And also, but like I said, I report during some tech updates that we have tech hubs, we have expos, we have tech centers, we have programs that people now, that the government now organize, and they invite these tech talents and tech enthusiasts to come and showcase what they are doing, and from there they pick maybe the top 3 or the top 5, and maybe sponsor them to go further, or also put them in places where they can push themselves even further. Now, the next question I'm asking is more relating to your field, because automation and artificial intelligence is growing rapidly, fast in the global scene. Where do you think Nigeria fits in all of this? Talking about artificial intelligence, talking about automation, because that is like the future right now. So where do you think Nigeria fits in this?
Okay, our young people, like our young ones, they are into one or two, they have one or two skills, so they are into one or two things they are doing. And as a country, I won't really say, I would say we are not really doing much, in artificial intelligence. Depends on what our young people are into. Like for me, I'm into automation and robotics, And again, for people that have ideas, ton of AI ideas, you have ideas that it's AI based. I think they should do something about it. They should, if possible, they should, anyhow they could just get their ideas running and all of that.
So you're saying Nigeria we're not there yet?
No, we are not there. I think we are trying. Yeah, because young people these days they are creating a whole lot of content like.
With the introduction of artificial intelligence, I see that we have lots of AI agents out there that does automation. We have AI agent that creates websites and all of that and all sorts. So you don't think Nigeria is, like Nigerians? Okay, let's not talk Nigeria as a government now, as a country. Nigerians, do you think they're not going to adapt quickly to automation? Or talking about artificial intelligence, you think they're not going to adapt quickly to it?
They will definitely.
But currently we are not there.
We are not really there. It's not like we have not, some of these youth have not really learned one or two AI tools, but we are not really as vast compared to developed nations. We are still on our way. We are still evolving. Yeah, we are still evolving. Young people are still evolving, and it all depends on the kind of content, kind of AI content they are creating. These days, a lot of automation is going on, and a lot of people that actually love tech, young people that love tech, they are very few. They are not really they are few these days, to be honest.
Okay.
Anything that will stress somebody, they'll feel like, I'll be stressing myself doing this thing. Let me just do this. This ideology of making money fast. Young people, they don't want to do things that will really stress them. But there are some others that are actually doing something good, like web creation and all of that, AI content, and all those beautiful things.
Yeah.
So we can, by God's grace, I think we are evolving, and we definitely will get there.
Well, by God's grace, we are evolving and we'll definitely get there. I can even see young persons doing AI content, musical videos, AI musical videos. I can see that we are even creating websites. I can see that we are even having some automations coming up somewhere. I've witnessed where someone created an automated, okay, I'm not going to talk about that too much, but it's an automated device that does a lot and lots of help. And I know yourself, you also have something on the way that we also reported here on ITV, where you did magic, and eventually maybe one of the days on Tech Today we'll bring the products and we'll practicalize it and see how it works, and eventually you tell us. That day will just be a topic for that, because I really want to know what you did and how you make that come alive, because it's quite fascinating. Yeah, David. And I'm really happy about that, because I like to see Nigerians push themselves even further in this area. So yeah, we're going to go on a short break right now, where when we come back, we still have David in the studio, the inventor and innovator, where we're going to ask him more questions and maybe share some light on what we can do moving forward in making, we're going to have more young inventors and more innovators in Nigeria. Don't go nowhere. To Tech Today. Welcome back to the program. It's still Tech Today. I'm still on the studio with David Momodu. We were talking from ideas to innovation, the journey of a young innovator. And we're going to just go more and ask him more questions where we'll explore many things. I want to learn a lot. I want to see, maybe tomorrow I want to invent something and just call myself an innovator. I'll be proud to do that and also showcase it to you out there. I know you watching out there may be interested in knowing how his mind works and maybe some skills you may want to learn when you are venturing into tech or venturing into things like this. So, David, for young people watching out there, seeing you and, hearing your story and seeing what you've done, what kind of skills do you think young people, young enthusiasts, young tech talent enthusiasts out there would want to know if they're going to venture into innovation or even venture into tech? So what skills, because people get to ask me this question a lot of times, or ask me, what skills should I start learning? What skills should I upskill myself on to become, good in this area?
Yeah, from the advent of latest technology, we all know artificial intelligence that is taking the world by storm. I think young people should take advantage of learning new AI skills. Yeah.
New AI skills like?
New AI skills. It may not really be in robotics, but it can be in other areas. Automation. And
they should not learn data science, data analytics.
Definitely. It depends on their passion, what they have. I think one of the things is, if you are a tech person, there must be an area where your interest is much higher. Like, okay, fine. For me, I like design, I like robotics, I like anything that had to do with hardware automation. Yeah, okay. I may not really be having this interest with websites creation, front end, back end, but I love to do something that I can see physically, like in machine, something that works and maybe solve new problems. So I love things like that. So I don't know about the young people.
Okay.
So if you are coming to this, if you want to build new products, you should be looking to AI as a tool to, so that you're really going to focus on, or you will use to enhance whatsoever you're doing. Yeah. Whatever project you are designing, you're going to look into AI and AI aspect, because the world has really gone far. Yeah.
No, okay. No, I really like the advice you gave them out there. But then now, I'm going to ask you this question. This is why I want you to really take us real deep into your own lifestyle, real deep into David Momodu. Looking back, how far you've come, what would you say are the achievements that you're most proud of that you've done? I'm not saying you should start telling me exactly what you did, but then the achievements you've had, I really want to know. What would you say? Because people are really eager to know what the achievements you've done thus far that you're really proud of.
Yeah, I really would thank God for God's grace and His goodness. The thing is, by God's grace, over the years, my late uncle was really not really happy when I never have a patent. Yeah. Before he passed some years ago, he was like, try and get patent for your designs. Whatever you are building, try and get patents. You don't have a patent. He keep telling me.
So I'm going to interrupt you here. For some persons who are just listening to tech for the first time, you want to explain what patents means so that they grasp it, because we break down tech for people in simple languages. Okay. Okay.
Patents is a federal government kind of documents given to you as the original owner of an idea, and giving you the opportunity to explore it within a certain period of time.
Beautiful.
Yeah, before it can.
All right. So continue.
So like I said earlier, I really thank God for everything, and I would say when my uncle passed, I began to trust God. I was going to get something out from whatever I'm doing, my patents, trying to file in 1 or 2 patents for my ideas and all of that. It was not really easy at that time, but a time came when I think the previous president of Nigeria bring this avenue where young people could just apply for patent and will get it without you really paying. So I took that opportunity.
Okay.
So by God's grace, I had about 5 patents. I'm proud of. I already thank God for. 5 patents? Yes, 5 patents.
Could you tell us what they are your ideas now? Nobody's going to steal them.
Okay.
What are the 5?
Okay, the 5 patents. Okay. Let me just give some few ones.
Okay, no, don't give us all. Okay, yeah, okay.
Just few ones.
Okay.
Number 1 is the automated head seat system. Yeah, let me put it this way. The automated head seat system is this is a safety device that is mounted to your chair just in case there is an accident, so that
in your vehicle,
so that your neck, you don't have fracture in your neck. Maybe there is a somersaulting or something, so that you don't sustain fracture from your spinal cord down and all of that. So the system has a robotic hand, so it's deployed immediately when you start driving. It falls down like this, and if you are driving, even when you turn, like, it doesn't affect you, turn your other direction, it doesn't. But if there is any bump or somersaulting, it is deployed, so to save your neck from hitting.
That is one. Another one. Just one more. Just one more to tease the audience.
Okay. The other one was the automated hair loosening system. Oh. Actually, I created a system, a machine, automated hair braiding machine, in 2008. I didn't tell you about that one. But because I didn't have sponsor and people to encourage me to really patent that work then, I think it was hijacked kind of when we traveled one time, and it was actually mass produced.
Oh.
So when I came back,
to braid hair for ladies.
Yes, automated hair braiding machine. Yes, the African version. I did that design. I still remember. But when I found out that there was no really this encouragement like to pilot the projects, I kind of just relaxed, and before I know anything, somebody just reproduced it. But I was smart enough to create the automated hair loosening machine. So that one can do your three twist loose, your two twist braid. It can unloosen it, stuff like that. And so it's just a simple device. It's patented.
You call it simple, people will be there, open their mouth ajar, wondering how you can, loosen your hair just by an automation, just by, putting a device in your hair, and it loosens the hair for you. It doesn't cut the hair, because women always complain that you cut my hair when you're loosening my hair. It doesn't do that.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, beautiful. Well, thank you so much, David, for joining us today on the program Tech Today. It was really a delight. I've learned a lot, and I intend to also, brush up my skills and also upskill myself in terms of automation, because I believe strongly that automation is the future right now. People are already doing automation in other countries. They are like maybe 4, 5, 10 years ahead of us, but we are still grasping the knowledge here in Nigeria. So my friends are already doing it in Nigeria, and I hope to also, push myself. And I think people out there watching will be interested or also to, upskill themselves in one of the skills that you've mentioned, whether it's artificial intelligence or, pushing yourself to, be a better data analyst, or even just the front end or the back end, or any of those tech skills that that you're good at. It could just be something that this is what I'm good at, and you're going to push it forward. Yes, it's something I think you should pay more interest to. And it's good. You're going to only go, the sky will be your limit from there. Thank you so much, Ms. David, for joining us on the program. And yes, it's been Tech Today, and we're talking to David Momodu, who is an inventor and innovator, and he has shared some of his ideas, his journey on being an inventor and innovator for us as a Nigerian. And we'll be looking more to talk to you maybe in the future, so have some other ideas from you so people can learn from. Yes, thank you for joining us on the program. I always tell you, whilst you're on this program, it's good for you to learn, to be very creative, very curious, because tech is the future. Tech is now, rather, it's not the future anymore. So it's good to also learn and be very creative, because if you don't learn, you snooze. So I'm always enjoying and encouraging you to learn a lot so that you become one of those persons that are driving tech in the future. My name is Momo Lawal, and join us next week for another episode of Tech Today. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Only God can do what no man can do. However, Nigerians can no longer pay for transport. However, Nigerians be one come out for house, may they go hustle for their daily bread. But the transport where they want to come out,
You don't already work the daily bread for the house. When you calculate the transport where you want to come out, go hustle. Go reach where you want to go hustle, come back. But His Excellency, those new Cha-Cha CNG bus where you buy, where them they? I know the day government has, but when we want start to the user. You know say this kind of election time now in Nigeria still they happy. We don't see them say you don't buy sharp. Papa, how are you? Well, I don't know. Anyway, you do for Nigeria, they watch us for ITV, for Facebook, for YouTube, they watch us online. We must continue to thank you. This bus don't reach like 10 years now. Now the former governor. Abi, don't reach 10 years.
Go 16 years.
This bus don't go 16 years.
16 years.
Let me say we are due for new one.
Yes.
That's why Akpakomiza don't go carry some come now. That one not they use diesel and fuel. And a CNG. I been an electric bus. Our governor go buy also. Na CNG. No, not be 100 naira. For this election time, a free Mayana. No, for this election time, from now till January 16, now free. If they not carry us free, we'll change it for them. 300 naira. Who wants to that for the 300 naira? This is not there. This is not here. Anyone? His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State. Whoa. I beg, those new bus bring and come and make them go park on this one. Abi?
Yes, Edo people deserve it.
Edo people deserve.
We deserve to have a new bus.
A new bus.
Yes. Yes.
Honestly, never enter street.
I bet may enter. May enter.
What they pay you for back?
If they pay me for, if I don't even get space to pull my leg. You know, see.
They should.
Prepare and add it to you.
No.
Waiting they have.
Comfort. Okay, this yourself. No wonder.
Opa was the try for me.
Yeah.
What you try for you? My brother.
Okay, but the transport, you know, say transport. This is not there.
No option. This one.
This is not there.
Make 200 naira.
From where to where?
From AVP to.
Oh my governor, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. Because in the nearest future, you become one of the leaders. So we are praying. Amen. I know say you don't buy, but bring them out. I don't say they shine. I don't shining. But hunger dey. Transportation, however, transportation is one of our biggest challenges in Nigeria. Even me as a worker, whether they work for private sector or government sector, you go see and say transportation don't take 90% of our salary. Now, hear what? May I tell you what they rain now? They say all the hustle they hustle now. They say now belly and toilet with the hustle I put.
Now so what if you save again?
What it concern you for what I talk so? What it concern you?
I'll make help you finish.
Say,
not be the country we did.
Say the work where they work. Na belle.
Na belle oh, not if you save again.
You mean say Nigerians now as a civil servant, you know if you save like 2 million naira. After you don't receive your salary, you know if you get 2 million naira as balance. No, say as a Nigerian, you don't work, pay house rent, feed the children, pay school fees, don't do it. You know if you get 2 million naira as balance for your. Let me say you be Yahoo boy now. Don't be say you dey work.
When you want to see
We will increase your salary. This new bus, you go enjoy the AC. The new bus is coming.
Make the new bus quick on. And you bring it and make NEPA light day. No light, no light for me.
You go buy solar fan. No. All the old women don't buy solar fan. So they carry solar fan follow body now.
You go
buy inverter fridge. Go buy solar fridge. We not go fit wait for NEPA again. We not fit wait for light. They want to kill us in this country. Everybody that they buy solar for us. Go borrow money from Lapo. I don't they go. If to say no be public transport, for see Nigerians they trek. Even so many Nigerians now don't park their vehicle now. They don't park big men now. People don't park their motor.
Yes, now. Because of fuel. When it's too expensive. Eh?
Now this Iran-American war na ekosan. Na ekosan.
We not get refinery.
No, now because of the American.
We not get refinery.
Donald Trump don't want Iran now.
We not get refinery.
You know you say we don't give out to Chinese company. You know yeah. Excellency, I beg bring out the new boss. I beg. Oh, we'll bring out the new boss. This is about 15 years. We don't to repair this motor. Bring out the new. Okay.
What did they happen?
Oh, your money. Oh.
What did they happen?
500 naira.
What did they happen?
500 naira. But you don't try to enter this, but we still make government may bring out the new boss.
We now increase. Wait,
let me be the answer. What did they happen?
See the way people they rush enter public bus.
What did they happen?
Now, no, it's Excellency. As an area journalist, I come. As an area journalist, this new bus, so make Edo people enjoy this bus till the end of this year. In fact, till January 16th.
Where this boy now?
Mother, you don't see all that small bus enter where you call the enter this one. You don't see small one enter. You don't take up. Why you call the enter this cheap one?
It's not cheap now.
It's cheap.
I go say cheap. It's not cheap. This one is supposed to be free bus. No. 300 is it cheap? It's not cheap. It's supposed to be free.
You know you say fuel don't go up.
Okay, why did they want us to vote for them? Is it not because of all this?
Now they tell an America you free from now till January 16th.
See me now, I want to pay. I want to pay.
Oh my governor!
For this bus, I'm also a passenger. I stay in Airport Road. Just now you are in Airport Road. We do queue for it because it's cheaper. The other buses are carrying 600, 700. You know, in this economic now, we cannot afford to pay such amount. That's why we are trying to manage and queue for the bus. We queue. We are many.
The governor have bought new Shasha bus.
Ah, we thank him. Long may he reign.
That bus ACD.
Yes, we knew.
That bus not be cho.
You mean it?
That bus not be diesel, not
you
be fuel.
You mean it?
That bus now.
Bus for our governor.
It's not the hyper. So where are you going? Where are you going? Now you the enter goes Ghana or South Africa. I want to personally warn and tell you people the truth and nothing but the truth. Santana. Madam, how business? How you the family? People they complain. I not talk say now. People they complain. Say that they sell Santana, whether if they buy a riches, you call risky. Government wants start to call the checker now. Government wants start to check the Santana now.
We trust what we do because we dey eat from inside the Santana. We dey eat from inside. So me now, I go do wetin no good. I come dey eat from inside. I dey eat from inside.
If I buy this Santana go house now, like how many days if you stay for house?
Like this one where be like this now. If you stay 1 week, nothing go do am.
1 week?
Yes, nothing go do am. He get stash. The one wey no get stash, 3 days he don dey pere.
Okay, may I tell you now wetin people wey dey chop Santana dey complain. They say why be say Santana the smell, the cassava scent, it dey scent well. These some people just chop Santana and once you tell them say chop am. If you just open some, wetin dey cause am?
That one another person go answer that one.
Wetin dey cause am?
I don't know. My own on the smell.
Your own on the scent.
I say my own on the scent like that.
No, they smell like that. Because if you put them for water and say you soak them, you quick wash them. Once if you too take for ground, now you go get that odor.
Yeah.
But if you quick wash them, quick make them, you know get that odor.
How much for that one now? 100 naira.
200.
For one.
3,500.
And for restaurants, now they sell on 1,000, 1,500 though.
This one 8, 500. From 9.
Yeah, give me 500 naira. I get now me. Wait. Me and my 4 children, and my wife and dog. No, that. Eh?
This one at 8, I'll give you.
8. And so restaurant they sell on 1,500 naira. No say for this country they know they shame again. No, they. Okay, inside the Santana 500 when I buy. Now inside the soup, pepper. Oh yeah.
Now 9 now give us.
9, 500 naira. Let me say if I open restaurant now, how much I'll get for this one now? I buy how many? Give me 9 for 500. 200 naira. With soup. Thank you, eh? Thank you. So cut now. Thank you.
I greet you.
Don't chop today.
I never chop. Seriously.
You never chop today?
I never chop. Is this everywhere? It's ACB. They don't pack everybody come outside though. They say they want to do the market. So right now, they're hungry.
You know, like as government, they do the market?
I like as they do this thing, but I don't know what they for. They will just evacuate everyone like that now.
You sabi chop satana?
I sabi chop amo.
Like how many satana you fit chop?
If I say 4, I go finish 4. Only
4 satana?
Only 4. I will tell you.
Like which kind of soup you use?
I will use correct melon soup.
Melon soup? Simbangasi water leaf.
Yeah, water leaf. All of the portion is
a you like to the chop satana?
Too much.
You like how
well?
Or dash you satana?
Okay. Hey.
You buy and they hot. Open na me, you know say na satana.
I don't see her.
Na 4.
I don't see her. Ibabo.
I buy and dust now.
Okay. God will bless you. God will bless you.
Now 4, now 6, 9 days side.
Okay, I want to do the menu too.
You fit chop up. Carry, they go. Okay. I don't buy and dust now.
No problem.
Mama gonna say find somebody where you go dash.
So
as I ask you just now, you dey hungry, so you dey hungry.
No ma.
And I true you they tell me.
I didn't tell you so. Madam, no concern if soup no day.
No concern you. Enjoy. Go enjoy the satana. Go enjoy the satana.
I hear you.
Enjoy the satana.
I hear you.
May I help you with something? Yes. Where are you coming from?
I'm coming from your Nalega to check on Gulf Road. You know Lily Hotel?
Where you they go?
I they go Ekenwa Road.
And you not get transport fare?
I not get transport fares. You to I get mercy here. You to I never take her.
I just surprised when you come meet me. I'm surprised you come meet me. See.
And I God say make I meet you, sir. Now God do am. I know say you must give me some. God will bless you. God will bless you. Your work, they will promote you more. We have been hearing of you for Isa Radio, and they will promote you more. God bless you.
Enjoy. I don't suffer, not be small. On Posse, I get sense.
Poverty no good at all. Now I make I join this business.
Yo, you know what this is not my Chinese That Nigerian Chinese guy. This is the only Benin man where they speak Chinese.
You see, China make parable last 2 weeks. He said, "Chao la, chao la, chao chao ko dong ko ko yo la." You know the meaning? They said they don't already buy our property finish for Nigeria. Very soon, if you know less China, you know get where you see work. Only talk to Chinese. They tell you so. What they tell you so? Very soon, we'll be a second slave to China if we not take time.
You shall talk to us how the situation of the country.
For the situation of the country, under Kuku Ching Gondo, the more you look, the more you see, not be less again. The more you look, the more you see.
What you concern hammer?
I just show my love. We'll see. We'll see. I just show. Not the adjustment of Aru again. Not the adjustment. I just. Either you agree or you not agree. They borrow money. You say you know there. You know there. Anything concerning Nigeria and a storm that they stop by. I got do what go favor you. Issue. What's on your belly that they come out to? Nigeria know you affect you at all.
Dominic, tell me no Dominic. Salute for God, tell me no Dominic. I don't they go. I got. How do you also know?
Bro, I don't get your number.
Man, give my number.
You get many things. I didn't find you for long. I beg.
Agree to.
I beg you.
Number 0080 55 40 73 59. Help me tell Nigerians make we be our brother's keeper. Chinese.
No be so we not like to be our brother keeper. Unless say our gospels don't spoil. To be a brother's keeper nowadays, your brother where you say you want being a keeper, he don't remove gospels come out for your back. So your code according to your materials, your size no dey market.
As people they watch us now, they feel say you know they okay.
Waiting they happen.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
We must continue to thank God for our life. I sincerely sympathize with the families of people who be said they don't die untimely deaths. Don't kill so many innocent Nigerians. May their soul rest in peace. However, Nigerians they call on the federal government of Nigeria. Make them sharply. Nigerians they call on the Nigerian army. Nigerians they call on the Nigerian police. Nigerians they call on all the security apparatus for Nigeria. Make them wake up, because Nigerians are not smiling because of the way things can happen now for this our country. However, we must continue.
Waiting they happen.
Agree to. Money no they come from heaven. Do better till money go come. Now true all that they tell you so. Agree to now. Mommy, how are you? Everybody they holla. Good morning. Why una block the road? Why una block the road? Why una block the road?
Why una go block the road? Why police decided to kill our members? The one way hungry no kill. Now police come to kill them. Why una go block road? Opera they suffer, where keke they suffer. Now police they kill them now.
What happen?
Nothing happen.
But una block the road, I una park the keke.
We block the road. We need justice.
You did that wetin happen?
Oh, no, then at night it happen. But eyewitness, they say, see what happen.
Na police station from the commissioner of police and they come from so. I see your people that they go outside. But they say we can really investigate the matter.
Okay.
The truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Wetin happen? The person die, be still dey alive.
He die.
The keke rider don die.
Yes, sir.
Wetin happen?
Now one policeman yesterday night around 9 to 10 for Osumbolen. That keke rider, he won't go carry a wife with his family for where he say market for Osumbolen. The man park. According to people who did deal, they say the man park. So now the policeman, the worker they come. Now he can with the leg go, you know carry motor, you know carry bike. Now leg they use you. Now he can say the man park for center of road. Now the man say, how I park for center of road? Where barrow they pass, we barrow they pass there. Now from there, now he can tell us he make a park where. Now he say, you don't already park where. See walk away the walk away where they there. Now from there they can change word. Now he come out the tear gas. I can spray for nose before you know the man fell down. Before people come they shout, make a come help. Before one of our brother come run go there, the man already give up before they all can go hospital. No still.
Now yeah, in for the impact with this the keke rider.
Yes.
When na chairman for na park sef.
All of them go straight.
No, wetin this man talk so na true. I been na. So wetin you hear or wetin you see?
Na true be that. Na true. And that man always dey do am. He dey drink akai. Sometimes he go come here. He go enter drop. The policeman. He go enter drop. He carry reach your house for Basua. He carry 500 give you. If you see he talk too much, he go bring gun. Sometimes na dagger. He go say if you dey anyhow. Na police.
Ogida police station.
No, they say I want to go.
But what the police officer can do for this side? They stay for this side.
And he used to enter our keke when he's going. So he used to enter here whenever he's going back home. So he usually trek when coming back. So I was so surprised to see the man decide to.
But the police officer they drink.
They drink.
Our new IG said they don't want to see any police officer when they drink.
This one always they drink day and night. They know the like man.
He's even drunk yesterday night.
Now when we say your colleague don't die now, what do you want make government do now?
We want justice.
Justice. Make them sack the police officer. Always justice. The dead body not go rise again. Because no, the dead body not go rise again.
No go rise, but we want justice from the government.
Which kind of justice?
Sometimes we dey hear public execution for this kind of matter. We no want may they put the person for sale later they will go and see him for street. We don't want it that way. Make government do the needful and warn the police say make they stop their brutality. It's no good. We don't like it. They don't treat us well, but police supposed to be our friend. But the way the police they treat masses is as if we are enemy to them. So we don't want that.
Nigeria police officers supposed to protect life.
They're supposed to be our
But you know hear the way they talk the story, how it happen.
I hear everything. I hear how it happen. Like I was saying, Nigeria police officer supposed to protect life and property. Not to the destroy, not to the key. You understand? So I dey beg those state government, make them, even all these officers, if not to go carry them, go find out whether most of them no go training at all.
Okay, make we do the other flip side. Wait, make I just ask people because we don't see them say Nigerian police now they be the nearest security officer to protect us. Yes. But what do you not like for police? What they do?
Number one, the brutality and oppression. The brutality of police is too much.
If you not give the 200.
You understand? Just like yesterday when I was going to Saple Road, police blocked me close to that, what do you call, that roundabout. Yes. No, not 5 Junction. That roundabout where, for Saple Road, yes. He was saying this is, what do you call, Salah. I must settle and for Salah, saying we want to go Salah. Now tell us, what is me, I'm a Christian. I'm not. If I settle you, who will settle my own?
That's why you don't like police.
Not be say why. That's why I don't like police.
Your children join police?
No.
Why you don't like police? What do you not like for police?
I know free talk say I don't like police. Police now our friend and they are there to protect life and property. What we don't like, what I don't like about them, that operation forcing people to collect money, because it's happened to me in this road by Ogo Street Junction. When the man, they are roadblock there, as I drive my keke reach there, the next thing police say, man, I give her money. I say, okay, I no get money.
If you get opportunity to join police, you join.
Okay, I know sure they go join. The way they see the police, the way they see, I know sure they go.
What you not like for police?
Police.
What I got? They must give her money.
Oga, you see, police they do oppress people. They know they do their work, and many of them they don't go training. Then pass back, put them. Not all of them search them, sir. They are not going to training. Then pass back, enter. That's why the operation is too much for the next Nigeria.
Make your child.
God forbid. Go do waiting.
Times our Nigerian police need better reform. This guy now, if I ask a question now, what you not like about police? Just the year what you want to talk. Police are your friend now.
No be nowadays. Now before. Me I dey come for somewhere like this now. Back where I be fly before I enter bus the Coring Road. I dey come for Sapele. So they first day for there in the evening. This morning they still dey there. As they say, I wear clothes, I dey dress well.
You do this guy.
One or two things.
Everything.
So I just call the notice. They can't stop my bike. So other bikes they pass where girls sit down, where women sit down. They just stop my bike, collect the bike man key. They start to search me. They say search yourself. I say, officer, see my back. Na power bank dey inside and other things. He say open now. I be the craze all these one or two things. So Sapele for Idogbo side. Not on Idogbo, I don't forget the street. So I was like, okay. Man, no go at rash the maid. They don't go say I no talk when I make a conference.
But anytime you see police, you dey fear.
Why I go fear? I don't carry any exhibit or anything.
But they suspect you.
They always suspect. They try to misunderstand me. So one or two things. So we just need to just remain calm.
But you like join police.
If my friend Papa be police, I go avoid that person.
Or you join EFCC.
I not there anyone.
Or DSS.
Not all of them are one.
Or vigilante.
All of them are one.
Waiting they happen soon.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
Waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers, again, we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television. Today again, we have another very interesting topic to discuss, as usual. And to think about that topic, I have with me in the studio our regular participants. I have close to me Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
And Malam Muhyiddin Asumbi, assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We have just finished the Eid al-Adha festival, the festival of sacrifice. And while the Muslims who attended the Hajj, of course, by now, get ready to return. So let us look at the period we are, at the lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. Let me start with you, Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. We have just completed the Eid al-Adha festival, the festival of sacrifice. What is it all about? What are the lessons you can learn after the festivities?
Alhamdulillah, we give praise to Allah and we beseech for Allah's peace and blessings upon the noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The lessons from the festival of the sacrifice, they are numerous, we can say, but basically, on one hand, it is to it is one of the ways Allah magnifies the matter of the religion to the peak. Yeah, in the sense that in life, man tends to want to have some time for fun. So Allah Himself equally made having fun part of the worship. Because when the Prophet ﷺ came to Medina and he met the people that they had 2 days, they made amusement. He asked what were these days. When they told him, he said, Allah has replaced these 2 days with 2 days, which is the Eid al-Fitr and the Eid al-Adha. In this occasion, it has happened that when Abu Bakr anhu came in and met the Prophet ﷺ lying in his room, he met some 2 girls that were beating some what you call containers as a way of producing amusement. So, and he said, no, you can't do this in the presence of the Prophet because this is music. How can you be doing music in the presence of Islam? And the Prophet turned and said, Abu Bakr, leave them alone. Today is our Eid. So it's a time Allah wants us to have what you could call a little recreation. That it's not all about work. This is recreation, a recreation whereby you also seek to obey Allah by the fun and the amusement you're having. That is the reason when Allah commanded about the Eid, He said, وَلِتُكَبِّرُوا اللَّهَ عَلَى مَا هَدَاكُمْ, so that you can magnify Allah for having guided you to the right path. وَلَعَلَّكُمْ تَشْكُرُونَ, so that also you can be grateful. So it's actually a celebration of Allah's guidance. It's a celebration of faith, a celebration of obedience to Allah, a celebration of the virtues of Islam, as a contrast to the vices and the evils that society has, has been known with. To say that it is goodness that has to be promoted, it is faith that has to be promoted, it is obedience to God that has to be promoted. That's why when you are celebrating the Eid, you are not allowed to drink alcohol. You are not allowed to say you're going to have women around you with whom you are not married. You just make it. Okay? You can't just, engage yourself in the name of it's amusement, it's fun, it's a celebration. You can just do anything. No, everything is still within, obedience to Allah. Even the meat that you slaughter, that you say that's the peak of the fun. Everybody wants to eat something from the ram, the cattle, the camel, whichever of them that we have slaughtered. Allah is saying, لا ينال الله لحومها ولا دماؤها ولكن يناله التقوى منكم. It is not the meat, not the blood that Allah is interested in. It is the piety of your heart, the purity, that reverence for Allah that you have in your heart for doing this sacrifice. This is what Allah is interested in.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are still on the topic, lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. So it's a celebration, and of course, celebration is allowed in Islam, not just walk every now and then. I'm coming to you now, Now, unfortunately, we have news that is viral about the kidnap of some pupils from schools. And within this festive period, this is still ongoing. Insecurity. We are talking of obedience to God. We are talking of celebration and study. What can you say about this?
Well, thank you. In the very first instance, the Eid Adha is simply an amplification of one's submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There had been a fructifying relationship between Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam and his Lord, and that got deepened by that which ultimately led to the legislation that an animal be sacrificed on the 10th day of Zul Hajj. Whereas, like my brother had described, it is fun, it is called celebration, it is one that goes beyond just celebration, because beyond the celebration, it is quantified by a spiritual consciousness that translates it into an imperative of action. And once that consciousness is there, the act of barbarism that you speak about, which characterizes the forceful taking of someone, or whatever the individual has, for whatever reason, to tyrannize an individual, to browbeat individuals to do what they ordinarily would not have wanted to do, are a direct reflection of the absence of this relationship which was supposed to have been developed, that was there between Ibrahim ﷺ and his maker. And so when you find an individual who does this, it tells you by how much is luxated from the essence of being. Because it will take one who has a fructifying, a relationship with its maker, to become appreciative of what you refer to as the otherness. In other words, the individual would not bring pains where he is not able, for example, to ameliorate a situation that would ordinarily have brought pain. He will do nothing to accentuate the tenuity of that individual snapping out of such a situation. And so when you forcefully take people for whatever reason, there can be no justificatory basis for doing that, but whatever reason you think you have is the most heinous crime that an individual can commit. But that it has happened, and there is an attitude, unfortunately, of insouciance on the part of those who in the very first place should have made it not to happen, but who are still on sabbatical in spite of the fact that it had happened, becoming indifferent, supercilious towards the harrowing experience those who have been in captivity are going through, tells you by how much we have missed what the lesson we are supposed to derive from Ibrahim alayhi's experience with his maker, which culminated in the instruction that you sacrifice a ram.
Let me come to you again, start analyzing at this. We're talking of sacrifice. And is there any reward for sacrifice? Can you please tell us this about the reward you get in this period starting from passing on Arafat Day, which are passed, when the sacrifice of animal is said, and the reward we get for distributing the animals. Now, I'm going to talk with paradise. Out of paradise, people. You know, people like to go abroad. You know, some will sell their cars, they do their food for dinner fashion.
Now, the Hajj, the Eid, and everything that are prescribed for us to do within they are happening at a time that we refer to in the religion as sacred months. You know, including the horrible, unleashing of terror on innocent persons somewhere, anywhere. This is sacred month that even, the Muslims who are combatants are not allowed to initiate a war. So you now talk about people going, stooping so low to say that they are now taking to hostage, so to say, innocent teenagers, for what reason you could ask. Now, so the reward for sacrifice, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala puts it simple. It is Jannah, it is paradise. The one who goes on Hajj and performs the rites correctly, the way they were supposed to do, what we refer to as Hajj Mabrur, the virtuous Hajj. The Prophet ﷺ said it has no reward than paradise. The one who comes back from Hajj, the Prophet ﷺ says, when they have done this Hajj correctly, they return to their home like the day their mother gave back to them. It's a cleansing time. It's a time where a person, removes himself from sin. The Prophet ﷺ says, there is no day that Allah emancipates people from the fire with such a great number as the day of Arafah. The day of Arafah, the Prophet ﷺ says, anyone who observes the fast of the day of Arafah, the sin of a year before and the year ahead will be forgiven to this person. So, it's a time to maximize gains. The Prophet ﷺ says in the first 10 days of the Hijjah, any good deed anybody does attracts such a reward that is not attracted by any good deed you do outside outside this time within the whole year. To the extent he was asked, not even the jihad, he said not even jihad, unless for a man who goes with his life and his property and never came back the same. Sacrifice is the price most of the time that has to be paid for what you consider to be unbelievable to be turned around. If you say you want to, for example, turn Nigeria around for the people to experience what we call a breath of fresh air, at least, return Nigeria to something better, it's going to take a lot of sacrifice from us. We have to pay a price. And the price we simply will need to pay is to say, Allah is our Lord. So that everybody should conduct themselves in a way and manner that the way I would not like to be treated, I shouldn't treat another person that way. Politics is all over the place. All our activities are, they are painted. They are dyed with the dye of political affiliation. How do you place matters? Do you do anything for God's sake at all? Or everything has to be done with a political interest behind in the mind? That if you don't allow it, then you're going to be, pushed away, you're going to be thrown to the ground. There has to be this consciousness that we are all human. We are all children of Adam, going to be in the grave after our death. None of these things we are going to take with us. Why will you, take pleasure in having some people suffer while you enjoy whatever it is that maybe was supposed to be shared between you and them. It became sacrifice. A person consciously, deliberately decided that I am going to deny myself what does not belong to me.
Malam Nuruddin Asunuga, I'm coming straight to you. We are looking at lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. And Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam had a great role to play. Same thing as Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam. The place to go is paradise, and the place to avoid is hellfire. Can you please, I want you to preach to the viewers on the importance of the period we are and the need to seek paradise and avoid the hellfire at all costs. Lessons from Eid al-Adha festival.
Yeah, whereas for the ordinary person, when you do what Allah had asked you to do, the desire would mean to please Him and to earn paradise.
No.
When you stay away, of course, is to escape the punishment of hell. Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam didn't relate with Allah on the basis of this, because that would have been transactional. He related with Allah on the basis of the fact that whether paradise existed or didn't exist, Allah was deserving to be worshipped.
Allahu Akbar.
In other words, the sacrifice made by Ibrahim was that there was an object he had identified, and that object was Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the fixation of the value that was placed on that object directly was responsible for the amount of investment that was made. It was an object for which Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam had absolute trust. For us who are aspirants wanting to become Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, who are struggling to become his mentees, what we're supposed to do was to become Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam incarnate, without necessarily relating with Allah in a manner that is transactional. Allah ordinarily is a gravitational force. Whether you willingly move in his direction or not, he pulls you in his direction. Except that you only get rewarded to the extent to which your action was volitional. And so we tell people that everything you find is ephemeral, transient, fleet-footing. And so why would you desire, become so desperate about what is transient? I have found people, Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam didn't do this, who practiced Thodism on the basis of wanting to gratify their hoggish proclivities. Mr. A occupies a position of authority today. They are laudatory in their praises of Mr. A. Mr. A leaves that position, they become condemnatory and praise the one who is there. But because whoever occupies a position that is mundane always get impregnated by the spirit of imbecility. And so you can't have the capacity for reflection to say, oh, he had said this of my predecessor, and now he's saying this of him and eulogizing me. What would he say when I'm gone? And in any case, if you outsource your validation, you run into serious problem. If I occupy a position of authority and I'm doing what is right, my conscience will tell me that I'm doing what is right. So I don't need any one person to say, hey, excellency. And what is excellent about you in the very first place? Because these are attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala which no man shares. Wow. Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam appreciated this. But today, because of what we would eat, and the Prophet tells us that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, for as long as the heavens, whatever remains, my resources will never deplete. They will not diminish. And I will continue to give to you. And what I give, even 1 trillion of that, will never operate to reduce. So nothing operates to miniaturize the powers that Allah has, the capacity that he has to deal with us, his creature. But the fact of the matter is that unlike Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, who believed, we are struggling to believe. We pretend to have believed. That is the biggest problem that we have, for which we are still in the quagmire that we find ourselves today.
Thank you very much. We are looking at lessons from Eid al-Adha Festival. I'm coming straight to you again. We'll start Sunday Abdul Hafiz. Tell us about paradise. The reward of Hajj Mabrur, well-performed Hajj, is paradise. In fact, most of our deeds to please Almighty Allah to earn paradise. But Ibrahim alayhi salam, as we have been told, he was not transactional. He believed Allah was worthy of being worshipped. Whether there is paradise to go or not, Allah deserves to be worshipped, to be praised. And so, for those of us who obey Allah on condition that we want to tell us about paradise, let people know that it's better to, some, as I was saying before, some will sell their cars and get a lot of money to be able to get a trip abroad where they say they are going for greener pasture. Let people know that the greenest pastures are in paradise.
Now, Allah placed paradise as his own appreciation of the demonstration of obedience by his servants to him. Because it's born out of faith. It's only because you have believed in Allah. That is why you are told, oh, Allah commanded this and commanded that, and you say, oh, I hear and I shall obey. The people of Medina, when they took the pledge of Aqaba with the Prophet ﷺ, the question they asked the Prophet was, as we're going to give you, accommodation, reception in Medina, what's going to be our own gain? What are we going to be paid? He said, you're going to have paradise. And they said that was okay.
In fact, more than okay.
Yes, it was more than okay. The belief in paradise is a belief in, what this world has never produced of pleasures, comfort, convenience, satisfaction. That is paradise. As the Prophet ﷺ put it, one no eye has seen, no ear has heard, no heart has contemplated. That is what Allah has prepared for the people in paradise. To tell you that whatever stress you are going to go through, to be faithful and to be obedient to Allah, forget about what you suffer. The Prophet ﷺ, made a metaphor of that when he said, if the one who suffered the most in this world were to be placed in paradise just for a moment and brought out, and you ask him, have you ever suffered? The response is going to be never.
Because he has tasted paradise
just
for a moment.
taste for a moment. And the one who has got the best of what the world has to offer, of comfort and satisfaction, if you were to place them in the fire for a moment and bring them out and ask them, have you ever enjoyed? They will say, we have never tasted enjoyment. The Prophet ﷺ, he gave the idea of paradise that if the world and everything it contains were to be of the value of the wing of a mosquito, no disbeliever in God would have tasted it. So that whatever you think you have, it's just a fleeting, enjoyment, possession, provision that soon it's going to be no more. So that paradise is a place to long for. It is Allah's appreciation of your servitude.
So as we round off, please, the hellfire will hear, but can you please tell the viewers what it means?
Well, hellfire,
as we round off.
An average Nigerian will tell you that, well, he's already having a feel of what hellfire is, but that is absolutely not it. I want to say that Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam was thrown into hell, and Allah caused fire to work against its nature when he said, be a source of coolness for Ibrahim. Hell is supposed to burn, but did not burn Ibrahim. For those who occupy position of leadership, let us say this most frankly, without wanting to sound vituperative. Hellfire would observe its true nature. Because if you are a leader, a 9-month-old baby is been in the bush for over 3 weeks, and you are still able to sleep in the comfort of your home, you have a serious whatever to tell Allah when you meet with him. There can be no justification why you will sleep, and a 9-month baby that is being suckled by the mother under the weather. I mean, it just means that you are not different from those who took them into captivity.
May Allah save us from his punishment.
Amen.
And may Almighty Allah grant us his Al-Jannah, his paradise. Viewers, this is all we can take today on the program, on the topic we have chosen, Message of Islam, lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. We should endeavor to make sacrifice. Those are the ends of our fears. Please try as much as possible to rule with the fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And those of us who are followers as well, we should also try as much as possible to have the fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because we shall all go back to Allah Maker, give account of our sojourn on earth to determine where we end up, paradise or hell. May Allah save us from the hellfire. Thanks for coming. Madam Udina Sonabi and Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz, and me, your uncle, Al-Adi Al-Amin Alau. You guys join us again next week for another vital mission of program Message of Islam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on Independent Television. Every Sunday, remember, for your events to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
ITV, certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Bengato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Now go this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright? Well, I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and you set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm here for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what can you do this? 3, 2, 1. This, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, but just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thank you very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath Watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes with hamstrings, the calf, and as well as your lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. So this, just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on your people dashing, that means this. On the horse stand, just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get your lady out there. Watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in the pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? I mean, why they cross legs for ladies? Now, you understand that the guys have more defined muscles. And of course, to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of this exercise is the wide range or the push-up. Particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1, I did 2, and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. But Hearts jumping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, ITV, certainly the best.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as naids are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Uge Mobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Mobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we are saying
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Good morning and welcome to the AM News. I am Wilson Omasho. Since our police was starting slightly behind schedule. President Bola Tinubu has assured that issued an ultimatum to terrorists, bandits and kidnappers demanding immediate surrender or face the full force of the Nigerian state. The president issues order while speaking in his June 12 address to mark the 27th year of uninterrupted civilian rule.
Fellow Nigerians, today we celebrate democracy.
Speaking in the June 12 address, President Bola Tinubu said the government remains ready to do more to secure the people, noting that democracy without security is a mirage. He explained that the administration had declared a security emergency and approved a recruitment of more than 50,000 new police officers and thousands of military recruits. The 2026 budget, he said, commits 5.41 trillion naira to defense and security. He reiterated that the government also keeps the door of surrender open, before reiterating his warning that the windows of surrender would not remain open indefinitely.
To bandits, kidnappers, and sponsors of terror, surrender or face the full force of the Nigerian state. These windows of surrender will not remain open forever. No mercy will be shown to those who trade in blood of Nigerians.
The president also announced national awards for some Nigerians who suffered persecution, endured indignities, exile, incarceration, and at times solitary confinement.
I'm also pleased to announce the national awards to the following Nigerians who suffered persecution, endured indignity, exile, incarceration, and at times solitary confinement, so that we have democracy today. Barrister Ayoka Lawani, Tunde Fagbele, Oladele Alake, Olatunji Bello, Louis Odion, Segun Babatope, Sam Omosheye.
President Tinubu also urged INEC, security agencies, and all parties to ensure that the upcoming elections in Ekiti and Osun State are peaceful and credible. He described the National Assembly, judiciary, the press, and civil society as the guardrails of Nigeria's republic. The president reminded Nigerians that since May 29, 1999, Nigerians have chosen leaders through the ballot, witnessed peaceful transitions of power, and resolved disagreements in courtrooms and legislative chambers, and not through violence. From Abuja, Abigail Aderemi, ITV News.
As Nigeria commemorates Democracy Day, Williams Yama of our News and Current Affairs Department in this special news commentary chronicles the sacrifice, struggle and progress towards the return of civilian rule following the annulment of the famous June 12, 1993 presidential election.
June 12 occupies a special and enduring place in Nigeria's political history. What began as the date of the nation's most credible presidential election has evolved into Nigeria's official Democracy Day, symbolizing the country's long and often difficult journey towards democratic governance. On June 12, 1993, Nigerians set aside ethnic, religious and regional differences to participate in an election widely regarded as the freest and fairest in the nation's history. Presidential poll was won by the late Basharu Chief Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola, candidate of the then Social Democratic Party SDP, who defeated Alhaji Bashir Tofa of the National Republican Convention NRC. However, the election was annulled by the then military president, General Ibrahim Babangida, citing alleged irregularities. The decision triggered widespread protest, political unrest, and a prolonged struggle for the restoration of democratic rule. The events that followed marked a defining chapter in Nigeria's democratic evolution. In June 1994, Basharu MKO Abiola declared himself president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces, insisting on the mandate freely given to him by Nigerians. He was subsequently arrested and charged with treason. 4 years later, on July 7, 1998, Chief Abiola died in detention under circumstances that remain a subject of national reflection. His death further strengthened calls for justice, democratic reforms and recognition of the June 12 mandate. Before its official recognition as Democracy Day, June 12 was observed as Abiola Day, particularly in several southwest states, including Lagos, Ogun, Oyo, Osun, Ondo, and Ekiti. The observance served as a reminder of a mandate many Nigerians believed was unjustly denied. The struggle for the validation of the June 12 election also gave rise to pro-democracy movement and pressure groups, most notably the National Democratic Coalition, NADECO, which played a significant role in resisting military rule and advocating democratic governance. A major milestone was achieved in 2018 when late President Muhammadu Buhari formally declared June 12 as Nigeria's Democracy Day, replacing May 29 as the official date for the celebration. The decision was widely seen as a recognition of the sacrifices made by Chief Abiola and countless other Nigerians who fought for democracy. Today, the significance of June 12 extends far beyond politics. It represents the triumph of the people's will, the courage to defend democratic ideas, and the continuing demand for accountability, transparency, and good governance. Since the return to civilian rule on May 29, 1999, Nigeria has recorded notable democratic gains. The country has witnessed multiple peaceful transitions of power, including the historic transfer of leadership from one political party to another in 2015, the first of its kind in Nigeria's history. Democratic governance has also expanded opportunities for freedom of expression, press freedom, and civic participation. The rise of social media has further empowered citizens to engage in national conversations and hold public officials accountable. Electoral reforms have equally contributed to strengthening the democratic process. Innovations such as biometric voter registration, bimodal voter accreditation system BVAS, and electronic transmission of election results are designed to enhance transparency and reduce electoral fraud. Furthermore, institutions such as the National Assembly, Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, the judiciary, and anti-corruption agencies have continued to evolve despite facing persistent challenges. Youth participation in governance has also gained momentum through initiatives such as the Not Too Young to Rule Act and civic movements like NSAS, which demonstrated growing determination of young Nigerians to shape the nation's future. Nevertheless, significant challenges remain. The elections are still affected by violence, voter intimidation, vote buying, and low voter turnout. Concerns about governance, economic development, and public trust in institutions continue to test the resilience of Nigeria's democracy. Political analysts maintain that Nigeria's multi-party system remains essential to democratic growth because it offers citizens a wide range of choices and encourages healthy political competition. As the nation looks ahead to the 2027 general elections, stakeholders emphasize the need for political parties to conduct transparent and credible primary elections. Such measures are vital to strengthening public confidence in the electoral process and deepening democratic culture. As Nigerians commemorate Democracy Day, June 12 serves as both a reminder of past sacrifices and a call to collective responsibility. The task of building a stronger, more inclusive, and more accountable democracy remains a shared obligation for government, political leaders, institutions, and citizens alike.
That news commentary on Democracy Day was presented by Williams Yama for News and Current Affairs Department. Moving on, the Edo State government has reaffirmed its commitment to improving the welfare of vulnerable and underserved communities across the state. The coordinator, Office of the First Lady, Edo State, Mrs. Edesili Okpebolo Anani, gave the assurance during a visit to Osiomo Leprosy Home in Oga Community, Oriomo Local Government Area. Deborah Obefun reports.
Parts of efforts to support the less privileged, the coordinator, Office of the First Lady, Edo State, Mrs. Edesili Okpebolo Anani, through her Better Life Empowerment and Care Foundation, Be Life and Care, visited the Oshomo Leprosy Home in Oga Community, Oriomo Local Government Area. During the outreach, Mrs. Anani said the Shine agenda of Governor Monday Okpebolo designed to ensure that government's presence and social interventions reach every community in Edo State.
Health is one of the priorities of His Excellency. And I want to tell you that after today, you will have more and more government presence and benefits by the special grace of God. Today is for the children. So we decided to give them educational materials because education is important.
Speaking at the event, Chairman of the APC in Oriomo Local Government Area, Julius Agbonze commended the First Lady for the visit, describing it as the first of its kind to the facility. Also speaking, Commissioner for Health, Dr. Cyril Shomule, reiterated government's commitment to the health and well-being of all Edo residents, regardless of their circumstances.
From my primary school to secondary school, this is the first time I'm seeing First Lady coming to this. We are very proud of you.
Ministry of Health will continue to work closely with all relevant stakeholders to improve access to quality healthcare services and strengthen interventions that promote inclusion, dignity, and healthy living for all.
Beneficiaries, including pupils of Lucy Primary School, thanks the First Lady for the intervention, describing the gesture as timely and impactful. In Benin, Deborah Ugbefun, ITV News.
The Federal High Court in Benin City has adjourned in June 29, 2026 for a report of settlement in the cyber stalking case instituted against the former chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Benin branch, Barrister Ede Asenogwa. Patience Osaogiwa reports.
This suit, FHC/B/C/117/2025 and presided over by Justice B.O. Quadri, was adjourned following an oral application by legal luminary Olayiwola Afolabi SAN counsel to the nominal complainant, Sir Omoyi Oloton, Chief Executive Officer of Uyi Technical Conglomerate. The application was supported by Barrister Douglas Ogbakwa and Barrister E.E. Oisamoji. When the matter came up for hearing on Thursday, Afolabi informed the court that the defendant, Barrister Ede Asenogwa, has approached his client, Sir Uyi Oloton, for an out-of-court settlement. According to Afolabi, following the move for settlement, Sir Oloton requested that the defendant formally present the proposal for an amicable resolution in writing. He assured the court that he will facilitate a meeting between Barrister Asenogwa and Sir Oloton towards a final resolution of the matter and reported back to the court on the next adjourned date. The police prosecutor, P. Odion and Jude Imagbegian, counsel to the defendant, did not oppose the application for adjournment. At the previous hearing, Afolabi had informed the court that the parties were already exploring possibility of an out-of-court settlement. Counsel to the complainants, Olayiwola Afolabi SAN, comment on the case.
Every year, I know what he's doing for the NBA, so we don't want any fraction between him and any member of the NBA. So we want the matter to be resolved, and I'm sure by next adjournment, if my client see that letter of apology, so once we see that letter, then we will resolve the matter. But I'm sure by the next adjournment, we are going to withdraw the case by the grace of God. He's a Benin man. He's a Benin man, so we will resolve it.
From Benin, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
Late Kingsley Uchegbu has been described as a man of principle whose dedication and service to duty were unquestioned. Those were some of the words family members, colleagues, and church members used to describe the late reporter of ITV and radio and Government House correspondent during the service of songs held at Living Faith Church, Opalawane Branch, Benin City, Edo State. Osebudeme Osaigie has details.
Family members, colleagues, friends, government officials and well-wishers gathered for a service of songs to celebrate the life and legacy of late Kingsley Uchegbu. In his sermon, the officiating minister, Pastor Sam Itaman, urged all to serve God wholeheartedly and described late Kingsley Uchegbu as a selfless man and true servant of God.
By his mouth, by his spoken voice, it was so relevant in the church. So that prepared him, that strengthened him. He became also a servant in his place of work.
Management and staff of Independent Television and Radio were among several guests who attended the solemn service to honor late Kingsley Uchegbu. In their various tributes, some close associates, well-wishers, described the late Kingsley Uchegbu as a humble, gentle and hard-working individual whose dedication to God, family and work highly distinguished him.
This was a boy that just wanted everything good, everything perfect.
is your friend, whether you are from a distance, whether you are an organization or you represent an organization, whether the state, you just feel that things should be good.
Most of all the activities that I had, Kingsley was always the person that I called. And he would do his job so committedly. And I really would miss him.
I never believed that Uchegbu was actually gone. Until now, he was a very dear friend. We are surely going to miss him.
Mr. Kingsley Uchegbu is a very quiet and reserved brother in the church. We remember him for that kind-hearted person.
Prayers were offered for the repose of his soul and for strength and comfort for his family as they continue to mourn his loss. Late Kingsley Uchegbu passed away on 6th May 2026 after a brief illness at the age of 47. From Benin, Osemidame Osagi, ITV News.
The maiden edition of ITV Corporate Cup came to a thrilling conclusion on Friday with exciting third place and final matches played before an enthusiastic crowd. Osemidame Osagi reports that NIFO emerged champions of the tournament, defeating Nigerian Breweries 2-1.
The day's action commenced with the third-place playoff between 7-Up and Money Point. 7-Up dominated proceedings to secure a 4-0 victory and claim third place. Attention then shifted to the highly anticipated final between NIFO and Nigeria Breweries, with Dr. Patrick Okundia taking the ceremonial kick-off. Both sides displayed skills and determination that has underlined their performance in the tournament. NIFO showed composure and clinical finishing to secure a hard-fought 2-1 win and emerge champions. Individual awards were presented to some players, while medals were awarded to the top 3 sides, and NIFO were presented the trophy. Management, staff of ITV and radio, invited guests, and some players described the tournament as well organized.
There was fair play and there was enjoyment both by the players and the spectators. We've really had a good first outing.
But thank God it started and it has ended. We have winners and all of that, and everybody is happy. But participating alone is enough joy for me.
I really give God the thanks for being the champion, and I pray to God by the next league we are coming back to play more better than this.
I feel very happy as the tournament is very tough, so it's not easy to come at a top pace, and I'm very grateful to God.
From Benin, Osemidame Osagi, ITV News.
Victims of the recent fire incident in Urora Market in the Poboka local government area of Edo State has received relief materials from the federal government through the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA. The intervention aimed at easing the hardship suffered by affected traders, so the distribution of food items and building materials to victims whose businesses were destroyed by the inferno. The exercise was led by the head of Operation NEMA Benin Office, Mr. Kenoma Ojuadere, accompanied by the Executive Secretary of the Edo State Emergency Management Agency, Edo SEMA, Honorable Jerry Idahosa. Efosa Uwangwe reports.
Urora Market was engulfed by a devastating fire in the closing days of May, destroying goods worth millions of naira and leaving many traders counting their losses. The incident disrupted business activities and plunged several families into economic hardship, as many of the victims depended solely on the market for their livelihood. The National Emergency Agency provided reliefs to cushion the effect of the losses suffered by traders and help them begin the process of recovering. Speaking during the distribution exercise, the head of Operations NEMA Benin Office, Mr. Kenoma Ojuedere, said the intervention reflects the federal government's commitment to the welfare of citizens affected by emergencies and disasters.
We are here to give some palliatives to the market women. We know the federal government is aware that what we are giving cannot replace what they have lost.
The Executive Secretary of State Emergency Management Agency, Honorable Jerry Idahosa, noted that the welfare and well-being of citizens remain a priority of government, adding that the relief materials were meant to provide provide immediate support to the victims.
And so far so good, we've been able to identify these victims. This afternoon they are here to receive this palliative from the federal government through NEMA to the state government.
Also speaking, the special advisor on markets to the Edo State Governor, Honorable Juliana Iharu, expressed confidence that the assistance will go a long way in helping the affected traders rebuild their businesses and livelihoods.
I want to encourage the market women to stay focused, not to be depressed. They should know that the government is with them.
The head of Urora Market, Chief Pat Obasuyi, who spoke on behalf of the beneficiaries, expressed appreciation to NEMA and the federal government for the timely intervention.
Una do well. I no go feel thank you. I no know as I want it time. Me no expect and say this kind of thing it go come my market.
Items distributed included rice, cartons of noodles, groundnut oils, bags of cement, and other essential materials. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
The government of Edo State has dismissed allegation that Governor Monday Okpebholo's administration is concentrating major infrastructural projects in his hometown of Udomi, Irua, in Esa Central local government area, insisting that developmental projects are being fairly distributed across the 3 senatorial districts of the state. The position was made known by the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Prince Kazeem Afegbua, during the June edition of the state government's monthly press briefing in Benin City. Ofure Aneto reports.
Addressing journalists, Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Prince Kazeem Afegbua, described claims of project buyers as false and misleading, stating that the Okpebholo administration remains committed to equitable development across Edo State. He maintained that ongoing interventions in road construction, healthcare, education, and other sectors are spread across the 3 senatorial districts based on the needs of communities and not political consideration, urging residents to disregard decisive claims.
Charity begins at home. It is not a crime for the governor to be doing projects and things will impact the lives of not just people from Udomi or people from Edo State. Edo has 18 local governments, and to that extent, as far as you are captured within the geographic space, we are very much at home with our policy agenda.
The Commissioner for Public Security and Safety, Honorable Festus Ibia, highlighted measures being taken to strengthen security across the state.
From our security places, we have found out that some of our youths now keep Fulani herdsmen and the terrorists in their houses. The government gave a marching order. All the 18 local government chairmen, 300 Edo Security Corps members should be employed by each local government. We are working towards ensuring they don't have excuses of not going out.
The Commissioner for Transport, Honorable Saturday Wilekwe, on his part highlighted ongoing efforts to improve traffic management, commuter safety, and transportation services in the state.
The loading and offloading of goods by heavy-duty vehicles along major roads and market corridors are prohibited between the hours of 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. daily. The use of public roads for burial ceremonies, marriage ceremonies, and other social events that obstruct the free flow of traffic is also prohibited.
From Benin, Ofure Aneta, ITV News.
PDP in Ego local government area of Edo State has declared its readiness to reclaim political power at both the state and federal level in 2027 general elections. The leaders of the party in the Ego local government area, Mr. Gaius Obaseki, gave the assurance during the inauguration and formal endorsement of the party's candidate for the Ego constituency seat in the Edo State House of Assembly.
Mr. Stephen Gaius Obaseki said the PDP was fully prepared to challenge the ruling All Progressive Congress APC and restore what he described as good governance in the country. He assured party members and supporters of transparent, fair and inclusive leadership, emphasizing that no member will be marginalized under his watch. According to him, the party has intensified grassroots mobilization efforts aimed at promoting its ideas and reconnecting with the electorate ahead of the 2027 polls. Also speaking, the Ego local government chairman of the PDP, Mr. Manfred Idehen, said the party was experiencing renewed strength and unity under the current national leadership. Mr. Idehen emphasized that the gathering was organized to formally endorse the party's candidate for the Ego constituency seat in the Edo State House of Assembly. He noted that the PDP remains committed to youth and women empowerment, describing both groups as critical stakeholders in democratic governance and development.
I want us to send people on errand and ask them questions. They must be accountable to us. I am happy to serve you. And I will also pray that for God to give me that grace to render services which you will appreciate.
We gather here for a purpose to make our Ego local government people to know that we are in a new dawn with our leader, a person of Pa Stephen Obaseki.
In his remark, the PDP candidate for the Ego constituency seat, Mr. Odiase Eyogie, pledged to prioritize the welfare of constituents through people-oriented policies and programs if elected.
The reason behind this is not far-fetched. There will be a clear departure from the politics of cross-carpeting. And we also believe that it's coming in will liberate the people more.
The leadership, however, warned against anti-party activities and defection within the party, stressing that disciplinary measures will be applied in accordance with the PDP constitution. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Natives of Ufuekbe in Rwanda local government area of Edo State have called on relevant authorities to intervene over alleged land grabbing by Mr. Philip Agbarokoko measuring over 300 hectares. The native took their protest to the corporate office of ITV and Radio Glasshouse Airport Road in Benin City to draw the attention of relevant authorities. Efosa Owangwe reports.
The natives of Ufuekbe in a protest march led by the Ojonwere to express their displeasure over land allegedly grabbed in a bid to draw the government's attention to their travails. The Ojonwere said for over 2 years they invited Mr. Philip Agbarokoko to come and intimate the leadership of the community on how and who sold the vast land to him, but all to no avail as he has been promising and not fulfilling it.
Very big. Okay, we are there. Over 2 years now, 3 years, married.
Another elder, the Okagele, and an elderly woman said since they are a peace-loving community, they decided to embark on a peaceful protest to alert the government and other relevant authorities. They said all they want is for Mr. Philip Agbarokoko to meet with elders of the community and confirm how he got the vast land.
Agbokidoro, who illegally acquired land in our community. This is an area survey of the land. It's about 300 acres. We never knew who sold it for him. We have been calling on him to come so that we will know how he acquired it.
He promised us that he's coming on April. We waited and waited, and we didn't see this man. So this man, we don't know how he's behaving. That is the reason why we came out. We want to let the whole world to know.
Yeah, no, manahana, mama, have you obia tobe ni madeche? Awa de amakio tone. Awa to boy, wari opia, awa fioto. Wajeve no coin, awa king again. So I say ni mana latia, ni mado so, who da mama kabe mi boy.
Attempts to get Mr. Agbarokoko to get his comment via phone was unsuccessful as the calls went unanswered. However, Independent Television intends to get his reaction consequently. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
The others and youths of Ogegere community in Ikpoboka local government area of Edo State are calling on the powers of the above Benin and the Edo State government to intervene in a boundary dispute with neighboring Uhie community. The appeal follows allegation by the Okaigele of Uhie community, Mr. Kingsley Binoba, who accused the leadership of Ogegere of encroaching on their land. Ikpomusa Ugiagbe reports.
Elders and youths of Ogegere community have rejected the claims of the Okaigele of Uhie community, Mr. Kingsley Ibinoba, insisting that no official boundary demarcation has ever been carried out between the two communities. They argue that, in line with Benin tradition, boundary disputes are typically resolved through consultations involving elders of the affected communities. The community also maintains that it has a long history in the area and has always embraced peaceful dialogue in resolving disputes with neighboring communities.
O denede nakala isapele
wu the man where we keke ogege omono ba no nya do no bu mariwo no so for the
youth will not be the one to tell the boundary. It is the elders that is in the position to tell the boundary. And that is why we decide to come to this medium to also cry out to the public.
We are going to get into Tola. Matute government, Matute Obama, Matute, Omono Bane do Quack Polo. No prima irade, my Gualibina, my Gualocosisi.
Also speaking, the Okarele of Ogegere Sonyan community, Comrade Monday Iweho, dismissed the allegations and called on relevant authorities to thoroughly investigate the matter while reaffirming the community's commitment to peace.
If anybody wants to talk about boundary issue, it's the elders, not the youth. I have elder in my community. He has elders. So for him dragging me, I don't really know the reason he's dragging me to boundary issues. The Oba of Benin and the authority should call the two community and look into these very issues.
However, the Okarele of Uhie community, Mr. Kingsley Igbinomba, maintains that an established boundary has existed between both communities since 2012.
We have an existing boundary.
Ikmomosa, Ugiagbe, ITV News.
And that's it on the AM News. Thanks a lot for watching. Good morning.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and talking about Viewpoint, it's a program that gives you and I the opportunity to air our opinions, our views, our thoughts about some of the issues affecting us in the country as citizens. And it is no longer news that insecurity, kidnapping, abduction of students and teachers is on the increase. So today on Viewpoint, we're going to be going out on the streets to talk to some persons and ask them questions and get the reaction, so to say, about how they feel, the way forward, the solution, and what is expected of the government to bring this issue of insecurity to a stop. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
Adoption of pupils and students and teachers is so appalling. It has become so rampant that Nigeria's situation as regard to insecurity is so pathetic, and it calls for emergency. I think the federal government should rise up to the occasion and do the needful because they have all the mercenaries and weapons at their disposal to so do. We cannot also overlook the issue of this politics, because we're looking at the way it has become so rampant in the southwest. Only God knows where next, and we hope that it doesn't continue, especially in this era where we are going for the next general election. I think the president, as they say, the whole box stop at his table, should be able to do what is needed to be done if he's going for a second tenure, because as it stands, this kidnapping is actually a major threat and embarrassment to his political quest for a second tenure. I think that is my own personal opinion. Of course, I want to also say that the Nigerian populace, the society at large, should be so vigilant, because with the way things are going, we don't know if the South is safe. I think looking at Benin-Lagos road from this side of our own state, it has become another threat. Not to talk of what is happening at the Edo Central, Edo North. So I can say here and now that the citizens should be at alert, and we should be vigilant enough. And again, this call for local security. I know some persons are clamoring for state policing, but I think local security would do far better if given the opportunity and all the necessary weapons. Take, for example, the security outfits here in Edo State. If they are actually ready to work, they will do very great work, because they are on ground. Their eyes are also on ground, and they know who comes into the community and who goes out of the community. And I'm sure that this will go a long way to help us if actually we are ready to work together as one people, because these persons that are doing this are not from the moon. They are within us. They are Nigerians, or so to say. If actually they are from other African neighboring country, they came in through our border. So I think the government should do something. The society at large should also be vigilant. And then let's look at the religious circle. I think the religious circle should also wake up. In our mosque, in our churches, we should sound it as an alarm to every citizen to have this human feeling. Because these bandits, these kidnappers, I think they have lost it. They don't have this human feeling at all. To slaughter a whole human being and kill a person like a ram, I think that is the height of it. And as for me as a person, I want to plead passionately with those kidnappers and with those bandits and what have you, to please have human feeling and know that everyone has one life to live. They too will die one day, and they will also leave this world.
Nigeria is a failed state. Let's not gainsay the fact that the Nigerian nation has failed the citizens. One of the primary responsibilities of government is the protection of lives and property. And that government cannot guarantee safety is a sign of failure. Government in every nation holds their responsibility toward the citizen. You know, the most annoying part was the message of Mr. President when he was interviewed and was asked about the insecurity and security of the people. And he said they should pray that the bandits have a change of mind. And I asked, would the American president ask American people to pray? So it's a clear sign of failure. And I make bold to say that the Nigerian government is not interested about the nation, not the next generation, rather than interested about the next election. And so that's just what they're interested in. It's about 2027 elections. I win, I come in. It doesn't care. A government that promised that he will take care of it, he will handle the security, he will ensure that there's light 24 hours light, and even made a promise that if he fails to do that you should not vote for him. That a promise made should be a promise fulfilled. The same government have not only failed, but have left the national grid to have a solar power energy at the Aso Villa. That's a clear sign of failure. And it means they have lost mind, they have no political will, they have no intention, they have no mindset of fixing the Nigerian state. They're just only interested in sucking, our collective patrimony, whether I call it money, whether I call it oil, whether I call it funds, call it whatever you want to call, but they're just interested in. You imagine a Sheikh Tinubu who has actually not worked all his life, buying houses worth millions and billions of dollars across the globe. And so, let's not just talk about it. The Nigerian government has failed the Nigerian people. I just hope that the Nigerian people wake up to their responsibility to realize that whatever it takes, they should wake up, because we're all holding our lives in our hands. we are holding, because you are a local government of yourself, you provide light, you provide security, you provide food, provide everything for yourself. Government owes you nothing. You know, so I have actually not seen anything that the Nigerian government is doing, apart from the fact that we are clearly Nigerians. After all, even other foreign nationals can claim Nigerian. If a serving minister can tell you that Malians and other neighboring countries are their brothers and their cousins, that they are legal as Nigerians, so what else do you expect? You know, I just going through. I saw on one of the school recently where the minister of the Federal Capital Territory, rather than talk about the lives of the people that are, I saw a video recently of those that were kidnapped begging the government to come to their aid. The minister of the Federal Capital Territory was issuing a threat that any event center or hotel that houses or accommodates a program that is not approved by them, you know, of another political party, will be shut down and their property revoked. That's a nation, you know, and that's a nation that they call Nigeria. What an agony of a failed nation. Unfortunately, with all due respect, I do not think that the Nigerian government is ready to tackle the issue of insecurity, because I read on one of the news pages also where a sheikh was saying, yeah, he knew his son was a kidnapper, but he thought he had repented. That's when a bag of ransom paid, the bag with which a ransom was paid was recovered in his kitchen. A sheikh. It's in this. I also learned recently that the Sheikh Gumi is denied or banned from entering Saudi Arabia. Yet the man works freely in a country where he makes noise, supporting banditry and kidnapping. So kidnapping has become a lucrative business. It is obvious because late Sani Abacha said, when insurgents or criminality thrives for more than 24 hours, know that the people who are saddled with the responsibility of taking care of such are involved. It is a clear case that those in government are involved in this lucrative business of kidnapping as it seems today. Because if not, I do not see where or why the National Security Advisor, the presidency, or those security agencies saddled with the responsibility of taking charge ain't doing anything or doing much enough for Nigerian people to see that they try, but just say it get as it day. No, all they say is that you pray, or they are our cousins, they are political sons. We are rehabilitating, and the people you are rehabilitating are hitting up your army and killing people. Imagine Nigerian army generals are murdered daily, cold-blooded, recorded and posted. Nothing happens. It's become a business. And those who are gaining it or are making it are obviously not within our ranks. They are not among the ranks of the poor, of the average. They are in the up echelon of those within the corridors of power in the Nigerian economy. I do not think that it is going to be easy to curb insurgency in Nigeria because those involved are those in power.
The kidnapper situation in Nigeria is becoming something serious that government need to look about. I was once a victim of it. I spent how many days in captivity, but to God be the glory, God gave me victory. But government cannot do that alone. In police side of police, they have anti-kidnapper unit. They needed to be trained in police. Anti-kidnapper unit needed to be trained, often to follow up this kidnapper issue. One, and to the government, because only what I see as a victim of that circumstances, I know if you forget the way I pass when I'm there, but only what I see, the development is ahead of us in this country. The development is ahead of us in this country. If the government go fit tackle for us to be able to cope, understand? In my own research, even when I'm there, I come out and research. I wish if they can just even revise us back, no use of phones. Let's just cancel phones, because we never prepare to use phone. It's like Nigeria never mature to be using internet. So all these things is what I personally think is our really problem. But we are still encouraging the work, the police are still trying, But the force agencies, the president in particular, they should put much fun. They should really take this kidnapper issue to become a serious issue they will need to tackle. Because without this, it's a country that no security, no how where investors will take come into the country. We still thank God they're still trying their best, but their best is not enough.
Such an abysmal level where, reprehensibly, it seems as if human life is next to nothing. It's quite unfortunate, and I must say the political elite should be held accountable. Because if they are not, so to say, in quote, patronizing them, I think the issue of insecurity would have been a thing of the past. Because a situation where people are kidnapped, and rather than rescuing them, the government come to pay ransom. It shows you are helping them to strive, to thrive. And it's not like the new normal now. It's a big business, one of the fastest growing business in Nigeria. So a situation where if you kidnap somebody, demand for ransom, and you get it, and these people, they are not even hiding their faces anymore. They have social media accounts. They interact, and money is delivered to them. DSS is there, SS and all the security agencies are all there, and nothing is done. Because they know that government is really treating insecurity with kid gloves. That is why it's fostering, it's flourishing, and it has come to the level where they are now degenerated into kidnapping school children of 2 years, 3 years, and all of that. It's a pitiable and very unfortunate issue, very, very unfortunate. Because if you are a parent and imagine that your 2-3-year-old child is in the bush for several weeks, you will see that it's quite unfortunate. So I think the government, it's a call to government to wake up to its responsibility, because the foremost responsibility of government is to secure life and property. And any government that cannot secure the life and property of its citizen has failed, no matter what other thing the government is doing. Security first. So it's unfortunate that the case of the Oyo pupils are still in the bush, and their teachers. In fact, one of the teachers was beheaded, and up to now Nigeria is still going as if nothing happened. Quite appalling, quite unfortunate. There are places, in a more civilized climate, where this would have caused a lot of serious upheaval or serious, destabilization of the whole system. But here we are going as if nothing happened. Somebody's head was beheaded, and school children are still there. But rather we are focusing on 2027, as if that's what matters in Nigeria most. So it's a call to duty, or to the government to take drastic responsibility, or take responsibility for what is going on. They must take charge of the territory of this country, take charge of life and property of this nation, because that's their primary duty. If they fail in that, they have failed in all. They failed in all.
It is very disheartening that things are falling apart in Nigeria, and the government, as it were, seems not to be bothered, not to be concerned or doing anything reasonable about it. Kidnapping, terrorism or banditry in Nigeria is becoming a way of life to us. Meanwhile, the essence of government is the security and welfare of the citizens, which the government have failed woefully to protect the lives and property of Nigerian citizens. It is disheartening. We have seen that kidnapping in Nigeria, banditry, has become a business venture for those in authority and their counterparts, terrorists. Because the Nigeria we know as a giant of Africa, the military we know that have conquered territory, that have gone to other countries and fight war in Liberia, in Somalia, and every other places, could not cannot stop terrorists, those riffraffs that are not trained, those sycophants that are not trained because they are holding firearms. Why has Nigeria government not be able to defeat terrorism? That shows that it's often believed or say that when terrorism or crime go beyond 24 hours or stay 24 hours, that shows that the government is involved. When we say government is involved, it might not mean the president, but powerful individuals in government are conspiring to destabilize this country. And the government continue to play politics with everything. They play politics with our lives, they play politics with our resources. Just recently, we saw the inhuman treatment being meted on the innocent children that were adopted in a community school in Oyo State. And this is not the first time. This is not, we heard of that popular Chipo guest, and there have been series of kidnapping and adoption of children, killing of innocent citizens. Yet you don't see government coming now to take a decisive decision to address this matter. That tells us that the government of the day have an agenda. Either they have an agenda or they are conspiring with those who want to overrun this country. Let us not pretend about it, that a particular religion, a set of people want to overrun this country. That is what is playing, and that is why you see the relative silence from the part of the government. In other sense society, when a citizen is unjustly killed, you will see the government giving a marching order, the presidency giving a marching order to all security agencies. Here in Nigeria, you will see a situation whereby 50, 100 or more persons are adopted and killed. Yet you will not see the government or the security chiefs making a statement or taking decisive action to address it. One thing I want to tell Nigerians, because the government are not in this alone. The same people, the electorate who keep voting, who keep supporting these fake politicians and fake government officials are also conspirators. Election is coming. The Nigerians should look forward to an individual who will be able to come into government to rescue us. Because as it stands, the Tinubu government has failed and has continued to demonstrate that it does not have the political will or the capacity to secure Nigerians. So as such, I will also advise that Nigerians should stand up to defend their assets, by any means to defend their assets. We cannot continue to wait for government that have failed in their responsibility of providing us security.
The case of insecurity in our nation at this particular time is a disheartening situation where everybody, the citizens, are no longer secured. And the rate at which these bandits are kidnapping people is a very alarming stage, and it's not ideal for the common man, even though the rich, the middle class, and the poor, all inclusive, is what this kidnapping issue has been affecting. They are kidnapping the ordinary people. They are kidnapping those who are in government, even to the extent of military. And the funniest one is the teachers and students being kidnapped in Oyo State. It's a problem to this nation. It's a great concern. And the root cause of all these things, we cannot easily figure it out. These bandits, they are not spirits. They are human beings, and they are in our society. Government should take a proactive step, call on tribe, because the forest at which they apprehend people into, this forest belongs to a community, and they have the Enigis in that community. They have the Okaigele in that community. If an alien came to your community, the people, the indigenous of that community could be able to fetch it out. If somebody you do not know is in a society, you'll be able to locate that among these people that is always coming into our society to apprehend people. Many places like that in our community in Edo State, in Ovia Northeast, in our state. This insecurity, the people that are engaging in this negative heart, they are not spirits, they are human beings. And I don't know what the community are doing about it. They say community policing. Government is not giving, they are not taking a proactive step on that issue whereby they should allow community to raise community policing. This will also help to curb this situation of this kidnapping, because everybody is not safe in the society. They kidnap people, they collect you sum of money. Some, if they didn't make up to that amount, they eventually kill them. Many lives who are destined to live long, they are being cut short by these hoodlums, by these kidnappers. It is a problem in our society. And the reason for this is because of the weak institutions.
Let us get some things clear. Every crime in every society is curtailable. There's no crime that is bigger than the government or bigger than the society. It is what the people accept that stay with them. There are countries that have accepted drug use or drug marketing as their trademark. It is there with them. We are now gradually accepting to be the terrorist capital of the world. If we accept it, it will stay with us. Now, we have a government that does not seem to even be able to understand issues. I think that's our first problem. Because when you have a problem, you must first of all understand it before you solve it. The government we have at the moment, they don't seem to understand that there's even a problem. Unless and until their own is kidnapped, then they will pay money and say, go and bring it back, don't worry, let life move on. Life cannot move on like that. How many can you bring back? Because we've had cases of judges being kidnapped. We've also had cases of commissioners being kidnapped. Recently now, it's now military generals being kidnapped. It will not take long. It will get to maybe a governor, a deputy governor, a minister, or even somebody higher. So we cannot sit down and fold our hand and say it's business, because I heard one governor then say it is business. It is kidnapping for ransom, so it's business. It's no such thing as it's a crime against humanity of the highest order and should be treated as such. And if we consider it to say, because a governor one time said treason is higher than kidnapping, that treason want to destroy the entire country, kidnapping want to kill is just about some persons. I say, we don't understand the value of life. That's why we're talking. Human beings existed before society. Human beings, the right to life existed before the right to a government and the right to a country. So if the right to life existed first, then we must protect life first before we talk of protecting country and protecting government. The way we protect government in this country, if we give the same attention to this kidnapping saga, it would have been over by now. Now, the issue of paying ransom, I have seen that some persons in government, as exhibited recently by one of the House of Assembly hopeful in Katsina State, some persons in government are directly benefiting from this kidnapping. They collect ransom. Ransom gets to some persons in government. That is why nobody is checkmating. That's why nobody is bothered enough to say, I want to do something to stop this nonsense. Because it is something that is stoppable. But because people in government are getting it, there are times you even go and report to the police. The policeman is asking you, how much did you pay after you have come out? They want to know how much you paid, so that maybe they will get their own share. I don't know. Then there are also times people in government, they are more interested in the ransom being paid so that the matter will die quietly than going out there and facing this police. The truth is, I tackled one military man one time. I say, why have people, not even now that it has become this bad, during the Jonathan era, why have people not been able to go into this bush, get these tribal girls out? Then when it just started, get them out and say, no, they don't want victims, they don't want casualties on there. I say, let me tell you, there must be blood sacrifice to end a scourge. If we had ended that scourge at the Chibok girls' time, by now we will no longer be talking of kidnapping for ransom. Whether the Chibok girls will survive or not, it will be in God's hands at that time. It will be fate. And that's how responsible countries go after these people who kidnap their citizens. If you kidnap an American citizen, they don't negotiate with you. They will come after you. They believe that if they do it rightly, if all things go well, the citizen will survive. But it can happen that the citizen doesn't survive. He's sacrificed. But at the end of the day, whether he's sacrificed or not, that kidnapping business ends. That's the ultimate goal. They put it in such a way that the person who wants to go into that business next time, he consider that, look, if I go to this business, it's a short death sentence for me. When you now know that it's a short death sentence, whether you win or lose, short death sentence, you won't go into it. Nobody wants to die. So you see, the reason kidnapping has going to first time in this country, despite our laws, we have a law in Edo State that criminalizes payment of ransom. I'm aware of it. We also have that kind of law in many states of this country where they criminalize payment of ransom. So that if you go and pay ransom for to kidnappers for the release of your person, your relative, you have committed a crime. But nobody enforces that law because we know who we are. Even the judge you are going to bring in before, the judge has also paid ransom one time or the other. The government, the police who want to do it, a commissioner of police was kidnapped and ransom was paid, or vigilante went to rescue him. There are some we've heard of where ransom were paid. So if people who are supposed to stop it are paying ransom, then who is now going to stop it?
The issue of insecurity in Nigeria is becoming an epidemic. And insecurity in Nigeria can be chased away in 24 hours if our government are responsible. And the opposite of good is evil, and the opposite of evil is good. Whenever impunity is legitimized, crime becomes the order of the day. The problem we're having now is because the impunities in the land have become the superintendents of the country. And when the impunity becomes a superintendent of the country, criminality becomes a daily norm. They say they live with us, they are part of us, they know them and so on. So if you know somebody that are causing havoc, somebody adopting about 100, 240, 40 people and keep them in a sovereign country where a government resides, what happens? It's a failed state. So that is why we will not forget the philosophies of Thomas Hobbes, a great philosopher in the 17th century. He said, what is he said the scenarios of a failed state is a state where a government have lost its legitimacy, where a non-state had to take over. And when it's happened, he said such people cannot be able to defend the life of people. Such a government does not fit to exist. In the days of tyranny, when Abacha were leading this country, when Babangida were leading this country, Dele Giwa took bullet because why? The government feared journalism. But so today they have been able to censor the medias. So the problem in this country, we have criminality in the helm of affair, and the only way we can dismantle this insecurity is when criminality is out of the country, because a government that cannot secure the life of his people, the property of his people, does not fit to exist. Because after the day of Pablo Escobar in 1984 in Colombia, when they took over the system, they hijacked the executive, they hijacked the judiciary, they hijacked the police, they installed in their people, criminality take over the places. In those days, when one person died in Nigeria, till you see, they will declare protest. The university government organization, they will declare protest. What is still happening now in the state now, in Oyo State? Because that can also envisage. And nobody can just abduct about 40 people and put them inside the forest in a sovereign state. That means we are no longer that state any longer. How can you abduct about 40 people inside the forest and they have GSMs, they have media, they communicate with people, they record them. Then when you want small boy in the street, when you put against government, you pick them up. And these people are making video in the forest in the Oyo State. So the only way, get rid of the government, get rid of the bad heads for the city. If not, we that are discussed will be the next victim. So the media should do their work, we also going to do their work.
While fear is being considered as the order of the day in the lives of citizens, as insecurity is gradually becoming a daily activity amongst us as a citizen and as a country, the citizens are also using opportunity to call on the federal government and well-to-do citizens and well-meaning Nigerians to help to combat the issue of insecurity that is currently affecting the lives of citizens, and to ensure that the lives of students, teachers, and individuals at all levels are protected as we deal with the issue of insecurity. Opinions are still out there that governments should intensify efforts to combat the issue of kidnapping, abduction of school children and teachers amongst the society, in order to have a free and safe environment. As citizens are no longer feeling safe in a country where they call their own. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Government at all levels should stand up and fight for the lives of citizens, as it is their sole responsibility to protect the lives and properties of citizens which they govern.
ITV, certainly the best.
or masquerades displaying their skills during Ikpo Festival in Abiama community in Ikpoba-Oka local government area of Edo State. In Benin, Edo State, Ikpo Festival originated in the 18th century in Ugo Town in Orionwo local government area during the reign of Oba Akembuda. Or masquerade dance was introduced to Abiama village by the ancestor of the town to create oneness and good neighborliness among the people of the community. Abiama is a vibrant and culturally rich Benin Edo community situated within the Ikpoba-Oka local government area of Edo State, deeply tied to the ancient Benin Kingdom, as narrated by the Ohenore of Abiama community, Chief Aloha Osaodion.
This community is a home of heritage. They know us that we always have a culture, different type of culture. The one we are gathering here for is the Ikpo. We call it Ikpo. The Oibos call it masquerade, but according to Benin language, it's Ikpo. It has been a long time we celebrated this festival, which is 26 years ago. Since 3 years ago, when the Royal Majesty said that I should be the head of this community for now. So we all the brothers and sisters, home and away, we now join our eyes together that this thing is supposed to come at this time, since I am not the head. That is why the elders is sitting around me, the women, the youth, our brothers and sisters, to make sure this celebration is successful.
In Aviama, Ekpo Festival is celebrated in 4 days according to traditions. However, Ekpo Festival is used to cleanse the land against any epidemic in the society. The Ekpo moves from house to house during the cleansing process as the masquerades dance to satisfy the gods of the land.
This Ekpo festival is a festival that has been existing for a very, very long time. It's a very, very unique festival that we are doing now. And this festival is a festival when you hear that Aviama, they are doing their festival as Ekpo festival, people are coming from different areas all over the Benin Kingdom. A festival that unique us together, that all of us will be together. Like since then I'm here, so I felt I want to witness it again. So that is why everybody, we are all here.
This Ekpo festival, it cleans good every bad thing in the community.
It's just like as we are doing Christmas, we are doing it here, happiness. We cook, we eat, we play together, we marry together. Everybody have a own way of his life. You can't force someone to do it. But we are doing it to gain it. We are happy, as all of us are here. When you go inside the town now, everybody is happy. Every year we will be doing it now. But 26 years ago, we thank God today we are still doing it.
Aviama is particularly famous for its spectacular Ekpo festival. In the community, Ekpo is revered and the dignity is respected throughout the land, as the dance steps are viewed and interpreted by the elders to mean one thing or the other. After the Ekpo dance from house to house, they reconvene in the village square for final dance in the presence of the elders and the Ohen Nori.
There are a lot of benefits associated with this festival. Number one, it is normally held between January, February, March, every year. You know, that period is always hot. Then this, what we call it, measles, chicken pox, this and that. Any moment this Ekpo masquerade come out, they will all vanish.
The Ekpo, after performing this dance, they return to their final home for peace. The final masquerade is the mother of all masquerade who came to bless the community as the women present white chalk to the masquerade for blessings. The Ekpo Festival comes to close till the next year.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwe seed. Ayo or Akwe game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwe game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
Good morning and welcome to Tech Today, your favorite technology and digital lifestyle show where we explore the ideas, innovation, and people shaping the future around us. I am Momo Lawal, and today promises to be both inspiring for you and also very insightful. We're talking about innovation, creativity, resilience, and what it truly means to build something meaningful in a challenging environment like Nigeria. Our topic is From Ideas to Invention, the journey of a Nigeria innovator. Joining me in the studio is an inventor and tech innovator, David Momodu, whose passion for technology and automation is helping to show that young Nigerians can dream, we can create, and also innovate at a global level. David, it's great to have you on the program today. Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Yeah, the last time we saw each other, you were busy doing some remarkable things, and maybe we'll talk about that while we go into the program for you. Thank you for joining us again. So I'm going to ask this question just right out of the book. Tell us about what inspired you into being an innovator or an inventor, and just briefly tell us about yourself so that our audience out there, meets this inventor.
Okay, my name is David Momodu. Yeah, I have been working on several innovations for a very long time, very long time, as I can think. Mm-hmm. When I was very young, I have this passion for science. And while in secondary school, I have love for science subjects and all of that. So while we're young, we do a lot of, children projects and all of that, those kids kind of project and all. So it's like a passion that went on and on and on, just like that. So
that inspired you?
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. The science inspired you, because science also inspired me to be an engineer and all of that. So I can imagine that.
Yeah.
So now, growing up in Nigeria, okay, what challenges did you face trying to pursue this innovation? Like, what challenges do you face growing up in Nigeria and all of that?
Yeah, I would say there are a lot of challenges because we are not in a tech society, and we don't have a country that have a foundation for technology. A lot of advanced countries, they have, this foundation for young people that have several talents, skills, and all of that to really propagate whatsoever they are into, their skills. But Nigeria is very, very wonderful. I don't want to say Nigeria is bad. Nigeria is a great country. It's going to be a great country. So let me be very, very.
But we are great. We may be greater.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are in the process. So what I would say, the country is good, but we don't really have much facilities. We don't have a lot of things we've been able to put together to help young people to achieve their dreams and their goals when it comes to tech. So I would say that it has not really been easy for that tech journey from all these years. But, when you have passion for something, you just keep going, and you don't care about the storms, you don't care about the challenges, you don't even care about your country. Whether the country is good or not.
So part of the challenges, like you said, sorry I'm interrupting you, part of the challenges, like you said, is that you did not have the right tools to use. But at any point in time, the power, the fact that there was no constant power, did it affect your innovation?
No, it didn't. I think that's the driving force behind what I'm doing.
Okay.
I'm passionate about making new things, and when I didn't see some of these things to use, like power and those days there was no really internet like that. But this time, with the help of technology and all of that, I would just say nothing of such actually stopped me from making progress. So I just have to move and.
But interesting. I also, behind this, when we're talking before now, you said there were some times you almost gave up whilst you were, pursuing any of these projects you may have already done before or you are doing currently. So what are those times? What made you almost give up? And if you did, what's now made you, continue doing what you're doing?
Okay, I would say I almost gave up. There are some times in my life, like the very first project I did, I can really remember that it's kind of very, very creative. It was a multi-purpose spraying machine, like, it can spray perfume and all of that. Before the advent of these latest that we used to have in houses that you just mount on the wall and it sprays.
Like a sprinkler?
Yeah. Okay. Mine was just kind of very small and can place anywhere. But that time, there was no really internet. There was internet, but it was not as robust as we have these days. So, it's something that I don't know how to really... I'm really going to put it, but I think God really helped. Let me use the word, let me bring God in. God really helped me in the process, and I find so many challenges. Those days, there was no help. A particular time when I was done with that project, I was looking for a way to really project it. There was no help at all and all that. So I'm giving up right now and all of that. But then I think I was just about preparing to enter into school. So
university.
University, yeah.
Okay.
And it happens that I was able to, stumble to meet one or two persons that encouraged me financially. And when I get to school, my first year in school, I did pretty good first at Benz Dausa University.
Okay.
And it was not really easy for me. I dropped out, like that. One or two things came up. I went to Lagos. I went to Covenant University.
Oh.
I went straight to CXT department.
What's CXT?
CXT is that's Covenant University Science and Tech something.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't really remember it's a department for science kind of. For science and innovations. We're just science students.
Okay.
So when I went there, I met some people. Some students. They just kind of interrogate me, check my project and all of that. And
you already had a project then?
Yeah, that was the multi-purpose spraying system. I was about to throw away.
So, beautiful.
When I made that move, and I was able to meet one or two persons, and from there I was able to meet the former president of Nigerian Association of Inventors.
Okay.
Which happens to be my uncle. I never knew he was
related to you.
Related to me. So I think the professor actually connected me to him. And by God's special grace, something came up like that. I attended the first Covenant University Invention Exhibition Program. That was 2005/2006.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so it was awesome. And by God's grace again, you know, I was able to, I came out well, very well on that. So working, and when I came back, there was I was encouraged, and yeah.
I'm happy to hear that, and I'm sure a lot of young persons. I'm happy to hear that, and I'm sure a lot of young persons out there watching will also be encouraged and also motivated by your own, you know, I'll call it circumstances or some challenges you were going through at the period. But above all, God intervened, and also you had some support from, you know, like minds and people that are also tech experts in the field, and also encourage you to also push further. Now, we have young people watching. Young people out there who may have this idea. They may have an idea to, you know, create something, to invent something, to, you know, maybe what has already been invented, you know, try and, you know, duplicate it or make it in a particular style that will suit us in Africa or wherever they are, you know, trying to push this. But they may also lack confidence in pushing these ideas further.
It is your own enthusiasm, it's your own passion, your drive that can really take you to where you are going. Your country may not really be a tech society, but you can actually still create something out, and you can meet people that are, you know, very good in the area in which you are. Depends on the kind of technology you are creating. You want to create, you want to invent. So maybe God can be on your side, and you can have one or two helping hands to move your invention forward. But the thing is, you have to be passionate, because a lot of people give up so easily because of the situation of the country.
I can imagine, like you almost did.
Yes.
You know, it's a good advice out there. I want to also add that, just like David also said, you should not give up. You should continue pushing. You should ensure that what's your idea, the idea you may have that you may think, you may not be confident to even go out there, because you say you were trying to do a sprinkler, right? Something like what we have right now.
Yes.
Or a multi-purpose
spraying
system yep. That would, you know, maybe be placed somewhere, and it's.
Yeah, that
could
was.
You walk? Are you still? Is there? You can talk about that now. Could you just walk us through that project before we go into the next question per se, so we understand that better?
Yeah. You know, one thing about young people, when you are still very young, you have this rush of adrenaline in your system. You want to create something, you want to do a lot of things. Okay. And that time I don't used to do, there's not like I'm trying to review product that already existing. Maybe there's one that I didn't know about. But for my own design, I would just, okay, fine. Let me just create something you can put on your desk and spray perf and make the place look very, very okay. And
okay.
That was my idea. Okay, let me create something very micro that people can be using in their offices. As at that time, we didn't have the production of these little ones that are placed in the offices.
Yeah, that you place on the wall.
Yeah, at that time, there was something like that.
Okay, okay, now I get. Okay.
If we as a country, if I really meet one or two persons that's okay, fine, I'm going to invest into this idea, and I'll take it further from this prototype level to pilot stage. I think I would have really make money from that thing if I had that opportunity.
Wow.
It never really came up, and that didn't really stop me from doing other things, building more projects in the future.
Okay, now you talk about creativity a lot when in your speech, yeah? And I want to ask this. How important is creativity and problem solving? How important is it to becoming an inventor?
It's very, very important. Very, very important, because now you don't just, these days, you don't create product. You have to sit down and think, and what's the need of the society? What do my country or what do Nigeria really need? Okay, wherever you are, you can be somewhere far off. What do these states, these environments, like I'm from Edo State, what do we really need? What's the problem? What's the problem that we have as a country? Before you can start doing something. So, because your passion and your invention should be solving a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, it may not really be on a global stage at the moment,
just be locally.
but you could start from somewhere. So when you have that idea of the problem, then before you start inventing, I think you're going to have people to look at your side from what I've experienced, little experience in the past. And
what would be your advice, talking to Nigerian governments,
A lot is happening in the society. We are in an age where technology is almost, doing most of the solving most of the problems that we find in our daily lives. And our young people have a whole lot of talents, and I think the government should be looking at creating more avenues for young people to actually explore, and creating funds to fund their invention, their innovations. By so doing, when they build that spirit and they have this, their confidence will be built, number one. They'll feel, okay, fine, what I'm doing, I think there is a way forward for me because there is help. Somebody is bringing in funds to encourage what I'm doing. So if that will build their confidence, number one, and number two, they will have this idea in them that, okay, fine, I think there is a future in what I'm doing. So if the government can create more financial avenues for them to access funds to build their prototypes, if they have already built them, they could think of the pilot stage. Yeah, the pilot stage is, without the pilot stage, your innovation is as good as dead. So that's why you just have to keep pushing. Because no matter how beautiful your idea is, it only solve problem when you get to the market. Yeah, and when end users are using it. So the government should try as much as possible to help young people.
So it's all about the finances for you.
Yeah, finances, because we have a lot of young people with ideas, to be honest, a lot. So they just don't have sponsors, no person to really put in money to whatever they are doing.
I also sometimes think that like as a country, I think we heard sometime that we don't even produce toothpick.
Okay.
This has to do with production now, not in invention, but then we don't produce toothpick. So it's something that we need to really consider.
Yes, we have
having to put finances in place for tech talents to explore. And also, but like I said, I report during some tech updates that we have tech hubs, we have expos, we have tech centers, we have programs that people now, that the government now organize, and they invite these tech talents and tech enthusiasts to come and showcase what they are doing, and from there they pick maybe the top 3 or the top 5, and maybe sponsor them to go further, or also put them in places where they can push themselves even further. Now, the next question I'm asking is more relating to your field, because automation and artificial intelligence is growing rapidly, fast in the global scene. Where do you think Nigeria fits in all of this? Talking about artificial intelligence, talking about automation, because that is like the future right now. So where do you think Nigeria fits in this?
Okay, our young people, like our young ones, they are into one or two, they have one or two skills, so they are into one or two things they are doing. And as a country, I won't really say, I would say we are not really doing much, in artificial intelligence. It depends on what our young people are into. Like for me, I'm into automation and robotics, And again, for people that have ideas, ton of AI ideas, you have ideas that it's AI based. I think they should do something about it. They should, if possible, they should, anyhow they could just get their ideas running and all of that.
So you're saying Nigeria we're not there yet?
No, we are not there yet. I think we are trying. Yeah, because young people these days they are creating a whole lot of content like.
With the introduction of artificial intelligence, I see that we have lots of AI agents out there that does automation. We have AI agent that creates websites and all of that and all sorts. So you don't think Nigeria is, like Nigerians? Okay, let's not talk Nigeria as a government now, as a country. Nigerians, do you think they're not going to adapt quickly to automation? Or talking about artificial intelligence, you think they're not going to adapt quickly to it?
They will definitely.
But currently we are not there.
We are not really there. It's not like we have not, some of these youth have not really learned one or two AI tools, but we are not really as vast compared to developed nations. We are still on our way. We are still evolving. Yeah, we are still evolving. Young people are still evolving, and all depends on the kind of content, kind of AI content they are creating. these days, a lot of automation is going on, and a lot of people, people that actually love tech, young people that love tech, they are very few. They are not really like, they are few these days, to be honest.
Okay.
Anything that will help, that will stress somebody, they'll feel like, oh my, I'll be stressing myself doing this thing. Let me just do this, you know. This ideology of making money fast. Young people, they don't want to do things that will really stress them. But there are some others that are actually doing something good, like, you know, web creation and all of that, AI content, you know, and all those beautiful things.
Yeah.
So we can, by God's grace, I think we are evolving, and we definitely will get there.
Well, by God's grace, we are evolving, and we'll definitely get there. I can even see young persons doing AI content, musical videos, AI musical videos. I can see that we are even creating websites. I can see that we are even having some automations coming up somewhere. I've witnessed where someone created an automated, okay, I'm not going to talk about that too much, but it's an automated device that does a lot and lots of help. And I know yourself, you also have something on the way that we also reported here on ITV, where you did you did magic, and eventually maybe one of the days on Tech Today we'll bring the products and we'll practicalize it and see how it works, and eventually you tell us. That day will just be a topic for that, because I really want to know what you did and how you make that, you know, come alive, because it's quite fascinating. Yeah, David. And yeah, I'm really happy about that, because I like to see Nigerians, you know, push themselves even further in this area. So yeah, we're going to go on a short break right now, where when we come back, we still have David in the studio, the inventor and innovator, where we're going to ask him more questions and maybe share some light on what we can do moving forward in making, we're going to have more young inventors and more innovators in Nigeria. Don't go nowhere. It's Tech Today. Welcome back to the program. It's still Tech Today. I'm still on the studio with David Momodu. We were talking from ideas to innovation, the journey of a young innovator. And we're going to just go more and ask him more questions where we'll explore many things. I want to learn a lot. I want to see, maybe tomorrow I want to invent something and just call myself an innovator. I'll be proud to do that and also showcase it to you out there. I know you watching out there may be interested in knowing how his mind works, and maybe some skills you may want to learn when you are venturing into tech or venturing into things like this. So, David, for young people watching out there, you know, seeing you and, you know, hearing your story and seeing what you've done, what kind of skills do you think young people, young enthusiasts, young tech talent enthusiasts out there would want to know if they're going to venture into innovation or even venture into tech? So what skills, because people get to ask me this question a lot of times, or ask me, what skills should I start learning? What skills should I upskill myself on to become, you know, good in this area?
Yeah, from the advent of latest technology, we all know artificial intelligence that is taking the world by storm. I think young people should take advantage of learning new AI skills. Yeah.
New AI skills,
yeah,
like?
New AI skills. It may not really be in robotics, but it can be in other areas. Automation. And
they should not learn data science, data analytics.
Definitely. It depends on their passion, what they have. I think one of the things is, if you are a tech person, there must be an area where your interest is much higher. Like, okay, fine. For me, I like design, I like robotics, I like anything that has to do with hardware automation. Yeah, okay. I may not really be having this interest with websites creation,
front end,
back end, but I love to do something that I can see physically, like a machine, something that works and maybe, you know, solve new problems. So I love things like that. So I don't know about the young people.
Okay.
So if you are coming to this, if you want to build new products, you should be looking into AI as a tool to, you know, so that you're really going to focus on, or you will use to enhance whatsoever you're doing. Yeah. Whatever project you are designing, you're going to look into AI and AI aspect, because the world has really gone far. Yeah.
No, okay. No, I really like the advice you gave them out there. But then now, I'm going to ask you this question. This is why I wanted to really take us real deep into your own lifestyle, real deep into David Momodu. Looking back and how far you've come, what would you say are the achievements that you're most proud of that you've done? I'm not saying you should start telling me exactly what you did, but then the achievements you've had, I really want to know. What would you say? Because people will be eager to know what the achievements you've done thus far that you're really proud of.
Yeah, I really would thank God for God's grace and His goodness. The thing is, by God's grace, over the years, my late uncle was really not really happy when I never have a patent. Yeah. Before he passed some years ago, he was like, try and get patent for your designs. Whatever you are building, try and get patents. You don't have a patent. He keep telling me.
So I'm going to interrupt you here. For some persons who are just listening to tech for the first time, you want to explain what patents mean so that they grasp it, because we break down tech for people in simple languages. Okay. Okay.
Patents is a federal government kind of documents given to you as the original owner of an idea, and giving you the opportunity to explore it within a certain period of time.
Beautiful.
Yeah, before it can.
All right. So continue.
So, like I said earlier, I really thank God for everything, and I would say when my uncle passed, I began to trust God. I was going to get something out from whatever I'm doing, my patents, trying to filing 1 or 2 patents for my ideas and all of that. It was not really easy at that time, but a time came when I think the previous president of Nigeria bring this avenue where young people could just apply for patent and will get it without you really paying. So I took that opportunity.
Okay.
So by God's grace, I had about 5 patents. I'm proud of. I already thank God for. 5 patents? Yes, 5 patents.
Could you tell us what they are your ideas now? Nobody's going to steal them.
Okay.
What are the 5?
Okay, the 5 patents. Okay. Let me just give some few ones.
Okay, no, don't give us all. Okay, yeah, okay.
Just few ones.
Okay.
Number 1 is the automated head seat system. Yeah, let me put it this way. The automated head seat system is a safety device that is mounted to your chair just in case there is an accident, so that
in your vehicle,
so that your neck, you don't have fracture in your neck. Maybe there is a somersaulting or something, so that you don't sustain fracture from your spinal cord down and all of that. So the system has a robotic hand. So it's deployed immediately when you start driving. It falls down like this, and if you are driving, even when you turn, like, it doesn't affect you, turn your other direction, it doesn't. But if there is any bump or somersaulting, it is deployed so to save your neck from hitting.
That is one. Like another one. Just one more to tease the audience.
Okay. The other one was the automated hair loosening system. Actually, I created a system, automated hair braiding machine, 2008. I didn't tell you about that one. But because I didn't have sponsor and people to encourage me to really patent that work then, I think it was hijacked kind of when we traveled one time, and it was mass produced. So when I came back,
to braid hair for ladies.
Automated hair braiding machine. Yes, the African version. I did that design. I still remember. But when I found out that there was no really this encouragement like to pilot the project, I kind of just relaxed. And before I know anything, somebody just reproduced it. But I was smart enough to create the automated hair loosening machine. So that one can do your 3 twist loose, your 2 twist braid. It can unloosen it, stuff like that. And so it's just a simple device. It's patented.
You call it simple, people will be there, open their mouth ajar, wondering how you can, loosen your hair just by an automation, just by, putting a device in your hair and it loosens the hair for you. It doesn't cut the hair, because women always complain that you cut my hair when you're loosening my hair. It doesn't do that.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, beautiful. Well, thank you so much, David, for joining us today on the program Tech Today. It was really a delight. I've learned a lot, and I intend to also, brush up my skills and also upskill myself in terms of automation, because I believe strongly that automation is the future right now. People are already doing automation in other countries. They are like maybe 4, 5, 10 years ahead of us, but we are still grasping the knowledge here in Nigeria. Some of us are already doing it in Nigeria, and I hope to also, push myself. And I think people out there watching will be interested or also to, upskill themselves in one of the skills that you've mentioned, whether it's artificial intelligence or, pushing yourself to, be a better data analyst, or even just the front end on the back end, or any of those tech skills that that you're good at. It could just be something that this is what I'm good at, and you're going to push it forward. Yes, it's something I think you should pay more interest to. And it's good. You're going to only go, the sky will be your limit from there. Thank you so much, Ms. David, for joining us on the program. And yes, it's been Tech Today, and we're talking to David Momodu, who is an inventor and innovator, and he shared some of his ideas, his journey on being an inventor and innovator for us as a Nigerian. And we'll be looking more to talk to you maybe in the future, so have some other ideas from you so people can learn from. Yes, thank you for joining us on the program. I always tell you, whilst you're on this program, it's good for you to learn, to be very creative, very curious, because tech is the future. Tech is now, rather, it's not the future anymore. So it's good to also learn and be very creative, because if you don't learn, you snooze. So I'm always enjoying and encouraging you to learn a lot so that you become one of those persons that are driving tech in the future. My name is Momo Lawal, and join us next week for another episode of Tech Today. Bye for now.